Testing. 1, 2, 3. Test. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. One, two, three. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Morning, Tyler.
Morning.
How are you, sir?
Hanging in there.
Yeah.
But if it's a person, has it's General Joe from the public, then you can ask him, is there any way, you know, how about now, Melissa? Can you hear me? Hang on a second. Hang on just a second, Melissa. I see that I'm getting audio from you. How about
I
now?
can I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay,
This
yeah,
is Kathy.
I can hear you now.
Okay, good deal. We're
Okay.
good then.
Okay, very good. It's Melissa, right?
It's Melissa, but this is Kathy, but it's at Melissa's desk.
Oh, okay, very good. So, yeah,
Should I
it's
and
just
I
that,
should mute my audio now?
yes, if you would, please.
Okay, will do, sir. Oh, and an FYI, I sent those instructions out to everyone on the write out team and the department heads.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We're not letting are we letting anybody else just the same way?
Joe Public, we can't keep him out. It's an open meeting. But if it's a presenter here at our request, we ask him to wait outside. But Joe Public says, damn it, it's an open meeting, I'm going in there. I have my resolution in a book.
Yeah, right on your desk. I broke my pinky toe.
I hate it when that happens.
Oh, well, it was like 2 weeks ago, and then I got caught on a rug this morning.
Oh.
Okay, he was here 2 seconds ago. I know he's fast. Where did he get time? I'll find him. Thanks.
Rug this morning.
Oh, no. Oh, that's like nightmares.
I broke it, He's good. He's
No.
good.
He's pointing them out to me because I gotta return his keys. And I gotta sneak into Monica's office and get her key because your key is pissing me off.
Did it work?
It wouldn't work.
Would not?
No.
Supposed to.
So I'm just gonna get Monica's key.
Hey, Kyle.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all this morning?
Doing good. Hey, listen, we don't got you coming up until later, so
Okay.
I'm probably going to keep you in the I'm going to keep you in the waiting room. So if you can monitor the meeting.
Okay, no problem at all. Just wanted to call and check in with y'all and say hey real quick. I know we're kind of later on the agenda.
Yeah. So just monitor the meeting. I've got your name here, and the audio sounds fine. And so I'm going to put you back in the waiting room, and we've got you not until the purchasing agenda. Let me see. Yeah, you're item 3B3. 3B3. So
Okay.
everything
Okay.
works. This could be a long day, Kyle.
Okay, thanks, Tyner.
Okay, so I'm gonna put you back in the waiting room. Thank you. Looks
No
and
problem.
sounds good.
All right,
Thank you.
bye y'all.
Hi there. Yep, I'm gonna put the webcam on me. This is Tyner. It's John. I see Melissa, Rowan.
Hi. Chris with the Smith Group is on the phone in my office wanting to know if you're gonna send him an invitation for the meeting.
Chris Knorr.
Yeah.
I will, but the way he does it, he clicks on the website. You click on the July 15th meeting. You go down to the blue link, click it on the agenda itself, and then click Join Virtual Meeting. That's how he does it.
Okay, I'll have to. Okay.
So let's see. Just please be advised, we're new at this, y'all.
Yeah, what I'm looking for is the ability to, there's usually something that would permit me to share my screen, and I'm not seeing that here.
What if I make you host? Let's try that.
If you make me, if you wouldn't mind, flip me to host and then see if that shows up, and then that'll tell us what to do when it gets to this part of the agenda. And I appreciate this very much.
I tell you what, it sounds good. You're coming in loud and clear.
Good deal.
We can see you. So this is Tyner. I'm sitting right here. I'll show you what the courtroom looks like. This is where the commissioners sit.
Right.
Commissioner Chesney over there. Oh, you've been here though.
Yeah, I've a couple times in front of the court, but it's nice to have the reminder.
Yeah, so that's what it looks like. The webcam will be on the judge. do you see behind the judge? That's what the court is seeing right now. That's what's being displayed on all the monitors behind the
Okay.
behind the judge's head.
Right.
So we see y'all, and then I'll enlarge you when your item comes up. And so we are going to have a COVID safety briefing.
Yep.
If there's a way to, just to kind of monitor yourself. I'm going to have a bunch of people coming in. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep track of who I'm muting and that kind of thing. So,
Right.
be mindful.
No, I'll mute. Yeah, we'll mute ourselves. We're good, Tyner, on that part.
Okay.
No problem with that.
And so this is what the outside of the courtroom is looking like today.
Right.
It should be kind of empty. All the presenters that are here physically are going to be in the back of the room. And then, if you don't mind me, I'm going to put the webcam where it's going to go, pointing at the judge.
Right.
Let me see. Whoop. Of course it didn't work. Hang on.
Okay, so what kind of meetings we got going on today, Connor? We got go-tos, we got Zooms,
Everything's Zoom.
everything Zoom? You want, some tape or something to hold that in place?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay.
Ask y'all something? These audio jacks used to work, now they don't work no more. So I could plug in straight into my camera and pick up what everyone would say. There may be a setting on this.
No, there's not for the audio jacks.
Tyler was testing just now? I couldn't hear it.
You couldn't hear it
Okay,
all?
so,
Even with this?
John, you're on big screen right now. Do you want to test your PowerPoint?
Right.
Yeah, what I'm looking for is I need something, there's usually
They may not work anymore with the new system.
something that permits me to, well, hold on, I'm trying to sort out how to do this.
To tell you the truth, notice that it exists.
Typically, I've got to share my screen
Four jacks here on that wall for the different TV stations and the radio.
to do this.
Two more over on that side.
Okay.
Now, you can't see anything there, that's on my screen, and what I want to be able to do is,
Let me go talk to.
So you want to plug in like this
um,
and then use it, plug it straight to my camera. It used to work perfect.
what typically I'm able to do is, there's a icon that says share my screen, which
Yes,
then
Johnny.
lets me do
Hey,
that.
Tyner, there's some of us piling up in the waiting room, including me and the people from Meadows.
I've got John on the screen right now.
Okay. That should be Melissa Rowland and then myself.
See, let me find my waiting room.
Okay, Melissa may be with John. You might ask him, but
Yeah, she's here.
yeah.
I'm asking the guy who did the installation,
Hang on.
so I'm trying to get a hold of him. I'm gonna go ask my supervisor, see if he's aware of anything. Thank you.
Hang on, Johnny. Let me figure out what's going
You know,
on.
to meet new people
Okay.
and make new friends, and then we're not gonna have to wear
Hey,
masks
Connie.
anymore, and I'm not gonna recognize. Yes.
Connie, where's my waiting room?
Where's your waiting room?
Yeah, apparently there's a whole ton of people waiting.
Participants? It doesn't open anything with participants? Cause I remember seeing, a waiting room. Reactions, record, participants.
Okay, I can see the waiting room. I can probably invite all these, I can admit, it looks like I can admit all these
Has he got
folks.
control?
Oh, that's why, because you have control.
Yeah, if he's in control of the meeting, then he has access to the waiting room, you won't.
All right, I just admitted folks.
Yeah. All good.
Hey, Tyner, it looks like you're letting me connect.
Okay, actually, John has the control of the meeting right now. And so we're going to let him see if he can get his PowerPoint up and running.
Okay.
Okay? So we'll stand by. I'm gonna take the right of way when we do the COVID report, okay?
All right, Connor, I'm gonna drop off the call, okay?
Oh, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bill, where are my papers, my documents, that you were supposed to put them on the side?
They're such were missed up. Melissa told me to put them. The only one was that email on the left-hand side.
Again, everybody, we have to assume that your audio is on all the time. The public can already hear us, even though the meeting is not started. I just don't know another way to do it.
Come up here, please.
There is the table-based one stuff is in there. The chairman thing is in the, where that section is.
Okay, but with regards to this morning, that's all? she
Hey,
gave me,
Lorenzo.
that one page?
No, she gave me four. One she put to put on your sheet, and the other three she told me to put in the index.
Hey, Marilyn, are you on here?
I can go up there and flag them real quick.
Yes, please.
Tyler, what I'm looking for is a way that will permit me to bring my PowerPoint into this. That's typically on the Zoom bar, and I don't see it here, so that's what I'm looking for.
Let me see if I have a Zoom professional from IT. Hang on.
Y'all get patted down before they let you in?
That way they're separated, she feels better. Thanks for bringing my jacket. I felt it when I walked in here. They need to remove one row of seats.
Good morning.
Anybody from the resolution's gonna be here?
I'm sorry.
Are they gonna be here to accept any of these resolutions?
I don't think so.
Okay, so they don't have to get signed, they're not signed till we go to the
That's fine. Can I see the Ray Fernandez?
I think that the retirement one? that's
Yeah,
that
he
one.
can't be here. I'm gonna give it to the judge.
Barbara and,
Tyler, even though the doors are open, we still hang the signs?
Yes.
oh, okay, Kara's chair. I'm looking like.
Again, everybody, wait a second. John, did you mute me? Again, everybody, we need to assume that everybody's microphone is hot all the time. And then, John, if you email me your presentation, I might be able to run it from my laptop, if you want to do it that way.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I can do that right now. You got an email you can give me, Tyner?
Yeah, you ready? It's Tyner,
Yeah.
Tyner,
Okay,
dot Little, Little,
Little?
That's correct. At
Okay,
Nueces, Nueces.com.
right. Okay, I'm gonna send that right now. All right,
Okey-doke.
and then just let me know you got it.
Hey, John and Tyner, this is Johnny Hip. Let me just email that to you right quick. I've got it.
Okay, John, Johnny's just gonna email it to me.
All right.
Do you want me to record the whole thing or just our part?
John? It's
Yeah.
Melissa. Does Johnny have the PDF or the PowerPoint version? Because you'll need to send the PowerPoint version.
PowerPoint version.
Okay.
Melissa, let me convert it right quick and I'll send it to him. I'll just save it as a PowerPoint and then send it to him.
Oh, here, I've got that.
You
Hold
got
on.
it in a PDF?
You don't want it in a PDF, you want regular PowerPoint, right, for this?
Right. Yeah, John has it in the PowerPoint, so he can just send that. You might lose some stuff if you convert it back from PDF.
In the purchasing section, number 7.
All right, John, I'll let you take care of all that.
Okay.
Thanks, Michael.
And y'all got your ABM contract straight this morning?
Yeah. Are you okay with it? Do we need to do it contingent upon you seeing the allied states, I guess, restrictions or anything like that? Are you just good? Yeah, I think so.
That for y'all's benefit.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not gonna raise this.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's a good project.
Yeah.
Hey, Tyner, here comes the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Let me know you got it.
Are you gonna have any presentations from anywhere in the courtroom, or are they all gonna be from your laptop?
Everything here.
Okay. And you know how to get your laptop up on the screen?
I kind of put it back to my new the old way, so they were working on doing that when they said the new way is supposed to be cheaper. That's what they said, but now they're going back and reevaluating and trying to give us the same price with the old way. The old way required, yeah, they said, there are personal options that require them to be there, they said. Yeah, so that they're supposedly reworking that. I told them.
You know how to get your laptop screen up on the other screens?
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
It's up right now. Everybody can see my personal emails.
Yay!
Yeah, I don't wanna give you the one that you gave us last time, because that's why I can add one. Luckily, yeah, we moved the.
Check something
Right.
real quick.
1 year later, so, we're not working on it next year, but yeah, but it's coming. It's coming. I don't wanna have to go and value every one of those topics.
Check, make sure the settings I changed stuck. Well, text me if you need anything.
That's gonna be taken. And also 3C7, the one for the sign, it's under the purchasing section under regular.
I'm still waiting for that email, John. John, you're still host of the meeting. So what I'm gonna need to do, John, is I'll get you back and I'm gonna become host because the meeting's about to start. And I need to see if there's anybody in the waiting room. Johnny, I don't see a lot of your board members here. Wait, let me see. Oh, well, there's a bunch of people here. So, John, you're still host. Did you, is there anybody in the waiting room? I can't hear you right now.
You're muted.
Yeah, I've been
John.
letting folks in. I've just let there's no one, everyone is in now.
Everybody in, okay.
And then, Tyner, just, sending this to you again.
Okay, hang on.
Nueces.
I'm gonna check my email. I still don't have anything on my email.
Tyner, it's Johnny. I just emailed you both the PowerPoint presentation and the PDF if you need them.
Yeah, mine shows I sent it too, so you should have it.
I got an email at 9:01, so it's working, but I just don't have it yet. So if everybody can hear me, there's going to be a time we're going to have a COVID report at the beginning of the meeting. And again, assume everybody can hear you.
Tyner, I've sent this twice. I don't know if it's a, issue within your firewall. It's nuecesco.com, correct?
nuecesco.com. I don't have anything from you or Johnny.
tyner.little.
You have the microphones on, which means you're broadcasting.
Right.
So
It might be in the junk folder if it's concerned about the attachment.
Yeah, understand everybody, please be advised that everything is hot. Okay, I just assume everybody can hear you at any time.
So Tyner, have you received either from me or Johnny? We've each sent it at this point. And mine got bounced back. So I don't know what.
Tyner, this is Johnny. I just sent mine.
Okay, I just got Johnny's PDF.
I sent them separately also. Tyner, I think if you can get the PDF on there, that will work too. It's the same thing as the PowerPoint.
Okay, I got it. Hey, John, can you see it behind the judge's head?
Yeah, it's scrolling through, yeah.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to read it off my own laptop here. So that'll be.
Okay, well, we can see you as well, but.
Yeah.
Now, again, everybody, please understand that everything is hot. The public can hear us already. And so please be mindful of that.
Ready for me to begin with
Johnny Hip, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can hear you, Esther.
Thank you, sir. And I see we do have a quorum.
Thank you for doing that. I don't have a screen. Are we supposed to have a screen?
yeah, you might tell her just to watch the volume.
Who is it? I see you, Esther.
Okay.
The judge is about to start the meeting, and I need to ask if anybody, I see a bunch of phone numbers. I don't know who everybody is exactly. And so what I'd like to know is anybody waiting for public comment? Is anybody online waiting to do public comment? I don't hear any.
Yes.
I heard a yes, Tyner.
Oh, there's a yes?
Yes, we had been given the instructions for public comment to dial in by phone. Would you rather do it online?
No, we can hear you. Could you tell us your name, please?
Yeah, Dr. Fernandez, can you unmute for public comment?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, this is Dr. Jimmy Fernandez with Armor Correctional Healthcare.
Okay, we can hear
You
you.
have a comment.
And say your name again for the clerk, please.
Yes, sir. Jimmy Fernandez.
Tyner, this is John Hall. Can you see me?
Can hear you, yes.
Have you convened a meeting?
Yes, the meeting's about to start.
I'm ready, Tyner. We're going to gavel in.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
so
great.
I'm
I thought I
gaveling.
missed that.
Okay,
Commissioner, you want?
gaveling in at 9:08.
Why don't you just come sit with me and we'll push this back and say we're here together. No, we just sit down.
Hey,
But we
guys.
need to.
Hey, guys, everybody listening?
Hey, everybody, again, everything is hot right now, so please don't talk until you're asked to speak, okay? Thank you.
Okay, I'm now going to gavel us in officially at 9:09 a.m. and ask that you all rise for the invocation. I'm also going to ask you to remain rising for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to the Texas flags. We don't have Pastor with us this morning, but I think that anybody, would you like to, Commissioner?
Let us pray. Dear Lord, we gather today in your name and ask that you will bless this court, bless the county judge and all of the elected leaders and leaders that have to make decisions during these difficult times. Lord, we pray that you will watch over our county and our country and our state. And we pray, Lord, that you will help find a way to eradicate this horrible coronavirus that has so taken over our world. We pray that you will keep those safe that are affected by it. We pray that you will keep those safe that are on the front line dealing with this. We pray for the families who have lost loved ones, have loved ones that are sick, who have children or wives or siblings or anything that have become despondent over this. For Lord, it is a difficult and trying time in the world in which we live. But we know, Lord, that you are there with us, and we continue to ask you to be there with us and to help us be strong in our faith that we will overcome. We ask you to help us to live in faith and not fear, but to be cautious and diligent in our efforts for those around us. Again, Lord, we pray that you will watch over this court and help us to make decisions that are in the benefit of this county and the citizens in which we serve. Thank you, Lord, for all that you've done for us, all that you've given us. In your Son, Jesus' name, we ask these things and pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In honor of the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
I know it's hard with all of this new virtual technology, so bear with us, everybody, but in the interest of making sure we can hear you and you can hear us, just remember to be very quiet until we call you. And if you do have any problems, don't hesitate to just let us know, because we can see you. At this time, I'm going to call the roll, note the date and time, because we have multiple entities, political jurisdictions, ourselves, and the hospital district has joined us. So let me do that first for the clerk. It's 9, as I said, we gavelled in at 9:09. We're on the 3rd floor of the Nueces County Courthouse. It's tax day today. It's Wednesday, July 15th, and it's 901 North Leopard is the address. And although I do note that Commissioner Joe A. Gonzalez is not present at this time, I do have some advance notice that he will be joining us. But for the clerk's notations, at this time, a quorum is present of the County Commissioners Court. And what say you, Hospital District?
I believe that we also have a quorum. If I may, can I call the roll so I know exactly who's here?
I think you should, absolutely.
Thank you. This is John Martinez. I'm present. Sylvia Tryon Oliver.
Present.
Belinda Flores. Vishnu Reddy.
Present.
Thank you. Pamela Brower. I know I see you there, Pamela. Okay. Daniel Dane.
Yes.
Thank you. And John Valls.
Present. Bell Flores is attempting to log in, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yeah, John, I think Belle's in the waiting room, so as soon as Tyner releases her, you can see her, but she's there.
John has control of the meeting right now. John, can you go ahead and admit people?
Okay, Judge, even without Ms. Flores, we do have a quorum.
Well, she's in the waiting room.
Okay.
Everyone is in from the waiting room.
Okay, perfect. And although so many of us are virtual, those of us that are here in Commissioners Court, we do a safety briefing, ladies and gentlemen of the Hospital District. And so I'm going to call for that at this time, if you'll give us a few moments for safety. Timothy?
Good morning, Judge.
Morning.
Commissioners, ma'am, and for those who are working remotely. We're meeting here today on the 3rd floor of the Nueces County Courthouse. Here, the restrooms are located on the 3rd floor atrium as you exit the courtroom on the right-hand side. Please note that there are fire extinguishers located within the courtroom and on the 3rd floor atrium area. Participants responsible for dialing 911 today will be Tyner. In the event there is a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall as you exit the courtroom near the Human Resources Office. CPR certified participants today are anyone that can do it. In case of an evacuation, our egress route will be down the atrium stairs immediately outside the courtroom, proceeding through the double doors located on the La Paz side of the courthouse and muster across the parking lot. In case there is a need to shelter in place, we will shelter and remain in the building and await further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. For those who are working remotely or at home, know your evacuation routes and ensure you do your self-safety inspections. Our shared topics, safety topics for today, July is Ultraviolet Awareness Month. So if you're gonna go out, use sunblock in addition to social preventative field or SPF of at least 6 feet. So make sure you're ensuring your social distancing when you're out there as well. That concludes my brief.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, Tyner, we can move to public comment, and because we know we do have somebody awaiting in the room, the virtual room, I'll let you take over now for public comment.
Thank you. I believe we have Jimmy Fernandez for one, and there may be one other. Let's see if I can find him.
Sir.
So, Dr. Fernandez, just to remind you, in public comment, we're not going to be visiting back with you, but you have the opportunity to visit with us. And then Tyner will be watching the time. And you may proceed, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, board members, stakeholders. My name is Dr. Jimmy Fernandez. I'm the Chief Medical Officer of Armor Health. I just wanted to applaud you for commissioning the MEadow study to gain a better understanding of the growing mental health and behavioral needs of Nueces County. And not unlike other communities throughout the United States, our country is grappling with a growing homeless and indigent population with several types of social community programs independently trying to combat this challenge. It's a daunting task nonetheless. We very much applaud the integrated approach through this study, taking into account all the stakeholders to provide a comprehensive approach. And we feel that that type of integrated approach, taking into account substance abuse, criminogenic risk factors, and mental health disorders is absolutely the right approach and has given us the best success. In closing, we want to make sure that the jails are part of that discussion as far as the early identification and treatment of those individuals, so that then a warm handoff so that that patient could be followed throughout the continuum of care can be undertaken more effectively rather than wait on someone else to make that important identification. Again, this is Jimmy Fernandez with Armor Health. I applaud the county's efforts, and I'm looking forward to the success and the continued attention of this vitally important issue. And lastly, we wanted to make ourselves available to any of the county's needs as far as personal protective equipment testing as it pertains to COVID. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fernandez. Tyner, do we have others that are waiting in our room?
There may be one more, Judge.
Okay, we're going to be very lenient with this in the sense of if somebody was trying to get in that couldn't get in, we will make sure that they have their voices heard. I just don't see any more at this point. We'll pause for just a second so Tyner can repeat the question.
Is there anybody else waiting for public comment at this time?
Hearing none, I'm going to proceed to the joint meeting of the Nueces County Commissioners Court and the Nueces County Hospital District. Tyner, I understand that we both have made these incredible arrangements. It's kind of almost unprecedented to be able to do both of these entities virtual, and so I'm excited about this opportunity. It gives Nueces County to hear from both of us. We both have a vested stake in behavioral health. We are charged with behavioral health by mandate by the state of Texas, and the hospital district under. Okay.
Right? I mean,
Not since fifth grade.
Getting him back. Sorry about your individual monitors.
Okay, but what we're going to do, Tyner, if I understand it correctly, is have the presentation by the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute at this time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so while we're
Well,
setting that up.
Actually, we have Melissa standing by. The hospital district allowed us to do our COVID presentation
Okay.
in their part, during their part.
Okay, so you want us to proceed with that first?
Yes,
And
Melissa,
then gives you a chance to come in?
yeah, Melissa is on the telephone. Melissa, go ahead and unmute yourself and go ahead and give your report, please.
Can you hear me right now?
We can.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, commissioners. So we, as in emergency management, my emergency management team, we're continuing to move forward on all of our operations, our testing operations, testing for employees, testing for your large communal areas. We also have other projects that are moving forward as well. Other than testing, we're looking at our alternative care sites as well as the isolation facility potential that we have here to set up to help support surge capacity in those that are in need of isolation outside of their personal home. Those are just a few things. Some of the other things we're working on is making sure that we're messaging the need for convalescent plasma and how helpful that is to go through the blood bank to donate that plasma for those that have recovered from COVID-19. We're also in the process of setting up clinics in order to provide care to those that don't necessarily require hospitalization so that we can free up the capacity that we have both in the emergency rooms and the actual hospital rooms. And those are just a few of the items that we're working on right now, as well as our hurricane season. We work on our reentry program, so our partners have the ability to stay here or come back quickly after a hurricane to help get us set back up. So there's a lot of different operations that are happening right now. That was just a quick update, but does anybody have questions on those items at this time?
We have a question from Commissioner Vaughn. Melissa.
Melissa, I'm getting a lot of questions on how we're testing and how we're getting the numbers, and one of the big things is the active numbers. How long is it before y'all check on these people, these citizens, to see if they're over it? Is it 7 days, 14 days? What is it?
Are you saying the time for them to isolate or the return time for their test?
The return time, after where you can take them off the active list. Because it doesn't look like the active list ever goes down.
It's interesting, Commissioner Vaughn, Melissa, I actually spoke to Annette about this. I think that we do need more efforts placed on phone calling. I can tell you that you're right. I think you're talking, about recovered.
Yes. Right.
And I think it's a larger number than what we've got. And so I think that that's so just so you know, it's really not our department, it's the health department. But having said that, Melissa can follow up for you with Annette. She and I spoke about it. She knows, she's aware, and she's going to try to put some more efforts into making sure that we can follow up with all of these folks. The answer is we do follow up. It was just a lot easier when it wasn't 500 people a day.
Yeah.
And so I think that, like anything, you've got to say, well, instead of contact tracing, because we've lost complete control on contact tracing, maybe we put those people onto calling recovered. And just so you know, we have a really good reason, besides getting the numbers right, to call them. And that's, we want to ask them to be a donor.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's a double whammy. So
And
let us.
Commissioner Vaughn, right now we have different testing options and labs and processes that we're using. So the return of the result varies, but we're looking at 24 to 72 hours. There's a few circumstances that it takes a little bit longer. So once those results come in, yes, you can move forward. And Judge, I think that's a great idea to use those same folks to start now reaching back out and making sure that we're communicating with those individuals that have recovered.
Okay, and you're not going to like what I'm getting ready to say, but I'm going to say it because I've had several people tell me this. I had someone cleaning our carpet on the weekend, and the gentleman tells me that his brother, and his sister-in-law went to get tested. They got to the line to get tested. The wait was so long, they waited a while, and they said it's going to be another hour and a half, so they left. Then, in the mail, they got that they had tested positive. This is not the first one I've heard. So I think that needs to be looked at, because I'll tell you what's happening. The community is skeptical. I mean, they don't believe government. And I think the judge has tried everything in the world she can to be transparent, and I think they have been. But these tests, I think people are questioning what is going on and what is legitimate and what's not. They're saying that the negatives are not getting reported, and that makes a difference. It came out in Florida this morning on the news that they had not recorded their negatives and that some of the tests were recorded incorrectly. And I think that if we want public to trust us, then and I don't know, Melissa, how you have control over that, but I just think we've got to look at it.
Yeah, Melissa, this came up in one of our big TDM calls this week. I know you were on it with Chief Pena. And I think the real issue is that there has been some difficulty with some of the labs with the military testing. And that's probably
Where it came from.
part of that story. I don't know, but I'm going to guess that maybe you could even find out for me which testing it was. But I can tell you with our health department testing and with our county testing, all of the testing that we're kind of we really focus on health department. We do provide logistics for the military, but our testing does have, I guess, a system of checks and balances. The biggest complaint we've heard is how long it takes to get your results back. And that is a result of national laboratory pressures. And so we probably do it the fastest when it's done here locally with your health department. That's a quick turnaround. And it's a quick positive. If you're positive, you're going to get a phone call quickly. If you're testing through your own doctor or your own private lab, that could take 4 to 5 days. If you're testing with the military, the same amount of time. So there's going to be different results being given at different times. But we are, I would say that the system, if you will, is at a breaking point. And so what we're doing is bringing in help. And that's one thing, Melissa, if you don't mind, without going into, not leaving Mrs. Vaughn's question, but I want to hit on some other topics as it may generate other questions.
Can I stay on hers, though?
Of course.
If you don't mind, just for a second,
Of
because I had a couple of comments on that, too, before you jumped off. I too am extremely concerned on these numbers and how they're reported. And again, I don't know what to do about it, but I think, and it comes off the city's website, right? But it's really concerning to me because I try to post these numbers all the time, just like Commissioner Vaughn, a lot of people do. And and I can't go back and answer all the comments, and I don't try to go do it. I'm just trying to put it out there. But so I've come up with this new graph that is kind of modeled after that Lubbock County reporting. But I can't even fill in those numbers with good conscience because the negatives are underreported. And again, this is like happening everywhere. So it's not just here, I don't think, but the numbers are the numbers are underreported, the recovereds are underreported. And so if the negatives are underreported, then that means the positive rates and negative rates are not right. So I couldn't even, when I put a graph out yesterday, I put on there, I couldn't even put it out in good conscience because I know that it's wrong. So I have to put on there, I'm not reporting these numbers because of, so I'm kind of wondering if the city should change how they report, because if you go to the city's little website and it has the reporting thing and it'll say number of tests, 195, number of positives, 605. So it's like 300% are reporting positive because of the way they're reporting the negative. So it's driving up the rates and it's really confusing people. And I know the big deal here is hospital beds and staffing and sick people, and I get it. I mean, I'm not trying to say that I know this is real, I know this is serious, but it is causing such a fervor in this community how these numbers are being reported and how they're not reported correctly.
Right.
I don't know what to do about it other than just tell the city, quit reporting the percentages because they're wrong.
Causing a panic. It
And
really
just
is.
report new cases, hospital beds, ICU stuff.
I'll visit with them. I'll
Because it's
visit
just,
with them.
it's horrible.
I'll visit with them.
It's so bad.
Look, I think
And
what.
I know this
what-
isn't at you,
Right,
right?
but I
Please know
hear
that.
what you're saying, I really do, and I think what you're both saying, if I hear you correctly, but I'd like for you to let me know, is that when the numbers are the most accurate, you can actually drive the message home better.
Yes.
In other words, you can, if somebody isn't believing in government, they will believe more if you're more accurate.
Right.
So either way, whatever you feel on the spectrum,
Right.
it's gonna be better for both of us if we get, I'm gonna say it, the best information, of course, accurate information possible. I can just tell you that the military test, for example, last weekend in Robstown, we tested 600 people. That's a tremendous volume on one day. What I can tell you is when the health department tests, and we're testing every day, rest assured, there's no problems with positives or negatives. None whatsoever. Because we have control 100%. We know how many people tested, and we know how many people are positive. When we test here at the county with county employees, and you know, we're just a big employer, so I like to use us as an example. We also know exactly how many negatives and how many positives. When the private labs come in, it gets a little tricky. But I can tell you that all your hospitals are also very, very accurate on their reporting. So when all the hospitals report, we're good. So where is there a possible deficit? There's a possible deficit in the military testing. You might sign up, but not test.
And that's
Okay?
where it's at.
And sometimes that causes an issue. But what I can tell you is the overwhelming majority of the data, okay? I'm not gonna tell you there's no error, is accurate. And the real number that you really wanna see is what is your positive rate when we tested the health department? And that lately has been 30%. That number is super high and it's incredibly accurate.
But I
That
think-
means every time we test, I'm sorry.
No, my bad.
In a mobile testing, we're hitting 30, so let's say 200 people come, or 100 people, doesn't matter what, we've been able to track it very effectively, and we're getting a 30% positive rate inside our own health department testing. That's what we're seeing.
But I think there's a much lower rate in the private, as you call,
Yeah.
testing, because a lot of those people, I think, are doing it just to see.
Sure,
right?
or for work.
Yeah, right, and so what's driving the number up is that these other thousands of negatives aren't being reported. Again, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but it is so hard to put out information when I don't have any faith in the information I'm putting out, not the county information.
understand.
The total information, because the city reports all the positive cases, wherever they came from, county, private labs.
Yes.
Because private labs by law have to give us the
Have to.
positives. So we know we're getting all the positives from the private labs, but we know we're probably not getting, and maybe that's changed recently, because I've been trying to work with Annette on this and I know you have too, for several weeks, because she was gonna work on that, but I don't know that we ever are gonna catch up. And so when I put out this, like I said, you can look at it and it'll say 600 new tests, or 600 new cases and 100 new tests, or 200 new I mean, it's impossible. You look at the data and it's impossible to match it up. So I get it. I'm not trying to beat the dead horse. I don't know what to do about it, but we have to
So I'll keep
continue
on
to hammer
pressing.
on it, because
I'll keep on
I
pressing.
think you're right on the county. I just don't think, and we're missing thousands and thousands, because these private labs, they're testing a lot.
So the private labs are
Thousands.
testing a lot of people.
Thousands.
But I also don't want to get into a huge science discussion, but I also want you to know that when you get a negative, unless you confirm it by PCR test, it means nothing. And so the reason you don't report those is because scientifically, your PCR test is the only one that confirm your antigen negative. So when you see that there's 400 people testing at an urgent care clinic, these are antigen tests. And if you get a positive, you should feel really good that you have COVID-19. But if you get a negative, they recommend that you get another test to confirm that negative. And those negatives are not being reported, but they can't, because they are not true blue negatives.
But my
until you
understanding,
go to the PCR.
you're right, and my understanding from the private labs I talked to were they are then still confirming with another PCR. They
That's
send the
correct.
negative off.
If the person agrees to pay.
Right, and when they go in and get these rapids, at some of them, they're very expensive, and my understanding is they are still sending these negatives off to get PCR confirmation. So at some point, they ought to be counted as a negative.
Right.
Whether, and I agree with you on they're supposed to go get a PCR confirmation, and they need to do that, or they need to go get another test. But at some point, if they are getting the PCR confirmations, then those ought to be counted, and they're not, somehow not getting counted. And from what I understand too, even on these ELISAs and Sophias and these tests, the false negatives are still very, very low. They say they're still coming back low, but because they're getting any, they have to still
Do the
send them-
PCR.
Right, and they, at least the one I talked to said they were doing the PCR confirmations on the negatives. So, anyway.
Yeah, we all agree. I got a
done.
lot of questions about zip codes, I want you to
Ages
know
and all kinds of
that
stuff.
we're trying.
I know.
I just want you to also know that what I want to emphasize is that, and I said this the other day, is the more information you get, the more people will listen. So let's get it. Let's not argue about whether we should or we shouldn't. Let's just do it. But I also want everybody to know that COVID-19 is everywhere, and you should just accept that zip codes are only if you're a statistician, because if you're interested in public health, you need to protect yourself everywhere. There is no zip code that I'm aware of, and I get a lot of good information that has no COVID-19. So it's everywhere. That's what community spread means. It means you can live in 78412, but your grocery store might be in 78401. So you are going to find COVID-19 everywhere. And in fact, the one data that should really be published is that 1 in 13 citizens, so we know how many positives we have, right? Current cases positive. In other words, you take the last 14 days. And when you take the last 14 days and you assume that all those people are still positive and in their incubation period, 1 out of every 13 citizens in Nueces County has COVID-19. That's a stat. It doesn't matter how many negatives you have. It doesn't. Because positives over 360,000 gives you the 1 in 13. That makes us the #1 county in Texas for COVID-19 cases. So even if you had all the negatives perfectly counted, it doesn't change the fact that you have so many positives per capita, meaning per individual, that you're 1 in 13. That means every time you go to Lowe's, H-E-B, or any major, or even in this courthouse, 1 in 13 have it. So it's super, super important to do all these preventative measures that we know work. And that's the statistic I really want that we in emergency management are kind of driving home. But we're going to keep working hard because, again, I believe you should do everything you can to convince people. And if giving them a zip code is going to do it, let's get the zip code. It's different for different people, what makes them feel like the information is valuable. So you got to give it to them. And I do know that there is one, I don't want to single them out, but I know that the largest urgent care clinic is reporting their negatives. So that's a good thing. Quickly, let me tell you that I'm going to be extending the vessel order today. That's because it expires today. Thank you, Laura, for keeping me on track. That vessel order makes sure that anybody who has a suspected or a verified case of COVID-19 and coming into our port, we say stop. And we make sure that, that they have authority from the health department to make sure that they can make an offload safely. If they cannot, they need to quarantine offshore. That vessel order has kept our third largest port safe, and I'm grateful to County Attorney for keeping me straight on that. Also, there's this very amazing ad campaign that's launching today. Thank you to Commissioner Al Jones for spearheading it, and the CCR EDC, Bill Pettis Advertising, and so many others that have donated. We're going to have a first-class ad campaign. We're also teaming up with the governor's office. State of Texas did a first-class, kind of a lot of famous celebrities and Texans, from Matthew McConaughey to, I'm trying to think of who else I saw in there. I think.
That's all you have to say?
That's true.
That's all you have to say?
That's right. That's true. It's all kinds of great people. So just know that if you will please tag onto it with your social media, it will make a big difference. I'm pretty much convinced nobody really, in greater numbers, if you're a millennial or watching us at 5 o'clock, that's okay. I don't take it personally, but this is a better way to reach the right crowd. And so please tag on to all of that. Also, there's been a lot of discussion about schools. Thank you to all of you, commissioners, for sending me your concerns. And I do believe after last night, I think there is going to be some flexibility. That's the signal we're getting from TEA. Flexibility is the word. More, as they say, more to be discussed later. But what has been discussed amongst our own local school districts, both rural and city, is a possible later start time for in-person, but keeping the normal date for remote. This still brings challenges for our rural schools. So if you're listening out there and you're in Banquete or Petronila or Driscoll, we know the challenges. We also know from our Title I schools the challenges. When we first went remote after spring break, At Ray High School, 800 packets were picked up. That means 800 families did not have the capability of going online. Think about that. That's almost 50% of Ray High School's population. So I really want you to understand there's tremendous complexities and challenges, but we're going to meet them. We will meet them. Dr. Hernandez has really done a great job of spearheading multiple calls this week. He did one for me yesterday with rural school districts, and he did one with all of the inner city school districts. And the consensus is that we can start when they want us to start, but it'll have to be remote. And then if we can get the flexibility given to us by the state, we believe an after Labor Day start for in-person would be best. I support our school districts in this endeavor, and I hope that TEA will give us the official announcement that this will be allowed. We appreciate their flexibility during this crisis. So that's what I have to say about schools. There's also been a lot of discussion about the federal response teams. You should know that we have multiple federal response teams here in Corpus Christi, along with state response teams. We also have orders that are being considered at all levels. We've been talking to all the Gulf Coast County judges about beaches, and we yesterday reached out to the General Land Office again to explain to them, once again, this public emergency necessitates some action. Port Aransas and from Port Aransas to Clayburgh County to Cameron County, whose beaches are currently closed till June 27th, all wish to have some sort of consistent order. So we hope to bring you that information soon. A big thank you to Danielle Hale, who's been helping us with hurricane preparedness. We talk a lot about cross-collateralization, and we did it. We had to reach out, and we're grateful to other entities who have been assisting us while we have been really swamped. If there's any other questions on all those matters that I've said, ad campaign, schools, vessels, orders, we didn't talk about medicines or resources, but suffice it to say that we give thanks to TDM and Chief Kidd for getting us remdesivir this week, bringing us the DMAT team, bringing us over 60 nurses to Christus Spawn and over 40 to CCMC. That should tell us all something. That's what I have as my wrap-up, Melissa, for COVID-19.
Judge, are you going to, it says on this agenda item, alternate care sites, are we going to do that later with the hospital district boards, or what, is that being discussed?
Happy to mess with that as well right now if we want to. The COVID clinic is different than the alternate care site. Melissa mentioned it in her report. The clinic is a clinic that would be kind of co-sponsored, if you will, with Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation, Amistad Wellness. Those are our federally qualified health center here in our community, the Nueces County Medical Society, and the location would be the Physicians West Medical Building. Laura has helped me sign an amendment to a lease that we have with them to be able to locate there. And we also hope that we can stand this clinic up as soon as possible. I wish I could give you a timeline, but I guess if I had to say what my goal was, would be in the next 2 weeks. There is some, like all of the plexiglass, and all the good things that we have here to protect us, those have to be put in place there to protect the people that would be coming in and the people that would be working there.
But this is different than
an alternate care site. This would be a free clinic for active patients.
Right, and this wouldn't affect the discussion on the other memorial
Correct.
site. Right, in other words, this is not in the part of the building that's supposed to be torn down.
Correct. This is a medical clinic. You might remember it's located, I don't think I have memorized the address, but it's on Hospital Boulevard. There's 2 large buildings. It's very nice. It's just, this building has not been occupied after Harvey. It just didn't get occupied. And the owner is Hospital District. The tenant is Christus Spawn. We were already in the county leasing some space there. So I have adjusted that amendment under my emergency powers to be able to go in there. And they're cleaning it up for us. And again, this is for active patients in hopes that we can make a difference in not getting them to the hospital. In other words, if you have COVID, we want to keep those ERs as low as possible on our numbers. But there's a wellness regimen that can be utilized. And that needs to be done with a doctor and under a doctor's care. They'll be working under the Good Samaritan rules and laws, and so we're going to need some help there with military staffing, medical personnel, and we've asked for that as well.
And I just constantly get questions when this stuff comes up, and I think just because people are not exactly clear, and so that's part of what I want to do.
Go ahead.
Is the clinic that you're talking about is not in the area of Memorial, that the other
Correct.
alternative care site, which may or may not still being discussed, but at this point, we're not discussing that other alternative care site, right? Or
So,
is that?
so I just want to make sure that we answer your first question.
Right.
That
COVID clinic is
it's
different
very
and
confusing
out.
because I like to say Memorial Campus because that's how we all identify it.
And that is what
Memorial is
yes.
so huge.
Right.
You know, it just means that it's on the property that was originally given to us by the Baptist Foundation. But it's a separate building. They were medical doctors' offices. Has nothing to do with the hospital at all. It's just part of the campus.
And so that's the one that you were talking about, I think, on the news the other night.
Correct.
And
Free clinic.
right, and people were calling me going, wait, I thought, and I'm like, I don't think that's what she was talking about, but let me go back and make sure.
Right.
And then on the
On the other one.
Pardon me?
On the other one.
Right, on the other one, are we discussing that? Is that?
Yes.
Is that today's discussion or?
I mean, we
I don't wanna
can't,
get
we
off-
can't.
Well,
I
I'm
just want to
trying
make sure that
stay on
people
track.
understand the distinction, that
I do too.
the reason the clinic is so needed is because when you have 5,000 cases, okay, and you've got to be able to find a way to monitor these people, to be able to see how we can help them. Annette Rodriguez said she's never in her 30-year career seen so many people die at home. And this is a result of not being able to have sort of the understanding, education, and monitoring that can take place. And so this clinic is a very important piece of our community's wellness. And we're so grateful to the doctors that would offer their time for free to do it. However, there is a lot of things that need to happen in order to get that clinic going. And so I just want to make sure that you all know why we need it. And the reason is we have too many cases. We're trying to suppress the numbers going to our emergency rooms. And although there's no cure for COVID-19 and there's no necessarily regimen, if you're diabetic, you need to be doing certain things. There might be certain medications that you can be on prophylactically to help you. Everything from supplements like vitamins all the way to anticoagulants, blood thinners, and some steroids, depending on your own health conditions. So that's what that clinic is all about. The alternate care site is about putting more beds in our community during this time of crisis. And that is the alternate care site. Just so you guys know, we have multiple alternate care sites going on in our community right now, but they happen to be located inside our hospitals. What do I mean? I mean that we've had to flex or call it surge 3 or 4 times already inside our hospitals in order to create more beds. We've done it at Christus at least 4 times that I can count, and multiple times at HCA. And there is a point where there is no room to flex or surge safely anymore. You could create trauma beds in the cafeteria. You can triage anybody, anywhere if you're a trauma surgeon. But that's not good if you are a member of our community. So there is a limit to flexing or surging inside our hospitals. So if Dr. Blow were standing right here, he would say, we have alternate care sites. They're inside our hospitals right now, working in areas that were not ICU sites before, but we have made them ICU sites now. The alternate care site that you're speaking of is the Memorial Medical Center second floor addition that was done in the 80s that we brought up at least 3 months ago. It would provide 40 more beds. And yes, the discussion is definitely revived because it's very clear that in 3 weeks, we do not have enough hospital capacity in our community. That's not a guess. That's absolutely the truth. How do I know? Because I'm on the calls that talk about bringing field hospitals to South Texas. I was on the call yesterday where Laredo has a Red Roof Inn that they're going to make an entire hospital. There is so much concern about our numbers and our hospital capacity that the Department of Defense has come in with all of these extra personnel. So is there a discussion about those 40 beds? Yes, there is. What the outcome is, we still need to talk to the hospital district about that. The big impediment, have you ever, remember that song, I Can See Clearly Now, because the rain has cleared? So I feel like I can see very clearly now that our own hospitals cannot manage or cannot staff this alternate care site that was proposed. They have no ability to do it because they have no ability to staff themselves their own facilities. That's why they've had to call in FEMA. I'm sorry, call in the DOD resources. So what's very clear is if these 40 beds were to be, put forth, we would need military personnel from Fort Hood, Fort Sam Houston, or SAMC to come in, or any medical personnel, any military medical personnel to come and manage it. And that's what Hillary Watt had been saying all along, is that this would need to be a military medical disaster team that would come in and man it. So.
And and you've hit on the exact point, Judge, and I appreciate that, because that was kind of my, excuse me, questions on it, is because what I keep hearing is, at the moment, right, and you're looking farther down the line, I get that, we have enough beds, we don't have enough staff, because even if we had these 40 beds or 100 beds or 200 beds or whatever the community may determine it needs, we don't have the staff to operate all those beds. My second concern is not saying that there might not be an alternative care site needed. It's the whole memorial issue, and that it's supposed to be knocked down, and to spend money on potentially a facility that is slated to be knocked down in 2023. Those things certainly concern me, and I know that there are other areas. I know, and I get Spawn's talking about building a new psych area with the 3D East, I think it is, that there's some beds over there that could be done potentially, but that's currently slated for this, the new psych stuff that we're talking about. Maybe that should be put on hold for a minute, and we make those the new 40 beds or however many beds that could go over there.
Yeah,
And
so they're
I'm just-
using
I'm
that
trying to-
area.
Right, I'm just trying to make sure that, and you addressed it very well, and I appreciate that, because that's what I keep hearing is, it doesn't matter how many, it doesn't matter, sounds wrong.
I know what you
The
mean.
amount of beds
The
is not.
staff.
Yeah, it's the staff. And so that would concern me about going out and doing the 40 beds at Memorial for the cost to a building that is slated for demolition. But that doesn't mean I don't necessarily acknowledge that we still may need some beds at some point and
Right.
somewhere. I'm just concerned about it being Memorial, not the campus, but the
I know what
Memorial.
you mean.
I'm not talking the clinic. And I'm concerned about the staffing functions. I know there's supposedly, from what I've been told, more surge teams supposedly coming. I know we don't believe it until we see the whites of their eyes, because as I talk to doctors and they tell me, boy, it's hard to find them too. It's hard to, you can say we're going to send a surge team, but getting that surge team actually here and having the people that are qualified is another whole big battle. So I just want to clearly articulate, so the decision hasn't been made to do the 40 beds at Memorial at this point. It's on the table, but it hadn't been made, and we're not making it at this point. I'm just trying to see where we are.
I will tell you that when I walked in, I was on the phone. When I walked into this courthouse, and I was on the phone, and I told somebody that I made a mistake. I should have fought harder. I should have fought harder, because we need those 40 beds. I let everybody just, fight about it when I knew, as the emergency manager, that this day would come. And it's here. And I knew that we would be able to get medical personnel to staff it if needed. And I let really good people and really smart people who had really valid concerns make me believe that somehow that was the right thing. It was not the right thing. The right thing would have been to spend $2.6 million to get 40 more beds because we need them right now. And the same staff that's outfitting Christus can outfit this one. And if you or someone you love needs one of those 40 beds, I guarantee you, you think your life is worth more than $2.6 million, because I know mine is. And that's the issue. And I can make the best case in the world, but at the end of the day, we're in a pandemic and we're in an emergency, and we need to make emergency decisions. And $2.6 million is the new proposal on the table, and it is so worth it. I'm going to tell you something, to rent a hotel, just to rent the hotel, not put oxygen, not put one medical piece in it, would cost about $500,000 a month. Okay? We have a perfect solution here to have, and again, I truly believe that we had a great idea. We knew it was for preparedness for one day. Now, I'm going to be honest, I didn't think it was going to be the summer. I was thinking this 40-bed unit would be helpful in the fall when we had flu and had this type of nightmare. This nightmare came way sooner than I thought. But I should have been willing to risk more. I should have fought harder, and I'm mad at myself because every bone in my body said that 40-bed, $2.6 million memorial thing it needed to be done. But instead, I let people convince me that we should go ask the hospitals, and we should ask people to basically decide for us in an emergency. And that's not why I'm here. I'm here to make the hard decisions. And so, yes, is it on the table? You bet it is. And do we need those 40 beds? You bet we do. And do we need staff? Absolutely. And we've been working hard all weekend, from the governor's office to TDM to our congressional offices, to try to identify the right military. And if you put those 40 beds up and you don't use them this summer, I promise you, you are better off making sure that they're there for you, for an incident team to come in and use them, than for not. And they don't have to be ICU beds. They can be convalescent plasma beds, they can be step-down beds, they can be med-surg beds, they can be a multitude of things. But right now, a field tent is being discussed. And that is, ask the Valley about field tents. They took a measurement on the ground, and it was 120 degrees on the ground. Keeping those field tents close to oxygen and an abundant supply of oxygen, and keeping them close to, and keeping them air conditioned are very, very difficult.
Why couldn't you use, because you're talking about field tents, why couldn't you use, and putting the 40 beds aside for a minute, but why couldn't you use the Henry Garrett Ballroom, the fairgrounds, all that space that no one is using right now?
Because of the medical gases that are needed, Brent.
Okay.
Because of the oxygen mainly. O2 is very, very critical, and being able to get a consistent supply of oxygen. It's an excellent question. Excellent question. And if you were just triaging, maybe that would be an awesome thing to do. Or American Bank
I'm
Center.
saying instead of field tents. I'm saying, right.
But what you really want is the closest thing to a hospital that you can find. And that's why this is so good. And remember, there also is a complete way to address the concerns that you have and some of the other people have brought up about, well, I thought we were going to knock it down. We are, and we will. We can have a clause that says in June 1 of 2021.
2023.
Well, I know, but let's just say 2021.
Sorry.
I want to see COVID go away next year. Let's just say by June 1, 2021, this is not needed anymore. Or if it is, even if it is needed, you agree, by June 2021, it's all gone because that's our demolition date. It's still worth it.
But wouldn't it be, and I don't know the answer to this, and I'm legitimately asking, because to me, if we can spend some money, it's the hospital district board's money, so I'll let them spend their money. I'll spend it for them. No, I'm kidding. But if we can spend some money at Spawn or Driscoll or HCA or something like that and add on to those hospitals. And I don't know that that's realistic, okay, I
Right.
don't know. And then know that those 40 beds would be here forever and not
Right.
just until
So I wish you could do
demolition.
that for
And I don't-
2.6 million, but.
No, I don't say it's 2.6.
I mean, you couldn't do it for 200 million, just so you
I don't-
know. But or maybe you could for 200, but it would be close to that. Remember the new tower at Spawn, just so you guys know, Spawn has a total census of 324 beds. Okay, that's a total census. When I tell you that Christus has flexed, let me just share with you, we went from 24 beds to 220 beds that are COVID there. 24 beds to 220. So everything has been done at both hospitals to get the maximum number of beds there. Entire telemetry wings have been obliterated, okay? So it is with tremendous, like I said, a heavy heart that I tell myself, you know, I just let it go. I knew it was the right thing. That's why I spent a month preparing it. That's why we did all the engineering.
Well, Judge, doesn't
And I
sound like
just-
you've let it go, so don't beat yourself up.
No,
over
I
it.
did,
It's,
because
people can still weigh in on
I
it.
knew it.
Okay.
I knew this darn day would come, and it did. And I'm mad at myself that I didn't fight harder. So I told somebody this morning, I'm not gonna let it go this time, because now people are dying. And they're dying like crazy. And they're not just people with underlying conditions. When we do adjournments in memory, I'm gonna adjourn in memory of a beautiful couple who were in their 30s, who were literally, whose wedding invitation is hanging on the refrigerator of a dear friend of mine. And now they're both gone.
But Judge, that isn't, but Judge, wait, you can't do that to yourself. That's not, we have beds in this community right now. In other
I'm
words-
gonna tell you
No, no,
something.
No, wait.
Not really.
Well, but I'm saying, nobody that I know of has, and if I'm wrong, someone will correct me quickly, has passed away because we didn't have enough hospital beds. So what I've been told in this community right now.
I don't know, Brent.
Well,
I might have
I
to
don't know, and someone
disagree.
can correct me, but I mean, you can't beat yourself up on that because from what I've been told, and if this is wrong, that we have enough hospital beds currently to do what we need to do in this community. What we don't have is enough staff. So in other words, at this point, I don't think, and I'm not sure where it all ends up, but I'm not sure that at this point, you've done anything that you should be beating yourself up over, because my understanding is that we do currently have enough beds, and I think that's an important message to send to the community. I don't want to scare the community. Right now, what I hear is we have enough beds in this community to take care of the needs that we have right now today and for the foreseeable, not the unforeseeable, but for the short foreseeable future, but we don't have enough staff. That's the message
So-
here. Guys,
so
we
just so
have
you
beds,
know,
we don't have staff.
I disagree. I will tell you that I talk
They-
to these folks all the time, every morning. We do need staff, but we have been rescued now 4 times with staff, 4
No,
times.
but I'm saying, you disagree that we don't have enough beds
I
right now?
don't think
right
we
now?
have enough beds for what we're gonna see in the next 3
For
weeks.
what we're going to see, okay.
By the end, but that's what we have to prepare for. We have to prepare for additional 200 beds, and we don't have it.
Okay, but right now, so the community knows, and so you don't beat yourself up, we have enough beds to handle what we have now. We don't have enough staff, and
but
we're working
let me
on it.
just tell
And
you a
And
story.
you believe that in the
Yes.
future, we need more?
I think
Okay.
that every day is dynamic. I think that we have some beds, but we don't have a surplus of beds. When 600 people get diagnosed positive, 7% of those people will wind up in the hospital. Okay? Just yesterday, do the math, 7% of 600, okay? So those people will wind up needing hospitalization. We are running out of room daily. Are we at 100% no beds? No, there's a couple, but I'm telling you, people are having difficulties getting beds. The ER rooms are full, and there is a long wait, and sometimes they send you home because they have to prioritize based on what's available. But we have flexed and flexed and flexed and flexed, and these rates are untenable. We can't have another 600 day. Just so you know, when I opened my eyes this morning at 6:15, we had 200 positives already. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? We cannot keep up this rate. They result in hospitalizations. We have 326 people in the hospital. 326 people in the hospital as of yesterday evening. 3 weeks ago, we had 41. You understand? It doesn't, you can't keep up. We're gonna run out. And so you've got to get ready. And I think that's the problem, is that you don't, as I told Dr. Blow, you're an amazing human being and a great doctor. And you need both in this world of the pandemic. And so as a human being, he's doing everything he can to bring as many beds online. But I always say, okay, so you're bringing 24th, what then? He goes, well, then I'll do this. I said, fine, what then? Then he says, I'll put another 10 here. Fine, what then? Because I'm counting in my brain to get to the 200. And then he says, okay, I get it. And what he gets is that there is a ending point to what then. There is a stopping point where other healthcare gets compromised. Because we still have strokes in this community, heart attacks in this community. We're still delivering babies in this community. We're still doing, there's car accidents in this community and this region. And you still have to make sure your healthcare operations are functioning at the highest level for all of those people. And that's where the stress comes in. When your hospital is 60% COVID, that means there's only 40% left of that hospital for everything else. Trust me, I am 100% in favor of keeping COVID inside our big units because of the ancillary services that they have. It's not just about doctors and nurses. It's about respiratory therapists. It's about phlebotomists. It's about radiologists. It's about everything. So it's easier to keep flexing. But I'm letting this audience know that there is a moment where you can't flex anymore, and we're getting there. And it happened in Laredo already. And it happened, that's why they're putting that's why they have a hotel that's going to be a hospital this week. And it happened in the Valley. And I'm telling you guys that we're next. And that is why it's concerning to me. And so I think that, like I said, we need to do everything we can. Now, I want you to know that Driscoll has made a very generous offer. They have 10 beds, and I would like to use those beds. But they cannot treat anybody under the age of 26. And we do not have anybody under the age of 26 in ICU. So those 10 ICU beds are available to us, and I am working with our team to get us a military staffing for those 10 beds. That would bring us 10 more beds to our community. Doesn't seem like a lot, but it does if you're one of those 10. So we're doing everything before we have to go to this extreme, in my opinion. And I think that's important to know.
Did Driscoll also have a wing, Judge, somewhere that said?
No, sir, they have 10 ICU unit beds.
I know that, but in addition to that, they have a wing there that hasn't been used or wasn't being used, that, I don't know, hospital district or somebody was checking with them to see if we could use that wing.
I've spoken and done all the vetting. They have 10 ICU beds to give. That's what they can give. And they do not feel comfortable because they are a pediatric hospital, working with anybody over the age of 26. That is what's going on.
Well, Judge, have they looked at Northwest Hospital out at Cal Allen? I mean, the only thing that's open there, I think, is the emergency, but that was a hospital. It's in good shape. And, I mean.
So that's owned by HCA, and they don't want to use we have to have a license, to go do it. And that one definitely has been,
Looked at.
it is being currently looked at still, all of them. But remember, what you own is always better than having to go and be in somebody else's property. And that's the thing. There was Kindred, remember? Kindred also hospital, I think it was on Staples, way out Staples. But that's being sold for $6 million, just the building. And it's not in any shape or form that we could utilize. So again, there was a tremendous amount of effort to say what would be the best resource. And we're doing everything we can. But it is so important for people to recognize. That's why the clinic is important. Because the more we can suppress those hospital visits, the better we're going to do. But it's very daunting that we need so many more beds. Different kinds of beds, right? Not just ICU beds, but different kinds of beds. And that's why I say the 40 beds don't have to be ICU. ICU takes such a huge staff requirement. They could be step-down beds. They could be, that means that maybe you don't have to be in this intensivity of care, but you can be in a lesser care that would put less strain on a military medical team to come in and help. But when there are disasters in Puerto Rico, in Florida, or in Texas, medical teams come and they assemble all the time. They can come and do this because that's what they're trained to do. So I feel comfortable that we asked the wrong question. And Johnny Hip, I know you're listening. Johnny, we made a mistake. We went to the hospitals and asked them if they would help us. We should have built these beds and known that the federal government would assist us, because they always assist when people need care and help. And that's what the state of Texas recognized.
This is Mary Esther Guerra with the County Attorney's Office.
Yes.
This matter is not on the Nueces County District's agenda.
Okay, well, sue me, Mary Esther.
It really would not be appropriate for Mr. Hip or any of the board members to discuss the COVID clinic or the COVID response
Yeah, and Mary
at this
Esther,
time.
thank you for your comments, Mary Esther, but they're not asked to discuss it. It's a hypothetical query I am posing to Johnny. I'm not saying for him to answer it, for it to be discussed.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
a
you, Judge.
COVID-19 discussion. Anyway, okay,
Judge.
Brent, you opened the can of worms.
Judge, let me ask you something.
I'm joking.
Because there's been so many deaths, and it seems like when we first started out, there were like 8, and it seemed like they went a long time and got well, and you only had a few. And all of a sudden, I know because we have more and there are different complications. Are the hospitals using any other drug other than
Remdesivir?
Yeah, because there's other things that are being used across the country. I'm just curious, and here's my concern. Is when the people go into the hospital, they can't let their families in, which is unfortunate, which I think that should change, and that's not going to happen. But it seems like if a doctor and nurse can wear a shield, you can have someone go in with your patient, because you can never bring that life back. And the pain those families must feel because they weren't there when their loved one dies is awful. And you have no better advocate for you than your family. Because when you go in hospitals, as hard as nurses and doctors try, you don't get one-on-one attention. But your family helps take care of you when you need something. And I just don't understand why they can't at their own risk, give them a shield or something so they can be there with their loved one. But my question, are we trying anything different?
I'm going to try to get a doctor to come and really help us answer that question. I just feel inadequate to answer it. I can only tell you that I know that they're trying everything in their power to use the drugs that show some promise. I know that convalescent plasma therapy is also being used. But other than remdesivir and the cocktail of prednisone and Decadron and some of the other ones the reason I know the names is because we fill out the STAR requests. And so we see the list of medication that they're looking for. But I know that they're doing everything in their power to save lives. But this is a very mean virus, and definitely if you have underlying conditions, it doesn't help. It makes it worse. But they're also seeing people that would not have died from any underlying health condition but for COVID. So that's the scary part.
Yeah.
But I think I'll ask him to come and give us if he's too busy, which he probably is, he can give me a written report and I could read.
Okay, thank you.
I'll definitely ask. I'm just not familiar enough to know. Other than the ones that I said that, we're always looking for, which is the remdesivir.
And I think the public would want to know, so that would be wonderful. if you
Yeah,
could do that.
I think he'd be happy to do that. So anyway, given that we've kind of gotten off track and Mary Esther's brought the hook for us, and really we didn't get off track. We're discussing it. And I'm articulating in hypothetical form what we should have done. And it's okay to blame your leaders, because that's what we're here for. I mean, if I don't look to myself and to Johnny, who else am I going to look to? It has to be us. It has to be. So anyway, let me just ask you if there are any other questions with regards to, there is a new testing calendar that goes out every Monday, and I want to make sure you guys are receiving it. It's a great thing to publish. Tyner, can you help me? I'm seeing the sheriff sitting here, and I know his time is valuable. Is he going to have his own agenda item, or should we bring him in at the COVID-19
I'm going
response?
to table my agenda.
Okay, Sheriff, would you do it now for us? I appreciate you. You need to get back.
You want to take?
Greatly appreciate that, Judge.
I'm sorry to have kept you this long.
No, that's all right. I plan on being here. There's some other agenda items today.
Well-
There's some other agenda items today that I will also be a part of. I know there has been significant concern about the jail and the jail situation. So what I want to do is bring everybody up to speed on where we're at, where the employees are at, and where the inmates are at this moment in time. I'm wearing a correctional officer uniform. This is a uniform of our...
You have to stay on the mic, Sheriff.
Yeah,
We can't hear
This is a
you.
uniform of our first responders in the jail. The uniform I'm wearing today is a uniform of the first responders in the jail. There was a Marine Corps commandant that said that during time of crisis, it doesn't matter what your rank is, what your specialty is, every man is a rifleman. And that is where we are at this moment of time. It doesn't matter if you're a captain, a lieutenant, a patrol deputy, we have rallied. We have 56 correctional officers that have tested positive. We have another 23 that are symptomatic. Many of the correctional officers and employees of the county have tested in private testing facilities. We have made tests available for a significant number of the employees, and many of them chose not to be tested. But the ones that want to be tested are afforded that opportunity. We're testing again today at the annex, more employees out there. I spent my entire day yesterday in the main jail and at the annex. I visited with every single employee that was working yesterday at the main jail and the annex. I told them how much we cared about them and how much the community appreciated their service during this moment in time. I asked them if there's anything they needed. The vast majority of them are energetic and enthusiastic about their service and what they're doing for the county and for those inmates. They want to work and they want to continue to work. But they also, every one of them, expressed a concern about the health and the safety of their families. Not so much them, but their families. And I can understand that because when I got home last night, before I could even get in the garage, my wife knew that I spent the entire day in those jail facilities. She had me stripped down in the garage, and she had me go straight to the shower. And that's the world that these employees are living in. Since the first positive COVID test in this country, the Nueces County Jail has accepted 5,334 inmates from regional law enforcement agencies. We've never closed, and that was on January the 20th. Since January the 20th, that's how many inmates we have accepted. Since the first positive case here in Corpus Christi on March the 21st, we have accepted 2,792 inmates from regional law enforcement agencies. We have never closed. We have adapted, we have improvised, and we will overcome. Our health service provider for the Nueces County Jail, both the McKenzie Annex and the main jail, and it includes a pharmacy and a full health provider, a full operation. It consists of a hospitalist, a physician's assistant, and a staff of 50. And they have made adjustments and modifications to their long-standing infectious disease plan and protocol. And those modifications and enhancements started long before the first case was ever found here in this region. But that being said, the Nueces County Jail, the main jail and the annex, and our jail population which today is 924, is a microcosm of our community. And so we were all blessed in this community by everybody's efforts that we flattened the curve. We did it. We flattened the curve, and not just in our community, but in our jail. But we all knew. Texas jail standards knew. My jail administration knew. I knew that it was a matter of time before the virus got into our jail, and it did. And because of the jail environment, and I'll go into that more in a minute, because of the jail environment, you cannot prevent the rapid spread. Commissioner Chesney will remember that he and I think Commissioner Vaughn as well, we toured a couple of brand new units that were coming online out there at the annex. And the long-standing configuration of those bunks was side by side. And I made a significant decision, and to some degree I was criticized for it, of not accepting that configuration. Had we done that, those two dorms would not even be available for use today in this environment. Social distancing is next to impossible in a correctional facility. We are doing our best. Masking inmates is extremely difficult in a correctional facility. Every single inmate and every single correctional officers are mandated. I can tell them to wear a mask. I can make them wear a mask. But those inmates, you cannot force them to wear a mask. And you're not going to get yourself into a physical confrontation by trying to tie a mask on somebody's face that refuses to wear a mask. And so that's another element that we're facing there. Well, we're facing a challenged population, just like in the community, with about 34 of our inmates at the main jail being at high risk, or what we know as comorbidity issues. And we immediately had those tested. 8 of them tested positive. And so now we have people that are immune deficient, or they are diabetic, or they are asthmatic, or they are COPD, or they have these medical concerns that we all know now are very problematic if you also get the COVID. 8 of them tested positive. Yesterday morning, I went into their dorm and visited with all 8 of them. All 8 of them are asymptomatic. All 8 of them look great. All 8 of them were grateful to see the sheriff. All 8 of them had something to tell me. But they, as we know, that's our highest risk group right there, is those 8 people. And they are what are called cohorted. CDC, as all of our guidance, and the guidance to our medical provider comes from CDC, and it comes from advice by infectious disease specialists. When it comes to quarantining groups inside a correctional facility, the quarantine is almost always in what is called a cohorting situation. And that's what we had out at the annex when 87 out of 90 of inmates in these dorm environments tested positive. They were quarantined together. They were, even before they tested positive, they were subject to twice-a-day temperature checks by our medical staff, and all of that was logged down. The scary thing about that, in my opinion, we've placed so much emphasis on temperature scans. We have these very expensive devices here at the door of the courthouse and over at the door of the Nueces County Jail, the main intake, and very few of those 87 positives had temperature, had any elevated temperature whatsoever. So it really makes you rethink how much emphasis we're placing on these temperature scans. Symptoms vary, and our medical service provider, just like I've heard here in the court today, told me, my hospitalist told me, that we can't cure this. We can't cure it in the jail. We can't cure it in our community. They can't cure it in the hospitals. They treat the symptoms, and every person has different symptoms. We have been very successful in treating those symptoms, and we are on course, the 17th, to pronounce those 87 inmates who tested positive free and clear of the virus. Only one of them was hospitalized during that 14-day, 17-day period, only one of them, and that was for coronary concerns. He was at high risk, but he returned. Actually, he was moved over to the medical ward at the main jail. And that's another issue that the Texas Jail Commission and the CDC and everybody will tell a sheriff or a jail administrator during an environment like this is minimize the movement of your people inside that jail. But we have numerous inmates that need to go outside. We have one inmate, and he tested positive. He was leaving our facility three days a week for dialysis. And there's a good chance he's one of the ones that brought the virus into our jail because he was going to facilities 3 days a week outside of our jail. So it was inevitable. I can tell you at this moment in time, we do not have any employees in the hospital for the COVID. We do have 2 inmates in the hospital, but one of them is COVID, the other one is not confirmed COVID, but they are not there for COVID-related issues. They are there for other health issues. That's where many of our inmates have been tested when they went out of our facility to a hospital for everything for stitches and bumps and bruises and lifestyle health concerns. They were tested at the hospital and found to be COVID positive, but they were asymptomatic. When they are symptomatic in our jail, we treat the symptoms, and there's a variety of treatment, a variety. It's not a cookie cutter approach. And I got that straight from my hospitalist. Yesterday, when I spent all the time in the jail talking to every single correctional officer, I went to those dorms. And okay, so at the annex, there are different housing configurations. The one that Commissioner Chesney and y'all have seen firsthand are dorms. And a dorm is a big room, just like this one, that has bunk beds, and it has kitchen tables. And the beauty of the dorm is it also has a designated exercise area. And so the inmates can remain confined to the dorm, and that's both good and bad. It's like at the annex, we had 87 out of 90 in 2 different dorms test positive, so we automatically presume that the other 3 were also positive. The adjoining dorm in that part of the building had another 60. We never tested them, but we immediately assumed them to be positive, and we treated symptoms as they occurred. None occurred. They are healthy. I talked to all of them yesterday. They are as healthy as you and I. There's an issue out there, you know, and it was funny when a sheriff walks into a dorm environment like that, he's a pretty popular guy. And they all surround me, and they all have something to say to me, and I listen to every one of them. Some of them were masked, some of them were not. I was. And one concern that 56 of them had, and I got the number later, I was only approached by about 15, who were court-ordered for substance abuse treatment. But the substance abuse treatment facility has closed their doors, and they're not accepting substance abuse cases until sometime in August. And so there's 56 of those inmates that I visited with yesterday, and 14 or 15 of them directly told me about it, so I researched it, that we're holding them. And so there's always a domino effect when other criminal justice entities suffer what we are suffering. There's always a domino effect that ultimately affects us here at the Nueces County Jail. An example of that is last week, the Texas Department of Corrections, the state prison in Beeville, finally opened their doors again. For the longest time, they were not refusing, they were refusing all what they call paper-ready inmates, inmates that have been sentenced and have a sentence to serve out at the state jail facility. They weren't taking them. They took 44 of them last week. There were originally 50 that they wanted. They declared 50 paper ready. We found 6 of those to be problematic because they were in fact symptomatic, or there was an exposure issue there because of the dorm or the pod or the linear cell that they were staying in. We didn't risk sending those out of our jail up to Beeville. We sent 44. I'm grateful to say that all 44 were accepted, and that's a big deal, because talking to the other sheriffs, TDC, Texas Department of Correction, they are refusing a significant number of inmates that are coming from county facilities on those chains. So that was a success. It was also a very sobering moment, a very somber moment to visit with all 44 of those young men that were on their way to the penitentiary, because they're our brothers, they're our uncles, they are all family members here in the community. And somewhere in their life, they failed themselves, their families failed them, we as a community failed them, because there were 44 of them, but they accounted for hundreds and hundreds of criminal acts here in this community. They impacted hundreds of people, their families, their victims, the law enforcement agencies and officers that dealt with them. This is a significant thing. And anybody wanted to talk about was the fact that some of them weren't wearing masks. And that's just outrageous, because sending 44 of our young men from this community to a state penitentiary isn't about wearing a mask. It's about where we have failed as a community. So my hospitalist tells me that we are blessed, because the vast majority of our jail population are in their 20s and 30s and 40s. To one degree, that's a very sad thing, but to the other degree, that's a good thing when it comes to this virus, because these are the age groups that are most likely to get over it, to get through it. And I know that sounds kind of callous, saying get over it, but I've got 87 inmates that are 150 inmates at the annex that are going to be declared healthy here by Friday. I've got 13 employees that have worked their way through those 14 days of quarantine after testing positive and are now asymptomatic, and I expect them back to work Friday. I hired 4 brand new correctional officers yesterday morning who want to work in this environment. They want to serve. One of them has already been COVID positive, and he's healthy, and now he wants to come to work in the Nueces County Jail. We're hiring. If you want to serve, we'll keep you safe. We'll supply you everything you need to stay safe in that environment. Yes, you'll have to take off your clothes when you get home in the garage and run straight to the shower, but that's where we all are right now, and we'll continue to do that. We will get through this. I'm open for questions.
Sheriff, yesterday at the press briefing, I think what people at least are asking me to comment on, and I really prefer you doing it, is just share with us, and you've given us at least a good rendition, but succinctly, how many employees do you have out right now in quarantine? We're concerned about your workforce. We want to know how we can help you.
You know what? I'm concerned about my workforce too, and that's why everyone is a jailer.
Right.
We have 56 that have tested positive. We have
Okay.
another 28 that are symptomatic. We are testing today.
Okay.
We have had issues with timely returns on these tests. We were promised early on that our tests would come back quickly because everybody realized that staffing was ultimately going to be an issue. We have temporarily reassigned 38 Nueces County Sheriff Office employees to pick up the slack in that jail.
Okay.
Everyone is a rifleman.
Right,
Everyone is
everybody's
a jailer.
helping. Okay, so in that, the other thing is that I want to reassure the public that even though you're critical infrastructure, if you're positive, you're quarantined.
CDC allows for critical infrastructure staffing, and they actually allow for someone who tested positive to continue to work if they are properly geared up. We are not accepting that. We are not doing that.
Yeah.
But I will tell you that yesterday, some of those correctional officers told me that, man, even if I test positive, I want to keep working.
Yeah,
And I told them I'm not going to allow that.
yeah, tell them that the local health authority just absolutely says that cannot happen. But we know that there's a need, but we cannot risk that because they feel like they're invincible. But then if they don't do that 14 days, on day 13, something bad can happen to them. And it's just our job to protect them, but
And that's my policy as well.
I appreciate that. That was
And
one
you
thing
know
we
what? That's
wanted to
another thing
correct.
that my hospitalist kept referring to is the contradictions
Yeah, I know.
between local, between CDC,
Yeah.
between the state,
So
between
the
the county.
CDC,
Constant
right, so
contradictions.
CDC makes recommendations, but our local authority creates the rules and regulations that govern us. And so that's really important, and I'm constantly battling that as well. But I do agree with you that if they've had contact with a direct positive, if they've had direct contact with a positive, that if their critical infrastructure provided the proper masks and protections, they can work. But if they're positive themselves, they cannot.
I agree. Even though CDC would allow for it, we
Yeah.
are not doing that.
And just one last question to clarify, because it's nice that we have the cameras, that way the people can hear. People are also concerned, they want to make sure you have enough PPE. I want to make sure we're giving it to you. Can you comment about you wearing, like when you were in the jail yesterday, Sheriff, you were wearing an N95 mask, correct?
I was wearing 2 masks, yes, ma'am.
Good for you.
N95 and
how
then
are
this
your
pretty one on
people-
top of it.
How are your people doing with PPE?
Everybody's doing well. We
Okay.
are, and that's something I specifically ask every single employee, what do you need?
Okay.
And some of them were asking for additional cleaning products for the inmates. The inmates are doing an amazing job. You know what? One of the dorms it's the L dorm, it's one of the brand-new dorms out at the annex, is empty. It's a 48-man dorm. And because it's empty, we are able to daily move inmates temporarily into that dorm and do hire a contractor once again. And if you remember the news story about the UV lighting sterilization that we did before we got our first positive test, that was a good thing. But it was in the common areas. It was in the hallways. It was in the visitation areas. It was in the classroom. What we started doing yesterday, and we already started it at the main jail, is we are vacating dorms, we're vacating pods, we're vacating linear jail spaces into another area, and then having that same contractor come in there with the UV light and sterilize behind the bars. And that didn't happen before. We couldn't do it, but we can now.
That's
and it's
good.
even more necessary now.
And I think there's other questions here. The only other thing is, again, just to make sure that I'm answering the questions, thank you for getting me the employees. So just to be clear on the inmates, on Friday, we're going to clear the 87 that tested positive, and then.
We're going to clear the 150
I'm sorry,
that we presumed.
Right, we presumed positive, exactly. Those are the ones that had the direct contact with the 87, that's the total number. And then in addition, how many inmates do you have that have tested positive? Those vulnerable 8 out of the 24?
That's it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And there will be more testing.
Correct.
And you know
And now-
what, Judge, like I said, every time they leave our building and they go to a hospital, they get tested,
That's correct.
even if they're asymptomatic.
Right. Okay, so go ahead now, everybody. I'm ready. Good.
I just, one couple of things. Judge, I have an agenda item, a regular agenda, number 10. I want to table that for now.
I'll take a motion,
So the way
as that a
Jeff don't have to
motion?
wait.
Motion to table, I'll second it.
Sec-
Okay, guys, can we just take that out of order? All those in favor of the table signify by saying aye. Aye. You've answered all his questions, in
And
other words.
I got one more question. I don't know how we handle this, Sheriff, or what's the rule? You just mentioned a while ago that you got some that don't want to be tested. So that's a concern that I have. And I've been called on that, why I'm getting tested, why others not getting tested? Because they don't want to. What if he comes back? What if he's sick? So how do we handle that? They don't want to get tested. Do we send them home for 14 days?
No,
So what happens?
not unless they're symptomatic.
Well, but what happens for those that they don't want to get tested, but maybe they are positive?
You're talking about employees?
Yes, sir.
That might very well be a contractual issue or some type of emergency order when you force somebody to submit to an intrusive medical exam. And everybody in here knows how intrusive it is by now, because I'm sure we've all had it. And
Because I'm just concerned about, them spreading it
I agree.
again, right?
I agree.
And I don't know, county attorney, do we have anything that we can fall back and say, this is really a medical thing, we need to make sure everybody gets tested? I mean, I appreciate those guys that are getting tested, man, I mean, I
Hello?
really do.
They're under civil service, and I'll look at that, Commissioner. I'll send in an advisory concerning that.
Okay.
And just so you
That's all I have
know,
to know.
we did a control order once already, whether, through the halfway house. And we did work with the county attorney at that point, and there's also a presiding judge that has special authority, Judge Maderi, on these types of issues. And when it's in the interest of public health, there is no other interest. That's a compelling state interest, and I believe we would win that argument. It's just not something you want to do, but I believe we will win that argument. And that dates back to the Whiskey Rebellion of 1794. So, I mean, where there is a compelling state interest and a public emergency is taking place, I think we can do that. But I think that it requires maybe, more education, with them. I mean, it's for their best interest. I mean, they would want to be taken care of, so I can't imagine them not wanting to do it.
Just to follow up on that, basically, the health authority does have the authority to issue those orders. So
Correct.
individually, whether they're employees or not. So, I mean, they're specific to specific individuals. So that would be an alternative way of handling that
That
situation.
kind of environment, man, we just can't take any chances, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough. I want to thank you for working with Edward on your testing, Sheriff. We appreciate it.
And I want to thank Edward, and I want to thank all of the county crew, everybody. It's a challenge. It'll continue to be a challenge, but I feel much better when we have employees returning to work. And everybody, I have literally in the last 2 days talked to dozens of people who tested positive. And everybody experienced this virus differently. Some people, it was a runny nose one day and no other symptoms, no temperature, but they had that positive test hanging on them. Some people said it was the worst 2 days of their life, like that correctional officer that we hired yesterday. He said he thought he was on his deathbed. He was not prescribed any medication. He fully recovered, and now he'll be working in my jail. And so and that's what the hospitalist kept reinforcing with me. You know what? I've faded some heat and faded some scrutiny for not pretending to be a doctor. There's too many elected officials, and there's too many politicians who want to be a doctor. I fully trust my hospitalist and my health service provider for that jail. I trust them. And yesterday, my trust was affirmed. And so I'm not going to be that sheriff that micromanages a medical service contract or medical service providers in my facility. I will scrutinize, I will pay attention, and I'll be a part. The RFP is out, maybe that's part of it, and I'll be a part of the next contract. But I'm not going to be that sheriff that micromanages the medical experts that are taking care of those inmates and doing an admirable job.
Sheriff, Commissioner Monas.
Yeah. And maybe the judge was already going to say, and I apologize in advance for stealing her thunder, but a big issue for her has been to seek the COVID survivors and to use them to help donate plasma. Is that something that will be encouraged of the staff of the sheriff's office?
It would be encouraged, but I know it's problematic because I've been given blood all my life. I've got like a 15-gallon coffee cup at home that they give you for giving that much blood. And I know for certain that the community blood bank will not accept blood from somebody that's been in a correctional institution like a jail for 12 months. Now that's an FDA thing. That's a federal regulation. If that can be changed, and if the inmates agree to do it, you can't force an inmate to give up.
No, I'm not
This
asking
isn't
the
China.
inmate, but I'm just saying, just the staff themselves. I mean, the inmate's one thing, but, if.
Just the staffs themselves,
Yeah.
simply by the fact that they work in that correction, I don't think the blood bank will
Yeah.
touch them.
If they won't. I mean, I think it's just something to explore. I mean, because that's such a large pool and, they already, they give so much to the community already in the jobs and the sacrifices that they make. If it is possible, if it is available, I mean, I hope that would be reached out to them. Like I said, the judge, this is a big push by her in the community to encourage and remind people as they survive. And we celebrate the survivors especially because they have a key component in their body that can help heal and restore people who are tremendously sick from this. And so I just hope that something can be looked at, and if it is available, that, our staff once again step up and help heed the call.
And we're working on that. I mean, as I'll quote somebody, in a pandemic, all rules are off. In other words, you're in war. And in war, sometimes the rules that would normally be applicable, need to be overlooked. Like, for example, there was an original, please wait 28 days to give again. Well, there's good reasons for that, but there's also the ability to give maybe every 14 days or every 21 days in certain circumstances. So we are working with Dishes and to see if they can push to see if there's any opportunities for that. Okay, Sheriff, well, I think that, the only thing that we're going to continue to work on it is we want to make sure we keep the open lines of communication. I want to make sure that you're answering the questions that only you can answer. And so with that, I'm just going to encourage you to continue to, as you're going to get, like you said, it's inevitable. You're going to get positives in your jail. That's going to happen. You're going to have maybe, I hope not, but it could happen that you might have more positives in your staff. And if you'll just continue this communication, we want to make sure that the community gets that transparency. Every time a CCPD or CCFD gets diagnosed with COVID-19, they issue a press release. It helps us.
You know what, Judge? That's not true. When I found out that I was going to have to temporarily transfer 38 of my deputies out of patrol, out of warrants, out of detective division, I notified every single law enforcement agency in Nueces County and the state agency, DPS, but I notified all the city police officers, all the city police chiefs, I notified the constables, and I found out that all of them are suffering from manpower shortages right now because of the positive test for the COVID.
Yeah.
And that does not appear in the local news.
Okay, well, they need to.
They're not announcing all of their employee positives.
Okay, we agree as a court that we need to do it. And so I'm sort of not just directing at you, I'm directing to all department heads, to everybody. It's just something that's required of government. It's not necessarily that, we want to share bad news. It always makes me feel bad to even tell people that, because they make assumptions like we can't operate, and we are operating. We're operating with reduction of workforce all over this courthouse. We're operating remotely everywhere we can. I just know that when I go to those press briefings, people want for me to be able to know exactly what's going on. But having said that, you've provided the information today. The other thing is the medication. I know there was some concern about making sure that you guys had all the medication you need. If you feel like there is if you feel like you're not getting through whatever vendor, even hospitals have problems getting medications. And so even if your hospitalist would normally be able to seek, medications, if she's having a problem,
I specifically asked him that question.
does he think we're okay?
They are adhering to standing orders from
Okay.
his infectious disease specialist and from the
Okay.
county health department. I asked him specifically because I got an education about the different types of clinical service and medication that is known to be best practices, but they're all specific to individuals.
Correct.
And to the symptoms. That's why Tylenol, people laugh at Tylenol. People laughed at when I said Z-Pack, but that's not coming from me, that's coming from the hospitalist.
Yeah.
Treating people specifically for the symptoms that they have. And I asked him, is there something out there that your company, because he works, he's a contractor, he works, there's a hierarchy in his industry. Is there something out there that you need? Just like I asked every correctional officer yesterday, what do you need? I asked him, what do you need? Is there something out there that you need? Because I have that inmate benefit trust fund. I have that money from commissary. I can spend it on something like that. And that would be a very legitimate expense for that commissary fund. And he said no. He said they have everything they need. And I told him without a doubt, if something turns up tomorrow, if there's something out there that is legit, that'll treat certain symptoms, you got to let us know, because I know your offer is good. I get it.
It is.
And
I
then
just want
I
you to
have
know
money
that.
too, that
Okay.
would best be spent that way.
Okay, I just want you to know that that offer stands. If there's a need, based upon what they believe is medically necessary, or, again, I just know our local health authority is really pushing certain types of vitamins, certain types of supplements, certain types of steroids if you have these particular conditions. So I just want to make sure that whatever it is that's being recommended, if there is an impediment, that we solve that for you. And we're doing it for hospitals, so you rank right up there with them as priority. And finally, I do want you to know that you are promised quick results on your test, and you need to get them. And I want you to know that FEMA jumped in line ahead of us. There's a couple of things that I can't do, and that's make the federal government get in line behind us. So that's what happened. You had to wait another, I think, 24 to 36 hours more than you should have, and that was because FEMA jumped in ahead of us on our lab. That's going to happen from time to time. They do take priority or precedence in that lab by contract, but I promise you that we are doing everything we can to, when we do test, to get you the quickest results possible so you can make the appropriate recommendations. And with that, if there's no other questions, we'll have the sheriff be dismissed. Anybody? Okay, Sheriff, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks. Okay. Well, I bet the hospital district didn't know when they bargained that we would do the COVID-19 response, they were going to get that, but don't ever yield is the rule. Take your place, take your spot, and don't move from it. But thank you for allowing us to have the COVID-19 response discussion. The truth is, it's good that you hear it. You're an intimate partner in the COVID-19 response. The lion's share of those 326 people are at our county hospital. We do have a quasi-private public hospital here, and that's Christus Spahn, and that's made possible by the hospital district's contract. So good that you heard all of those discussion points. Tyner, can we move on now to the joint meeting?
Yes, Judge, this is the joint meeting, and we're.
I'm sorry, I meant to the presentation,
And we are
forgive me.
going to go to item 2, which is the briefing from the Meadows.
All right,
And this is John right here on your video.
got him.
And I see he's unmuted. He's probably going to provide an introduction, and I have a PowerPoint for him. Are you ready, Judge?
Yep, sorry.
Good morning, John.
Okay, go ahead,
Judge.
John.
Judge, shall I begin, or would you like to introduce this? What's your pleasure?
I'll let you begin. I know, the only thing I guess I can set the table is that it's a terrific day when you can say that despite all of the ways COVID has taken us off track, we stayed the course. We stayed the course with our comprehensive behavioral health assessment for our community. We did not allow COVID-19 to blow us off course. And thanks to you and all of the members of the hospital district, we have this unbelievable assessment showing our strengths and our weaknesses, giving us a roadmap on how to proceed with action to help our community heal from the devastating effects of opioids, for one thing, and to really address the dilemmas that are behavioral health, intellectual disabilities. And I'm excited to have you present this because of the great need and because of what COVID-19 has illustrated, that it's going to create even more of a gap because of the stress, the anxiety that it provides for people who did not have behavioral health issues before, but of course it heightens it for those that did. So this could not come at a better time, and I hope that everybody understands that this is not an assessment to be shelved. It's an assessment to act upon. So thank you for your excellent work, for being the gold standard that is behavioral health in our state, and please proceed.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners and members of the Hospital District Board, as well as other folks here. I appreciated Dr. Fernandez's comment at the very beginning about integrated care because, Judge, as you know, and as we'll talk about in the context of this overview, integrated care is really the only approach we can take. That's true with COVID, it's true with behavioral health, and so I appreciated those remarks. Also wanted to acknowledge and thank each commissioner for their courtesy in meeting with my colleague Melissa Rowan, who will participate in this presentation individually. We also met with the members of the Hospital District Board, John Falls, Pam, other folks. We appreciate their courtesy very much and support for this assessment. And so, Judge, I'm going to ask Tyner and appreciate his help in moving slides forward. I can't see folks, but if there are questions, I'll periodically ask, or you just feel free to interrupt me. And I'll go through this as quickly as possible, try to provide the highlights of our findings, and we'll go from there. So again, Judge, thank you so much. So Tyner, if we can go to the next slide.
Okay, this is slide 2.
All right, so this is just what the RFA requested, and it was in fact a comprehensive assessment. And so as Judge Canales said, we touched on not just mental health as a set of providers, but we've talked to folks in multiple sectors. And if Tyner, you can take me to the next slide. We interviewed about 200 folks. I've mentioned some of the folks we've talked to, but we've talked to behavioral health providers. We talked to the leadership at Christus Spohn and Bayview and Driscoll, the VA Texas Valley Healthcare System. Next slide.
Go.
We talked to folks at NCMHID who were very helpful, the Sheriff's Department. Sheriff, we appreciated your courtesy of you and your folks, the police department, fire department, corrections, juvenile justice. Next slide.
Go.
And so there's other folks not on that list. We talked as well to members of the various school districts. We talked to consumers of care. And so very much appreciated people's courtesy and openness. I'm going to talk about these 7 things today. I'm going to very quickly go through strengths, which are considerable in Nueces. Prevalence information, just to give you a couple of highlights. The psychiatric bed capacity issue, which has been around, but is at this point potentially largely resolved because of actions between the hospital district and Christus. Crisis system, access to care, integrated care, financing, and leadership. So we'll go to the next slide, please. These are our core recommendations. And Judge, we talked about this briefly, but if we were going to start anywhere, and it's a long report, I acknowledge that. There's at the back of the report suggested timelines for quick steps with each of the things we recommend. But these 5 things seem most doable. The first is revamping the crisis system. I'll talk a bit about that, but I won't belabor any of these points, but it's fundamental to dealing with the front end of the system. There are enormous opportunities that the Texas legislature has provided in its last session to expand telehealth, and there's really exciting things that can happen here, and particularly, not exclusively, but particularly with kids and the use of pediatric offices. There are significant gaps, and people acknowledge this, no one really argued with this, in certain types of services like assertive community treatment that actually have demonstrated effect in keeping people out of hospitals or jails. There's big changes in financing, and Melissa, my colleague, Melissa Rowan, who's our Executive Vice President for Policy Implementation, will talk about this. And we've talked some already with Johnny and his folks at the hospital board about this. But there's going to be big changes in financing coming. And then the last is there's an opportunity, as you'll see when we get to the several hundred folks from Nueces who had inpatient care received it out of the county. And I'll show you a bit of detail about that. But there's an opportunity to treat folks from Nueces in the county. And so we'll come to that. So these are the 5 core recommendations. So next slide, please. As Dr. Fernandez said, as is run through all of our conversations with folks in Nueces and in fact elsewhere, we have a long history that actually goes back a couple of hundred years of treating mental health as a separate thing. We've made assumptions that people with mental illness are almost by definition dangerous, and we've created basically segregated care systems. And it's clear and increasingly clear that the only way to treat people with mental illness, and particularly the most people who can be treated in integrated and primary care, is to adopt the notion that mental health is part of health care. That sounds probably trite, but in fact, it is pushing back against, as I said, a couple of hundred years of history where we thought or treated mental health as something different. So we start with this notion. We started with this notion of integrated care. Next slide.
Okay.
And again, just to summarize our core recommendations, integrated care is critical. We believe, and I'll show you a bit of the analysis, that there are enough licensed psychiatric beds in the community to meet the needs of Nueces County residents. As I said, the Texas legislature has created some very good new opportunities with children and youth that can be taken advantage of. And the most important thing, and again, this may sound trite, but it's absolutely critical, and I think the COVID discussion just reflected it, that you have to have continuing leadership from elected and appointed officials. And again, you've got that in Nueces. And I think other places don't necessarily have that interest in behavioral health that Judge, you and your colleagues on the Commissioner's Court and the Nueces County Hospital District has demonstrated. So this is a critical kind of thing to maintain that. Next slide.
Okay.
2 issues that have, one of which has morphed some over the last 3 or 4 months, and one that is coming, the operation of new psychiatric beds. Again, I won't try to belabor this, but Krista Spahn, with its announcement of its new relationship with Oceans Health, which is a system that operates at about 15 sites around Texas and Louisiana, may have resolved the issue of kind of where beds need to be placed, at least in general, but we'll come back to that. And then again, the changes to the Medicaid waiver program, which have been used by your local mental health authority and folks around the state to create kind of innovations in mental health care. And so those changes, which again, Melissa will talk about, and are critical to begin to grapple with. Next slide, and then flip to from the green slide to the next one. I want to start with a brief discussion of strengths, prevalence, and then I want to tie the work we're doing to COVID, because I think while COVID has sucked most of the air out of the room in communities, it's sort of in our public discourse because there's no public health crisis that any of us have experienced in our lifetimes. There are impact on mental health, and Judge, you referred to this already, I want to illustrate. So next slide. In terms of strengths, again, I've mentioned the strong leadership, which is not always the case in communities across Texas. And so that exists here from elected folks, from appointed folks, and is a critical asset. As I'll illustrate, the prevalence data that looks at how many folks in Nueces have a mental illness or an emotional disorder, that relatively speaking, the folks who are most in need of care and who in purely economic terms, leave aside clinical suffering, are the most costly patients, there's opportunities to address their needs, and it's not a large group of folks. Telehealth has really become, as part of the COVID discussion suggested, and as we're learning from mental health providers all across Texas, has become not just a default response, but increasingly for many folks becomes the preferred response. And clearly there are issues of socioeconomic disparity. One of you said earlier about 800 kids picking up packets to try to get to online learning. Those disparities affect access through telehealth, but telehealth is going to be an essential part of the landscape going forward to treat mental illness and probably healthcare writ large. And then there is an opportunity to really create a state-of-the-art inpatient capacity. Part of our report focuses on, and our discussions have focused on Krista Spahn's decision and their affiliation now with Oceans Health, but also Nueces County Mental Health Authority has funding now for the first time to purchase beds locally as well. So there's a financial sort of pot of money that exists that can keep folks treated locally that historically did not exist. So next slide, please. Again, most folks can be treated in the primary care system. And then Tyler, if you go to the next slide, which is a long, busy table with a red highlights in the middle.
Table 3, John?
Table 2, it says at the top.
Okay, table 2. We're there.
12 months. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate this. This is estimate that the number of kids and children and youth with mental health problems. But of course, some issues take care of themselves. Where we really want to focus and where there's an opportunity is in the middle there, the first episode psychosis. We estimate that about fewer than a dozen kids a year experience psychosis, first episode for the first time. The importance of that, and the reason we highlight that, is for many children and youth, particularly youth, for many young adults, there can be a 5 to 7 year lag from the first time symptoms manifest themselves and when care is found. And there's an enormous cycling through the system, enormous human costs, financial costs, and there's now opportunities, again, given what the Texas legislature did a couple of years ago, to identify folks early, intervene early, help save their lives, their functioning, and not have the erosion of literally of kind of the brain and the constant cycling that we've all have come to understand as part of mental illness. So that's, of many things one could talk about with prevalence, that's one to talk about there. If I could go to the next slide, table 3, Tyler, please.
Okay, you're there.
Same thing with adults, right? There's lots of, about 65,000 people we estimate, and there's endless charts for those who are want to read about data analysis as an antidote to thinking about COVID. There's all the sort of ways we construct these analyses, and the databases they're based on are described in great detail. But relatively speaking, assertive community treatment has a major demonstrated impact on hospital use. Forensic assertive community treatment, which does not currently exist in the county, has a demonstrated impact on bookings in jail. And we estimate about 100 folks would benefit from each. And as we'll talk about later, about 40 people currently get assertive community treatment, no one gets forensic. And so again, these are folks who can be treated in the community. These approaches help deal with crisis. They help keep people out of the hospitals and jails. And so again, the point is, relatively speaking, a small number of people, if intervened with appropriately, get an enormous sort of clinical bang for the buck, but also financial bang for the buck. So next slide, I'm going to turn briefly to COVID and what we anticipate as impact. So Tyler, this slide is a note on COVID-19. I'll show you in a couple minutes or in a minute that we do anticipate increases in suicide and substance use deaths as a result of COVID, and I'll show you that, and we've got papers we can provide that if you want to see the why. We found in Texas, generally, there's not been an impact so far on psychiatric hospitalizations. There have been states, California is the most noteworthy, New York another one, which have been slammed, where hospitals had to convert psychiatric inpatient capacity and other types of capacity to COVID treatment wards and ICU wards. And that, to our knowledge, has so far not happened in Texas. So, Judge, I know, and commissioners and folks with the hospital district, as you've described, and as I've read every day, you are experiencing enormous impact on your hospital capacity. I know you're anticipating more. The issue of staffing is a big issue everywhere. But we've not yet seen in Texas, to any appreciable degree, the conversion of beds that we have in other places. Where there is likely to be a need is the increased capacity for community service. So let me show you 3 quick charts, and again, I can make these papers available to you. So the next slide, projected increases in suicide. These are simply projections, but we estimate based on historic patterns during the Great Depression, the recession of 2008 and others, that for every increase of 5% in unemployment, there'll be an 8% increase in suicides if sort of everyone's left to their own devices. And if you go to the next slide, we also anticipate for every 5% increase in unemployment across Texas, an additional 5,000 deaths from substance use overdose. And I know this has been a big issue in Nueces. You've got the opioid task force, you've got a task force that's looked at suicide among youth. And we know also from Harvey and the impact of that some of the effects of these catastrophes, and this is a rolling catastrophe with no end in sight, as opposed to Harvey, which at least had some discernible end, that looking 15, 18 months out is when you begin to see significant impact begin to spike. So while this is an immediate catastrophic rolling event, which is likely to be exacerbated by whatever happens with schools, we also know from what happens in the past, other recessions and depressions, other catastrophes, that the impact is going to be felt immediately in some places, but it will be felt 15, 18, 24 months out for other folks. And so not necessarily reflecting the need for more hospital care, but certainly COVID and its impact and what you all are trying to accomplish with mental health are related and not sitting in parallel universes. The next slide, if I could, Tyner, just briefly showing the same thing for the relationship based on historic patterns of increases in unemployment tied to increases in the use of illicit drugs. And so again, we can make these papers available, Judge, to you or any of the commissioners or the hospital districts and the analysis under them. But we did want to note the relationship that is obvious to all of you between COVID and mental health. So next slide, if I could, and then I'll turn away from COVID. The one back, Tyner, please, the COVID-19 also. There's also, and again, the sheriff talked about this eloquently, but an impact, a relationship between COVID and policing, because COVID, as we all know, disproportionately affects communities of color. It increases the need for diversion to permit jails to operate safely in the manner the sheriff described. And I think over time, this is something that, our contract with you permits us to do additional consultation with you over the next few months on implementation. There are likely to be funding opportunities in funding for various policing initiatives that were likely to be available as a result of COVID, but in the aftermath of George Taylor sort of have accelerated that. So I think we can look for opportunities as well in that area. So next slide. I'm going to talk turn the topic now to psychiatric bed capacity. And, hospital beds, as again, you all were discussing, in any context should be used for last resort. It's been a major issue in Nueces and other places. So I want to just, and I will try to do this quickly, take you through how we concluded that you have enough beds, all things being equal. And so let me go to slide 21, Tyler, psychiatric bed recommendations. Again, for reasons I'll show you, we think you have enough licensed beds, given current use and length of stay, and that it's critical that the inpatient beds be located in or contiguous to a general hospital to treat complex medical conditions. And the plan that, the mental health plan that the hospital district board vetted and approved recognizes. That plan talks about the need to place beds near a jail and near a primary care center. So I think there's not much quarrel with the notion that part of doing psychiatric care appropriately and to the best manner possible for people is to have availability of general health care as well. So next slide, please.
Got it.
So there are approximately, I say approximately because there's, you know, this is off maybe 3 or 4 based on comments in the community, but when we look at the data we use to which hospitals report their licensed psych beds, there are about 88 licensed psych beds currently in Nueces, split largely between Bayview and Christus Spawn. The average length of stay, when we've analyzed a year of, or 12 to 18 months of use, the average length of stay for psych admissions is about 5 days. The beds operate at about 75% capacity, not every day, but in general over a year. And as folks at this meeting know, hospitals nationally generally operate at 75 to 80% capacity. As the COVID discussion reflected, if you're operating at 100%, it's too much. And the psych beds typically in Nueces have operated at 75 to 80%. And so if you take those factors into account, approximately 81 beds could provide care for all Nueces County residents who have received inpatient care in and out of Nueces. So there's a lot that I just said there, but let me show you what I can. So if you go to the next slide, table 9, a couple things highlighted in red here. The first is when we looked at admissions to psychiatric hospitals from Nueces emergency departments in calendar year 2018, 418 people went from EDs to hospitals because people go to hospitals without going through an ED. About 40% of those, or 173 of those, went to non-local hospitals. And we've got charts with all the hospitals people went to. What's interesting, I think I pointed this out to the hospital district board a few months ago when I first met with them, and this is unusual and has to do with sort of financial stability of beds that might be stood up in Nueces going forward. About 50% of people with commercial insurance ended up in those non-local psych beds. So people with revenue or sort of in private pay tended more often than sometimes is the case in other places, to go to non-local beds. And so there are both clinical reasons because of treating close to home, but also potentially some financial reasons for bringing admissions that go to other places back to Nueces. So next slide. This is simply, this is again a busy chart. I apologize for not highlighting anything on this, but what it shows is that in calendar year 2018, Bayview had about 2,300 admissions. 850 of those came from other places. So people do come to Nueces for care. And Bayview is particularly well situated because of its focus on kids care for that. So Bayview's a magnet for children's inpatient care in particular from other parts of the state. And then Christus Spawn admitted about 1,680 folks, of which a smaller number were non-local. So that just, again, just sort of how people move about. There's no community in Texas we've looked at that treats everyone at home, and the number of folks who come into that community for care or go outside often varies, but it's a phenomenon in Nueces as well. If we go to the next slide, the map simply shows where in Texas people from Nueces County were treated for inpatient care. There's quite a number of communities around the state. And again, we've got tables with all the various hospitals people end up in. If we go to the next slide, we looked at general utilization over a period of time. And again, I know hospitals report, and this varied by day or month or what have you, but generally speaking, about less than 80% capacity, 75 or 80%, which is sort of the industry norm in terms of the percentage of beds typically occupied in a hospital service on a given day. We looked at length of stay as well, and again, I'm not going to belabor these, but psychiatric admissions have, they used to be much longer than they are. They for financial reasons, clinical reasons, and other things, the length of stay has been pushed down. And this is Krista Spahn in terms of length of stay in average length of stay. The light bar, which probably is not discernible to folks, is older folks who tend to stay a bit longer. There's been discussion in the community about beds for elders. Bayview is the next slide, figure 6. And again, this is a very busy slide, but we've got more explanation in the report itself. But again, typically speaking, shorter stays for most kids, and the median in the community for a length of stay for psych care is about 5 days. Obviously, some folks stay longer, some people are shorter, but that was one of the factors we wanted to look at as well. If we can go to the table 15 slide, Tyner, I want to not rush ahead of you. Table 15.
Yes, we're there.
Okay, thank you so much. This again is in much more detail in the report, and not to go into gory detail here, but when we combined the admissions of folks who were from Nueces but treated elsewhere with all the people treated in Nueces, whether they were initially from Nueces or not, it came out to 40, the line that's in red, about 4,500 folks had been admitted for inpatient care. Again, some number of those were Nueces residents treated outside the county. Some number of those were folks from not in Nueces treated in it, but we wanted to combine all those admissions for psych care that had anything to do with Nueces. And if you look at the number 60, we then calculated how many days, assuming an average day of care of 5 days, how many days of care would that represent? And then basically how many beds did that translate into? And operating at full capacity, which you don't want to do, 66 beds operated continuously at 100% capacity could have accommodated all those admissions. If you operate at 75% capacity, which is a more comfortable place to be, and sort of where your hospitals are and where the national standard is, about 81 beds would have accommodated people who were treated in Nueces and then people who went outside of Nueces for treatment. And again, I don't want to belabor this. I'm happy to talk to anybody about this either in question or after, but that was the basic calculation. Number of admissions, length of stay, and then how many beds would that translate into? And there's all kinds of pressure around use of beds. This is simply one way to calculate it, but we wanted to emphasize that there's a sort of there's a data basis underneath our calculations. This wasn't just sort of, well, let's tell them they have enough beds, because I'm always agnostic on that question, but that's where we were. So let me, Judge, with your permission, may I continue? Would you like to stop for a moment, or may I continue? What's your pleasure?
Let me just stop. I'm sorry, hold on. Let me just stop for a moment and tell you that, by the way, Commissioner Chesney is going to be joining us by Zoom. So just for those of you that noticed he left, he's actually just about to jump back on again. But I'm already noticing things in the report, and I know that this is such a comprehensive report that, it's going to take probably an opportunity for commissioners to really, gosh, sink their teeth into it. And so I know I'm going to probably ask if we could have a time where we could just have a Q&A just with questions, but just things to point out, John, that I think are important are that there's items in this report that indicate we need to put them on our legislative agenda. Okay, that part I'm concerned about, particularly the 1115, the DISRIP program ending in 2021. I've made note of that. And also how important it is to see that you really recommend in this report a creation of a broad-based planning group, and that this really needs to be done to oversee this transformation that we wish to see in our community. And so that's really interesting, that just wanted to point out to commissioners that there's so many ways that we want people to serve, but then there's only so many spots on major boards. Well, this is a great example of being able to put together a city, county, broad-based planning group to see that these recommendations actually happen. I also like the timeframes that some of them hold, particularly with telehealth. I was not familiar with the acronym TCHAT with regarding to telemedicine for the pediatric consortium that's available to us. That's the Texas Child Access through Telemedicine that you've briefed us on. That piece of it is I've starred that. I'm pretty much convinced that we need to take this report and not just take your executive summary that you've given us, which is fantastic, but really dive into it and figure out how we can implement at least what I'm calling those short-term goals as quickly as possible. And I don't know how that's going to happen if we keep it in Commissioner's Court and in the hospital district arena. So I think that maybe the two of us, since we're on this conversation together, is Chairman Martinez, I think this broad-based planning group really does need some attention. And I might suggest that we put together a group of 7 and, have 3 come from us, 3 come from you, and I don't know, let maybe MHID pick the 7th or something like that. But we've got to take this and really act upon it. It's pretty fantastic. And the sheriff's still with us, so I'll also make the note, you did a lot of great work on jail transition programs and a lot of great work on what you're considering our gap, which is MHID does a great job, but they've got gaps in the crisis intervention arena and the crisis stabilization arena. And so I can see that it's not just a money thing. It's an organizational structure thing as well. So I can't say enough good things about this report. The only bad thing I'll say about it is that it's awesomely comprehensive. And so we're really going to have to delve into it with this broad-based planning group and see if we can get somebody to focus on maybe the pediatric needs, somebody to focus on the crisis stabilization and so forth. What do you think, John? Do you agree that is part of your recommendation, that we really need leadership here?
Yeah, and again, Judge, yes, very much, and not to try to repeat or sort of match your eloquence on that point, but that many communities have said, we're going to create a mental health leadership group, and then they leave it to kind of the mental health leadership group. But this, given what you're trying to do and given the challenges in the community that you're confronting already, and given your interest and that of your colleagues, to have a county commission and a county judge actively committed to concrete change, to have a hospital district and a board that's actively interested in this and financially involved with it is critical and doesn't always exist. And that's why we recommend a leadership group, recognizing that it burdens folks, but that electeds and appointeds in the health world have to be involved in this, because otherwise, if you just say, well, let's do behavioral health and we'll let behavioral health folks sort it out, to some degree, that just continues the legacy of treating mental health as kind of a segregated service. So absolutely, yes. And then some of these things are not we don't have, there's not big financial items in here. This was not a, let's go spend $1 trillion. This was, there's some practical things, as you said, that can get done that would move the needle. So, yes.
And for commissioners, on page 90, the report, almost towards the end, there is a recommendation, since we're in budget, it might be an interesting item to consider, to get a criminal justice planning staff member to support this. In other words, if you don't have a full-time staff member dedicated to this, chances are it's not going to get, implemented correctly. So I thought that was interesting, given our timing on budget, and maybe talking to the hospital district about what they think about that. But that's the recommendation for the criminal justice piece of it. And then, of course, that's a whole nother item. But I am pleased to know we have enough capacity for beds. It seems it's the ancillary services where the gap exists, John.
Yes, I think that's correct. And again, Mike and his folks at the Nueces Center do a terrific job. I think they can't in my view, shoulder the burden of filling the gaps that exist sort of unilaterally. And, they are dealt the hand they're dealt with state sort of regulatory structure, financing and things like that. But I was really struck when, and I'll just single out when we, as an example, when Melissa and I talked to Mr. Valls, sort of this notion that, explicit recognition that there's a need to not just do hospital care, that you've got to have services in the community that actually buffer against that. So I mention that only because we've worked in places where there was such a preoccupation with beds that it kind of pushed everything to the side. And in our conversations with folks on the commission, also at the hospital district and Mike and everywhere else, that it's not just a matter of beds. So yes, absolutely. I think you've got a good opportunity if you can clear away the bed issue. And I know that's easier said than done, but you're closer now than you were. That it lets you focus on the things in the community that
Right.
have the biggest impact on not needing those beds.
Yeah, and I didn't know that when we embarked upon this. I couldn't get a feel for it, whether or not we were okay on that piece of it. And now that I know we are, then you can really, as you say, we can really focus here. And I'm, like I said, and there's so many other things in here, the incident rate of suicide on page 54 for children. There's such a need to focus on adolescents and children that I just can't say enough about. That's where I would start, if I were going to start somewhere. And then, no, you've just done a great job here. The veterans piece, you're probably not going to hang around, but we're going to have a veterans court agenda item on a grant that we've got, I think, later in today's menu here. But your emphasis on veterans and court and the drug treatment piece of it is really excellent. We have a Veterans Services department here. It's excellent. So I'm going to take that piece of it and kind of throw it in his lap. And he's going to love this assessment, and he'll be able to run with the ball there too. So I'm just going to suggest that, commissioners, if you have any questions, in the interest of time, go ahead and give them now. And then, John, would that be all right? We know you have more, but can I open it up to questions at this time? And
Judge, of
also
course,
for the
whatever
hospital
your pleasure
district
is, absolutely.
as well. Commissioner Vaughn?
Okay, I have questions and some observations. First, I want to thank you for the report. I think it's important for our community, and I'm sure you'll be back before we finalize it. But it's our job as a court to make sure that the county taxpayers get their dollars worth, $600,000. We certainly don't want this sitting on the shelf. I think it's important to understand the relationship that the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute has and the Meadows Foundation. So I want to know, I know that the foundation has given money to Christus. Has the Mental Health Policy Institute completed other projects that involve Christus business units?
No, we have not.
No.
The assessments we've done, I want to retrace and let me be accurate. So in other assessments we've done, the Christus system has not been part of those assessments at all. So we've not done work with them. 2 years ago or 3 years ago, before the current commissioners court, some of the folks on the court were elected, we did a little bit of work for the then leadership of Christus. They were trying to just sort out some issues involving patient flow in and out of Christus, and they were trying to get a better understanding of who was coming into their hospital beds and things like that. It was a very limited. I did one report in front of the then leadership of Christus, none of whom are there currently, and that was, as I said, a very limited engagement that they asked the Mental Health Institute to become part of. So.
Okay, and I have a great interest in this. I think it's so important for our county and our city. But on the final report, I think I'd like to better understand the gaps that we have in Nueces County. And to me, a comparison chart with other counties that show the mental health services that they offer versus what's available in our county would help us quickly determine where we're falling short. So we could see best practices in counties, and I think we could better prioritize our efforts.
Yeah.
And I also noticed, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that happily, and one of the things we've been talking about internally, and because we are obligated, and it's in the contract and in the budget already to work with you folks going forward. I've been trying to sort out some ways to create short documents that are more sort of descriptive and clear. So, what you've suggested is exactly sort of in line with that. So yes.
Okay, and then I noticed that you used 2018 as your base year for your charts, and I'm wondering why. Because remember, we were having a recovery for Harvey was going on at that time. So both 2017 and 18 showed that more people needed services. So was there a reason you used 2018 as the base year?
We used 2018 as the base year because it was the latest data available to us on the data sources we use. And we use databases that the hospitals report to. And so at the time of the analysis, that's what we use. I think it would be relatively easy and quick to update that to 2019 to see if there's any significant change. And if that would be useful, then we would do that.
I think it would be because of what went on in 2018. And also I want to understand your summary on page V1. In the second paragraph, you say, the beds currently available typically operate at less than 80% capacity. If there were more services for indigent care, particularly as it relates to our homeless population, wouldn't that number increase significantly? And I realize it's Chris's, as the care provider, would shoulder a big responsibility to support the efforts. Can you answer that question?
Would the use of those beds increase in some circumstance?
If there were more services for indigent care.
What the hope would be is if there are increased services of particular types that are stood up in the community, that it would actually have an impact in terms of reducing the use of those beds. And again, I think things like assertive community treatment and certain services that are established in the county right now, to the degree they were expanded, there should be an impact on that would have the practical effect of reducing those bed use.
Well, my biggest concern is the homeless, because you stated here at the beginning, you said, data suggests that mental health patients that are most in need of care are the most costly, and not a large group of folk, and that's not a large group of folks. How did y'all come into that? Because I would have thought that would be a very large number, especially the homeless would be an extremely large number. I mean, we look at our streets and we see them on there, and all over this country that's happening. So I figured that would be a very, very large number.
Yeah, so I think if I could, and again, we can try to make this clear on the revised report, and I appreciate these comments very much, Commissioner, that as far as a service like assertive community treatment, there are eligibility criteria that the Nueces Center has to apply. And that in terms of the number of folks who are so ill that they could both qualify for and benefit from that kind of very intensive multi-dimensional team over long periods of time, that's a relatively small group of folks. I think there are certainly folks who have unmet health needs, and many people who are homeless, as you know, have unmet health needs that, and sometimes those needs manifest as mental health needs. Whether they would require, with kind of proper or an expansion of community services, whether they would require a hospital bed for a psychiatric disorder is a separate question. I mean, I think it's possible, but I think we do know more than we used to about mental health treatment and its effect. And it'd be, I think, possible to expand services that would maybe increase the number of folks identified with a mental illness, but would enable them to be treated somewhere that didn't, sort of in a non-bed setting. So that's, again, I apologize for the long-winded nature of the answer, but.
Well, that's good. My biggest concern is that we just don't move backwards and reduce any of the services. I really went through this and highlighted so many of the things, so I've got a couple more and then I'm going to be finished. In Appendix G, beginning on page 110, there are a number of implementation recommendations. As this issue revolves around the indigent and the homeless, I was surprised to see that only one reference to the county's indigent care provider, SPAWN, was on the list. And it seems that it was suggesting that Nueces County Health District provide even more funding to Christa SPAWN. I'd like to know what the hospital district thinks about that recommendation. That's what I got out of reading that in Appendix G. And maybe that's not what you meant, but that's what I thought. And before we ask for more of the taxpayer money for additional beds, we need to make sure we're getting the use of all the beds and the additional services that Christa SPAWN has been contracted to provide.
Commissioner, may I just interject a quick response? We did not intend, and if it appears that we did, recommend that the hospital district increase its funding. That was not at all our intent. I'm very mindful that is clearly it's a local decision. It's you all in the hospital district, and so if we appear to intend that, that was not the intent. It was what we took from discussions with folks is both the clearly defined limits of the hospital district's responsibility financially to people in the indigent plan, but that also some ongoing discussion about whether that should continue to be where the funding left. So it's no recommendation on our part, and that is entirely a local decision.
I think everyone reads it differently, and that's how I read it, but thank you for telling me.
All right, I will, yes.
The only other thing I looked at that concerned me was the additional recommendations that require additional resources from the law enforcement and school teachers. We already know they're stretched to the limit, and so I just think as a court, we're going to have to look and determine if we can ask them to shoulder even more responsibilities. That kind of concerned me, and the hospital district maybe can help with that, because we've learned with our experiences with the coronavirus pandemic that Nueces County is the regional health provider. And so will the beds and the resources referenced in this report be for Nueces County residents only or as a region? What are you recommending? Because Nueces County shoulders the burden of the money, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, and again, Commissioner, I will. One of our folks is taking notes, and I will follow up if I give a response that's in any way incorrect. But the focus here is for us has been Nueces County.
Okay. Well, I appreciate all the information. I think it's a great report, and I may have other questions later down the road, but I'm going to stop for now.
Thanks, Commissioner. And we really did appreciate our conversation with you a few months ago, so thank you for that as well.
The other thing is that it would be great, and we said this, we want to make sure we have a follow-up conversation just to focus on funding. There are so many opportunities that SB 11 gave to us. And also, I'm trying to remember which other one that there was multiples. And if you pair up with an educational institution to get some of these works done, there's a bucket of money there too. So we I haven't had a chance to do this, but I'd like to see, Tyner, and it's a big document, but how can we make this available to the public, number one? How can we make sure we get it to all the department heads that have a nexus? Think about it as veterans, grants, help me out, guys, social services, MHID. In other words, let's get it to all the sheriff's office. Everybody who has a nexus with this report needs to get a copy of it. And you know how like they do public comment periods? I'd like the next 2 weeks to be our public comment period. In other words, you've got a report, tell me about it from your perspective. Whether it's questions, the way Commissioner Vaughn thoughtfully asked, or whether it's comments or ideas, let's get that into us. Can I ask your office to serve as the recipient of those? Okay, and then you figure out for me, with the magic of IT, how to get this document in a format that we can share with the public on our website.
We'll make a link on our website
Okay.
and display it prominently to
Okay.
let people look.
Judge, just a couple
Sure, go
points real
ahead,
quick.
John.
John, I wanted to follow up. I know that you said that in your assessment, the amount of beds that we have or proposed meet our needs, but these are some pretty hefty numbers that you've thrown at us as far as people with severe, moderate, even mild needs. When we're looking at Table 3 of the 12-month prevalence of disorders in adults in Nueces County, and then even to me, with serious mental illness, like Commissioner Vaughn, focusing on the poverty, but just those in general with severe, serious mental illness, that's 10,000 people. And, I mean, that's a big number. So I guess in the field of needing mental health and actually beds to where people need to have an in-person treatment, that need of 10,000 or even 25,000 if you look at moderate needs. So you're saying that even based on those numbers, the number of beds we have are sufficient?
Well, I think, so most folks won't require hospitalization, right? And so I think that's one part of this, which is true of other diseases, right? So of all the folks with cardiovascular disease, of all the folks with cancer, of all the folks with diabetes, the use of a hospital bed is kind of a big event and reflects, in some cases with mental illness, a lack of services other places. So the person ends up in the jail and becomes part of the sheriff's charge because there was nothing else, or they end up in the ER. But most folks won't ever need a bed. What I find, what I found interesting, just at a sort of thinking about conversations we have with people in Nueces, is you have a relatively undeveloped or underdeveloped community mental health system. And again, Mike and his folks do kind of heroes work trying to use the capacity they can develop in the context of a complex regulatory and fiscal environment. But in the face of a relatively somewhat underdeveloped community mental health system, in the face of having thousands of veterans' families in the community in which you are really the only place in the VA system without ready access to a VA hospital, in the face of all that, in the face of the homeless population Commissioner Vaughn described, in the face of all that, we never heard people say, well, I knew someone who couldn't get admitted who really needed care because the bed wasn't there. So both in terms of the analysis we did, and I would welcome people to poke at the analysis we did. This is an analysis, and I don't claim we're the only game in town for that. But in the face of everything, all those factors, and being agnostic when we go to a community about whether people really could profit from more beds or not, there was nothing in the data or in the conversations that suggested there was this demand that simply wasn't being met. And in fact, you were able, sort of as a county, to provide inpatient care to several hundred people from outside Nueces. who came to Nueces for care. So again, Commissioner, I apologize for kind of the long-winded nature of the answer, but most of the folks, even with moderate illness, many of the folks with serious illness won't end up requiring hospitalization. And there are ways to minimize the need for that by targeting the expansion of some very specific types of services in the community that have a demonstrated effect on hospital and jail use. So
I appreciate that explanation, as far as, if someone has a pre-existing condition, it doesn't mean that everyone at one time needs a bed, even though it could be in the thousands, 10,000s, or what have you. So I appreciate that explanation to make it clear for me. In looking at, the future, in our partnerships that we obviously have, we're going to be relying on our commissioners with the Nueces County, with the board of directors for the Nueces County Hospital District and other partners. We're looking at, expanding and really having a facility where we can and need to have these beds in place. And, with my experience in coming before here, when I was on the school board and we were building schools, the one thing that we always talked about was we didn't want to build a facility where we had to build portables outside a brand-new school because we didn't build for capacity. And so that's always going to be my push. That's always going to be my concern, is we have to be responsible, right? We don't want to build something that's so grand that we never meet that need, but, something that gives us some cushion to where even if it's a built wing that is never fully developed, but but it's in the plans, it's built to where the expansion will then just create, a capital cost to it, but to put in the beds or other measures that help with that. So that's just going to be always my push as we look at this, and that's why the numbers that when we got the report the other day, and we appreciate you getting that to us early. That's why I'm really focusing on that, as I know we all are. But that's going to be my mantra: is let's make sure we don't build something to where, in a few years, because, I look at the increases you gave us, like the judge pointed out, with adolescents and suicide rates and other issues. They're all on the increase, right? Every year, or whether you look at a 20-year span, unfortunately, those are increases. And so I just want to make sure we're going to build for what we need responsibly, but that we don't have to worry about, in essence, building some sort of extension that's not really built into a facility itself.
yeah, I think that's an excellent sort of point. And just to sort of briefly respond, in the full report, we have a couple of tables that are based on the Texas demographer's estimations of population increase over time, right? And so what are currently enough beds for the population that exists, and they are elastic enough to permit people to come from outside Nueces for care. As you said, there are factors like increased population that may stretch that capacity and that you want to account for over time. So we did try to, and a lot of the folks, it's a relatively speaking significant amount of poverty, and the sort of one of the social determinants of care, as all of you know, is if you don't have access to good primary care, it does increase the risk of hospitalization for a lot of things later. So I think the point's well taken. And what again I was struck by was we did an assessment in another community where we concluded that, in fact, that community really could use a lot of new beds because every child in the community went somewhere else. So that was just a different kind of conclusion. And as I said, I'm generally speaking agnostic on the question of how many beds, and recognize it's affected by a lot of factors, just as you suggested, one of which is demographics and growth.
Thank you.
And I think just to put a bow on it, I think that for the audience, there's a difference between an inpatient bed and the concept of all the services that we need. And that's really, to me, what the statistics are showing. It's showing that there is a gap in the pipeline to help people who may not need a bed, but are still in a situation where they need services. and that there's a real big gap in between law enforcement, they're the first touch, all the way through getting some sort of outpatient service. You wind up falling into the revolving door of the emergency room or our jail. And so there's that criminal justice piece, which is separate but linked. So I think that, I don't want the audience to hear it or the public to hear it incorrectly, so thank you, John. There's the beds talk, right? And then there's this other, all these other links that we do need. So I like this idea of publishing it. What do you guys think? Publishing it on the website? I mean,
That's a great idea.
publishing it, creating a 2-week public comment gets us to our next court. We're going to invite the public to look at this, to see, of course, everybody, John, that you interviewed. I will try to find a way to, contact them. And I bet you have a complete Excel spreadsheet. I can send a quick note to say, thanks for participating. By the way, here's the link to our website. You can see how your input was, utilized. Make your public comment. In other words, we'll create that notice so that everybody can weigh in. But I'm very, it's bittersweet, right? It's good on one hand, and on the other hand, there's kind of a sour taste in my mouth that there's still so much left to do. But at least we know what we do well and what we've got for the meantime. It makes me feel good that we can take care of our citizens if they get to the point of hospitalization. But I think there's a lot of unrecorded hurting out there. Let's put it that way.
Judge, think there's any way that we could get the hospital district maybe to give us a report on how we could incorporate some of the elements into the contract with Christus?
Yeah, they're listening. I think that's, I think what Commissioner Vaughn is saying is seeing what the implementations are. What is it that we can ask for?
Yeah.
And I know you guys are going to weigh in heavily on this report because you commissioned it, so.
Judge, this is Johnny Hip.
Yes, sir.
Judge, there's still a couple of revisions that need to go into the report before it becomes final, and so we're working on those Thursday afternoon. And I just would suggest that the final draft or the final report be the one that's made available to the public instead of having a draft and then switching to a final. And the draft, the document should be final, I would say by Friday or Monday of next week.
That's a reasonable request. I just want to make sure people that issue comment want to know that their comments are valued. So if your report is final, it's hard to say that, that public comment meant anything. Having said that, let's wait till all the information is done, but I'm still going to issue it that at any time, if there's an error or there's some statistic that can be shown that needs to be improved on, I think we all agree that you can always amend, right, guys? John?
Judge, my view, Judge, and I would defer obviously to you and Mr. Hip, but my preference would be that it be viewed as sort of the penultimate report simply for the reasons you've said. We've, as Johnny knows, we were responsive to suggested revisions from the early reads. We bookmarked where we responded. I share your view that this is a report paid for by taxpayer funds and people should feel like they actually have some input. And I also don't want to make a stupid mistake, to be blunt. And so I'll do it as you say, but we will take seriously all comments that we get. And if we need to revise, we will do so accordingly, whatever we label the next iteration.
Right. Maybe we call it final but not published or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, we'll do whatever we'll work it out, whatever you all make the most sense from your view. Judge, may I just say one more thing before we get off, or before I want to acknowledge if the sheriff's still there and police, we provided a interim report back in December on criminal justice. That was our first deliverable. And I wanted to just acknowledge both the high quality of what the sheriff and police departments do in this area, and also their openness and receptivity to discussion about various recommendations and things. I just wanted to acknowledge that in front of the group here and on the record and thank them for that.
It's very nice, thank
I
you.
just want to say,
Sure, Commissioner Gonzalez.
John, I thank you for your team for doing a great report here. Really appreciate it. Y'all done a good job. I know y'all took it back and thought about it, but also the Castleville District Committee, I know that they had a lot of good inputs, when they drafted the first draft. So I think working together with them, I think you'll probably come up with another draft that's going to be a lot better. But I also want to just let you know, John, I understand your comparison on the beds, because while mental health is a disease, it's not one that requires a week or 2 weeks in bed. It's something, this is why usually in the psych unit, it's a 48-hour turnover, because once you do that, you decide what the treatment is needed, then it goes back to the community and you treat them in the community, right? I mean, that's why a psych, sometimes patient doesn't stay in that bed for a week or two, or it's not like cancer or other disease that requires you to stay in bed, but it's something that needs treatment. So, while I kind of agree with you on the fours of the beds, where the number of beds is probably a good number, but also, Commissioner Mata mentioned one thing about the expansion to make sure there's room for expansion in case we do need it, hopefully not. But I just want to, at the end of the day, I just want to thank you for that report. And I got one question, and on I said, one of your, I don't know what, number 8, numeral number 8, table 2122, he says, for children and youth, we recommend implementation of program created by the Texas legislation in its 86th session. Do you find out that we don't have those kind of programs right now that are being effective? I thought there was a good program we had with the Mental Health Behavioral Center.
Yeah, yes, Commissioner, thank you both for the comments and the questions. There are good programs for children right now, both at the Mental Health Center and that, your school districts do heroes work in trying to deal with mental health and emotional disorder, behavioral health issues in the schools. What is possible, and I think it's a way to bring the universities to bear more closely into your community, is some opportunities the Texas legislature has created to create psychiatric consultations without cost to pediatric services to more rapidly identify kids. So I think nothing that we would say, and I think in the text of the report, there's very little that would discredit anything going on with children's services in the community, but that's simply, there's some real opportunities to do something more. And that can really help kids and families a lot if done successfully. And again, the Texas legislature has been much more attentive to mental health in its last 3 sessions than probably any legislature in the country. Just as a commission, you've been more attentive to mental health than many county commissions anywhere. So it's to say there's a great foundation, and what the legislature has done is given some tools that can be brought to bear to really do some nice things.
That's really a concern that I have, is really the youth, because if, we don't treat them, but we'll have there'll be patients down the road, although they're already patients already. So we need to treat them in the first stages, so hopefully we can divert them into, into a good, healthy and good productive life, So I think, and I appreciate you putting that in there, because I think we need a lot stronger programs too. So, but I've always been concerned with the youth, at the early stages. So I think you and I talked about that too.
Yes, we did, Commissioner.
And, but I thought, and that's what I want to just touch on that area, because I'm really concerned about that. Make sure the youth, they really touch them on the early stages, so hopefully they won't be treated when they're adults, and hopefully we don't have to treat them when they're adults. So thank you very much to your team again. So.
Thanks, Commissioner. And our folks are working with a number of places around the state on trying to bring some of these new legislative programs to bear. So I think, Judge, this is an area where we can be helpful in a practical kind of way as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is as they say, we're scratching the surface today, but, we need, I know this sounds crazy, but you need a book like this to go present evidence-based reasoning as to why foundations should give you dollars, why the state should give you dollars, why you as a taxpayer should invest because it's costing you millions of dollars in indigent care and in jail. And so I think this is step one. I'd like to, noticing the hour, ask the hospital district, I'd like to turn it over to John Martinez, ask if they have any questions for you, or how he would like to proceed. We do have one more agenda item to get to in this joint session. I want to alert you that I'd like to take a 5-minute break so that we could, we just need a 5-minute break so I can make a quick phone call that has to deal with potential city orders that I just found out about. And so, and then we could get our lunch in here and keep working if that's convenient for everybody. But how about if we yield to the hospital district right now on their questions? Tyner.
Go ahead, Chairman.
Hey, this is John Martinez. There's been a lot of information that has come out so far through the presentation and through the other questions. The hospital district is having a board meeting next week where we will discuss a lot of these things that have come up and a lot of the questions that have been asked. We'll also come up with our members for the committee that's been proposed by the county judge to facilitate the recommendations. I don't have any questions specifically, but I do want to open it up for any other members of the hospital board who are in the meeting that may have questions for the Meadows group. Well, you may be off the hook for now, John, but I think when our meeting comes around next week, we probably would like for you to at least be available if there are any questions or issues that arise at that time.
Absolutely. We will, yes. Just let me know when and we will make ourselves available.
And
as I said, John, I appreciate the courtesy your board members extended us during the course of this very much.
And John, before we leave, both Johns, Chairman and John, I was thinking that, yeah, I didn't see it in the beginning, but it might be worthy because it's a very good point that Commissioner Vaughn made. There's such a distinction between the Meadows Foundation and the work they do and the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute. I think if we're going to publish this report, we could use a good one-pager on who you are and the kind of work that you do. I mean, of course, they can Google texasstateofmind.org, but I think it's, let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that, because I think that's
That makes
very
sense.
important. Remember, anything we do, we get the benefit of having a lot of background info, and a lot of our audience doesn't. So we got to be able to close that loop. Okay, thank you very much. With that, I'm going to take literally, just if it's the pleasure of Chairman Martinez, if I could take just a 5-minute break so that everybody here can bring in a box lunch for the commissioners. And I really mean 5 minutes. I just need to make a quick phone call that is pressing with regarding our COVID-19 response. It is 12:10. I'll be back on the record at 12:15. That way you have just enough time to stretch, grab water, bathroom, etc. Okay, thank you, 12:10.
Thank you, Judge.
Gaveling out. Putting the mics on mute, Tyner. I'm assuming they're still hot everywhere else. Do not allow this to make you feel comfortable if you're on Zoom. The mics are probably still hot for you. I turned mine off. I'll be right back. You turned yours off? I don't know. I haven't learned.
Mics are still on. Mics are still on. Their mics are still on.
What does that button do?
Still a lot of money for not to work.
Okay, what time? Okay, that's not what I wanted.
I don't want the hospital district just to be sitting there, you know? Hey, John Martinez, can you hear me? Just testing. Okay, I'm gonna take one bite then, since he can't hear me. But Connie, I am trying to get us back on. So go ahead and do it. There's 3 of us. We have a quorum. So this is like a little club sandwich. It's got everything. I need to tell my mom, though, to patronize downstairs because she
I'm so
just
glad
does
we
this
have that
because
cafe.
it's easy for her. She likes Jason's and it's just easy, but these guys downstairs are very good.
We're very fortunate that we got them.
Oh, thank you. So I'm going to come back on the record. We're sneaking in a little bit of lunch, but we're actively working. So we'd like to bring the hospital district back on and ask them to mobilize for item number 3. And really, 3 and 4 is kind of a joint item. And we're going to receive a presentation from the Smith Group on the site selections for the proposed new facility. We already here at Commissioners Court have had presentations by the Smith Group. Tyner, are they available?
Yes, I see Chris.
You see Chris? Okay. Well, let's get us set up. And Chairman John, we want to make sure you're still on. Will you just give me a hello?
Oh,
Okay. I'm going to take that as a no. Chairman Martinez, will you be able to let us know that you're on with your board? Okay. I'll take another bite then. Taking advantage of this.
keep biting, just keep biting, keep biting.
I think they went to lunch.
I got a good, Dale, I got a good text from Representative Barreto right now that those funds that Maria, the CESF funds, they just got finalized. So that's another 630,000.
Good.
And then did you see the 1.4 that came to the health district from dishes?
That's why we lower it.
We need to figure out exactly what we can use those for.
Well, that's a city grant.
But that's what the health district owns.
Right, but it went to the health department for COVID testing, which,
But yes, but it's still through the city, so the city manages all that side of it, so we'll definitely work with them.
yeah, well, they can get excited to the tune of 40% because that's how we have to pay.
Correct.
Hey, buddy.
This reminds me of when I used to owe my sister, you know, depending on, you know, we're like siblings. Money belongs to all of us because it's like we got an allowance from our parents.
Yeah.
Just one of them is
Oh, hey,
holding
Chris,
back the other.
are you there?
And they're acting like it's all theirs. It's our money.
You're
and there's
muted.
plenty of us.
To forget there's an hour there, hour, not I.
Oh, and I can't see you.
Yeah, I'm trying to preserve bandwidth, so let me turn my camera on.
Oh, now I hear you. Now we hear you. There you are. Okay, I'm gonna hang up. Thank you. Bye.
There's Chris.
Hey, Chris, can you hear us okay?
I can. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, and we can see you.
All right, great. Thank you for this opportunity. If you would like me to, I can get started. Otherwise, I can give you a little more time.
No, please do. We're running a little behind. My bad. We had a little technical difficulties. Let's get us going. Just want to make sure that Chairman
Okay.
Martinez and Director Hip, can you all hear it? There they are. Okay, take it away.
Great. Tyner, I am unable to share my screen. It looks like I was provided the control of the meeting and not necessarily the screen itself.
Nor. Chris, I'm showing you as host.
Yeah.
That doesn't help?
No, it doesn't. I don't see any buttons to be able to share a screen, actually.
Hey, Tyner, this is Johnny Hip. Before y'all switch off to Chris, could you let Belinda Flores back in, one of my board members? She had to log off and got back in and needs to get back in.
I'm gonna have to reclaim host to be able to do that. So Chris, I took the meeting away from you.
Great.
And I see Belinda Flores. Like she is joined. Here's somebody talking.
Yeah, Tyner, thank you. But I see Belinda in as well. Thanks again.
Okay. I'm gonna go back and see if I can make Chris host.
Is there an opportunity for a presenter as opposed to host?
Do you think you could email me your presentation and I'll do it for you?
Yeah, Tyner, I did send it last night. I'm not sure if you saw that come into your email yet. There was a PDF. If I need to send you the PowerPoint, it's a little bit large.
Hey, John Petrella, this is Johnny Hip. We're good to go with you guys. I'll send you a meeting appointments for tomorrow afternoon and next Tuesday, you and Melissa.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you to the judge and
Okay, have a
everybody
good
else.
day, and thanks again.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Stand by, Chris.
Okay.
Stand by, Chris. Okay, Chris, your presentation is up in the courtroom. First slide is design a better future. And your
Yep,
video is
I
in the
can
corner.
see-
You can see?
Great, I can see the screen. So if you're able to hear me, then I'll get started.
Go ahead.
All right, great. So thank you everyone for this opportunity again to be able to present the most recent iteration of the program document for the Nueces County Medical Examiner. If you could go to the next slide, Tyner. Just wanted to go through just briefly what the agenda was. So the next slide, or what was intended to go over today, what I intended to go over for the next slide. So some important design considerations we wanted to cover, primarily based on what we had talked about with the medical examiner staff. I talked a little bit through why the facility is the size that it is and facility demand. Talk about some of the site opportunities. That is a small update from the most recent presentation to both the Commissioners Court and the hospital district, and then answer any questions that you might have. But along the way, feel free to pose any questions that you might have. Tyner, if you can go to the next slide for the important design considerations. We wanted to start off with some questions that were posed to the medical examiner staff to be able to really get a better picture of what they were dealing with before the program started. And the reason why we're presenting this information today is so that you understand what the main concerns that they had were. So Tyner, if you would move to the next slide. The first question was really, what will be the most important issue for this project to make sure that it's successful?
Oh, great. I think you froze up, Chris.
Everybody just stand by. Everybody just stand by. We're trying to make sure we get the connection up and running. This is a worthwhile presentation, and anyway, since we've been talking about mental health and wellness, silence is very good for us, and sometimes we do this all day long and we don't even take a chance to really let things sink in. So let's just all be on a patient pause, please.
Meditate.
Patient pause.
Oh, here we go.
I apologize for losing connection. Are you able to hear me again, Tyner, by chance?
Yeah, we can hear you, Chris. And then,
Okay.
So I'm making you host. And I've got your PowerPoint right here. So if you can turn on your video, we'll see you up in the corner.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay off video just to make sure that I'm preserving some bandwidth and don't drop as easily, if you don't mind.
Okay, that's fine.
So if you can go to the next slide, and I apologize to reiterate, the goals of the facility are really to provide functional space, something that will work for both today and in the future. Much like in real estate, the key is for location, location, location. They want to be close to where the demand is highest, and then also where they need to be able to head to court in those events that they need to be able to testify. Sufficient space in many ways for families, for grieving families, to make sure that they have an adequate and hospitable zone for them to be able to have a consultation in. Sufficient space for work to be able to flow. There's a lot of area that's necessary in order to move decedents through a facility. And then also for growth. Tyner, if you would move to the next slide, the next question that was posed to the staff was, how would this project become a catalyst to support the mission, their mission, the county's mission, the region's mission, really? And in the next slide, the responses were to exceed the standard of care for the needs that they have today. They're doing a great job, but they want to be able to improve upon what they've been able to build to date. Being able to show a positive public exposure, positive public visibility, and the facility would really be state of the art so that they can really operate in a way that they aren't able to today. Moving forward in the next slide, what really should this facility communicate? And that's to multiple people. And that communication should be in the next slide, should be accredited, that the facility is then able to be more credible because of that accreditation. They are accredited today, but there are some challenges with their facility that doesn't allow them to be able to meet all of the check marks that they need to in the fullest extent. That the staff have pride in the work that they do, and that the county has pride in them as well. That there's dignity both for the staff and for those who unfortunately have died. And then respect for the decedents, respect for the families as well. And in the end, to really be able to recruit and retain the best staff, because a facility that affords more daylight, more safety, is something that other people would want to come and work at more so than what they have today. So the last question, and really this was intended to be a big question, a very in-depth question that might generate a lot of conversation. But it was really quite simple. If you go to the next slide, Tyner, it was just to get this facility built. They really need to get this building underway because they are, much like you had talked about what the Commissioner's Court has done today. You talked a lot about the pandemic, about behavioral health, and they really are on the forefront, on the front line of emerging public health concerns. And so how do we really allow them to do the best work? And that's to afford them with a facility that will accommodate those changes in the world that we live in today. So the next slide shows a series of pictures of the existing environment that I wanted to show you just for a compare and contrast of what they're working in today. Unfortunately, the building doesn't have a tremendous access to daylight, natural daylight. Ventilation system is not 100% adequate. What we'd like to move to on the next slide is something that's more pleasant to be able to work within, provides better access to daylight to reduce eye strain, allows for better communication between the staff and not being so cellular in how the building is organized. Moving on to the next slide. The existing decedent entry sequence is one that the county has tried to improve along the way. Previously, the fence material was more transparent. They've done a good job in trying to block direct view from the ground, but unfortunately, it still doesn't provide the level of visual security that's necessary in order to make an adequate entry for decedents being offloaded from one vehicle and brought into the facility. On the right picture, it shows that you can get the door covered from the rain, but unfortunately with the amount of rain that you receive in the Corpus Christi area, that doesn't afford enough space to be able to be fully undercover for that offload of a decedent. Moving on to the next slide, showing you an image of what a facility that has a little more visual security includes. Additionally, it allows for additional barriers or continual barriers to be able to provide ingress of a vehicle and then separation from that non-staff individual and the rest of the facility. So multiple barriers, and then visibility into the area where the funeral home might be, the funeral home receiving vehicle might be in that case. Moving on to the next slide, you live in a very humid place. And so a fully enclosed facility may not be necessary and actually be quite costly to be able to condition. So there are opportunities to be able to provide a fully covered area to get out of the rain, but yet still not have such a high energy penalty and enclose the space and it become very humid and potentially stale air. Moving on to the next slide, showing a couple of images of the existing autopsy space for isolation. So this would be for a case that is potentially of concern from an infectious disease perspective. There isn't enough room to be able to move in the space once the decedent is in place. So from a safety perspective, how can we improve upon that? And then storage of those cases, only unfortunately a single position for that storage. Moving to the next slide and hoping to indicate a space that would provide more adequate room for circulation, visibility from an observation floor that allows for police investigations that are outside of the facility, the medical examiner staff, to be able to observe an autopsy without being directly in the space itself and maintaining a level of safety that is unfortunately not able to occur today. The next image showing the small space that the facility has currently for decedent storage. The staff do a very good job of maintaining the space, but moving on to the next slide, Tyner, if you would please, a more generous area for both cases coming in and also cases for long-term storage would be necessary for the facility to really function both now and in the future. Then for the final image for the existing conditions of the primary autopsy room, 2 autopsy sinks do function for the staff today, but frankly, it's not an ideal condition due to the volume of demand they have. Finally, if you move on to the next slide, Tyner, providing a space that will allow for, as mentioned before, the separation between those who are observing and the actual activities of the space itself, providing for natural daylight as well, obscured so that you can't see directly in from the exterior. So moving on to the next series of slides for facility demand. Tyner, if you could go to the next image, it shows that your medical examiner serves a very large region in the southern portion of the state of Texas. Really more than 100 miles from Nueces itself. And so that shows that you're a critical component within the public health realm within this area. Moving to the next slide, we evaluated all of the counties that are being served by the county currently, I should say. And in the end, growing out to the year 2050, based on the Texas State Demographer's information, you'll be serving about a population area of about 1.4 million people. So that's a very large population catchment area that the county is responsible for, has partners that fit within. So through a number of conversations with the staff, looking at the decedent increases that are projected based on those increases in population, there'll be a little less than 1,000 decedents at year 2050 if the current level of service is maintained for both Nueces County and for all of those counties that are partners with the county in the region. Tyner, if you move to the next slide, it shows that for the medical examiner investigations and all of the common spaces that are necessary for the facility, really it ends up becoming somewhere in that 29 to 30,000 square foot range. Now, if toxicology, which is the analysis of blood samples from the post-mortem decedents from investigations perspective, if the county were to incorporate toxicology into that full program, it would grow. But based on the level of staffing today, the medical examiner felt that, and staff there felt that maintaining the current practice of all the medical examiner staff, not including toxicology, would be a more prudent strategy, and then designing a facility that would allow for expansion in the future. So moving on to the next slide, we talked at great length with the staff about what they really need to have from an adjacency standpoint, what wants to be visible, both from a safety standpoint and also providing view out to the exterior, for instance, for office space. The acoustics and security, we wanted to make sure that we understood those components quite well. So moving on to the next slide, this shows a diagram of what the staff really feels is the perfect organization. Now, I know that looking at this kind of spaghetti of connections may be a little difficult, but the design team uses it in order to create what we see on the next slide is the concept diagram. Tyner, if you move to the next slide, it shows the relationships that are spatial, that once you develop once you look at that perfect diagram, be able to understand better how each of the spaces are organized, how you would flow from one space to the next. All of that is very helpful because in the next section of this presentation, we'll look at the site opportunities. So Tyner, if you move on to, and then to the following slide actually as well. 3 options were discussed with the medical examiner staff. Option 1 was something that was structured more like 2 buildings. Option 2, a building that was long and linear. And then option 3, what would happen if the building were placed on a square site. In the end, the staff did like the linear flow in option 2. And that was what we had looked at moving forward into the next stage is what's happening on the existing hospital campus site. So if you move on to the next slide, just wanted to give for those who needed a reminder on where the medical examiner is. It's in, of course, the city of Corpus Christi, near that dot that's placed. So in the north, kind of northern portion of the county. But the hospital campus, moving on to the next slide, is near downtown and is a good spot in proximity to the courthouse, allowing for the medical examiner staff to be able to have good access there. And also, if it remains in the same general vicinity, from a continuity of operations, it allows for those who know where the facility is today to be able to continue to move to the same site. So on the next slide, Tyner is showing a more of a 3-dimensional view of the hospital campus. On the top of the page or the top of the image shows the new building that was constructed for the quick care, the urgent care, the existing hospital itself, and then the medical examiner on the right portion of that image. Just immediately to the left or to the east of that site, of the existing building, would be where the team had been discussing the facility moving to. The next slide identifies some of the positive aspects of that. It reinforces the boundary that the quick care facility, the new building, has set. So it kind of adds another bookend to the site and allows for the preservation of the existing hospital campus. It also allows for the medical examiner to maintain operations today so that when the facility is constructed, they have a close proximity and can move over to the new building and then limits building demolition on the site as well. And moving on to the next page, next slide, shows how that site plan, that approximately 30,000 square feet would fit on the new site, adjacent to the hospital, kind of sandwiched between the existing hospital and the existing medical examiner facility. If you go to the next page, it provides good visibility from the hospital campus itself, allowing for a visitor entry that would be consistent with the remainder of the buildings, kind of to the south. The next slide shows the opposite orientation of the site, looking at the building from the northwest, or excuse me, from the northwest, yes. And this is more of the back of house components that would be fully screened from both the residential neighborhood and the building immediately adjacent to the site, allowing for a more respectful delivery of decedents. Also providing for secured staff parking spaces as well. And then finally, on the next slide, shows that once the new building is constructed, that the existing medical examiner site can be returned to the hospital district for future use. So I know I covered a lot, but I do appreciate the time that the court has afforded the team and all of the efforts that the doctors, Dr. Shaker, Dr. Fernandez, and then also Minerva, Alex, and Bernardo, Hugo, all the time that they provided for us to be able to get to this point. And if there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Commissioners? Pardon me, my mic was off. Commissioners? How about hospital district board members? Chairman Martinez, do you have anyone that might want to discuss the presentation?
You know, the only questions I have are going to be more for our administrators, you know, in the relationship with SPON and how that, you know, whether or not they'd be able to affect the building because they have a lease on the property. But that's something that I think Johnny and DeWitt, I think I need you guys to look into that. Are there any other members of the hospital district board that have any questions for Mr. North this time? Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that one of the things that's going to be critical, and your examples really show them very well, how close it is to one particular apartment complex. I think that berm or that wall or landscape, whatever we put there, is going to be really important in the future, so that we can, you know, make sure that we're being very, very respectful of the folks that are there. Of course, the before and after is pretty indicative of what an incredible improvement and the dignity and respect that these decedents deserve would be there. I also like the idea of pursuing with the hospital district this idea of toxicology. I recognize that the medical examiner's office you know, are happy to get this kind of attention in this building, but we're the policymakers, and we need to be thinking about what we can do to not only make a state-of-the-art, you know, facility, but also there's revenue involved here. And I think that we have somebody looking at that for us right now, if I'm not mistaken. We're having to send out all our toxicology out at this moment for all these counties. And so by being able to have your own lab, like a Tarrant County, Chris, for example, or a Travis County, can really pave the way for all kinds of opportunities. I particularly mentioned to you early on, and I haven't left it, and I do have an appointment with Dr. Miller, but I thought it was important that we went as a team, Chairman Martinez, to talk to Dr. Miller at Texas A&M. I want her to see this presentation. And I want to see if Texas A&M has any interest in partnering with us with regards to either toxicology or any kind of forensic science that would make it easier for us to contemplate this being a part of this building. I'm comfortable for now moving forward with the site selection, which is number 3. This piece of it was just receive the presentation. But that was number 3. Number 4, actually, on the agenda says, discuss final site selection and take necessary action to approve. So I think at this point, we are looking for you all to, is that correct, Laura? For the hospital district to make a determination with regards to the site selection. We, as a group here, participated as a committee, and we make the recommendation for option 2 to you all. And with that, we leave that in your good hands. It's also in Commissioner's Vaughn's precinct, and so she's also has weighed in. And Commissioner Gonzalez, I feel like all of us have weighed in, and we feel that option 2 is our recommendation to the hospital district.
We gotta grow, gotta grow.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotta expand.
Laura, do they need to take action at this time in this item number?
I don't know if that's on their agenda or not.
I believe it is.
Yeah, we set it up for action. I talked to Johnny If the court was so inclined, we kind of changed the language around a little bit, but ultimately, it would be the commissioner's recommendation, I think, to the hospital district. And if the hospital district agreed on the site, then they would, if it becomes final, then we do the meets and bounds, which we've already done. And then Krista Spahn has a lease on that property. And so then the hospital district, given that this is the final site, would start working on an amendment to the lease
Got it.
to carve this property out.
So you're looking, so then I'll make a motion to recommend option 2 at this time to the Hospital District Board. And I do have a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye?
Judge, can I ask a question real quick?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm having video problems, but my question is, I like the site also, but I'm still not sure how we're doing this on the funding, and at what point, will we have those definitive discussions? Because I want to vote for the site selection, but I don't know at the end of the day, I'm going to vote based on what the funding source may be. So how do we do that? Or what do we do on that?
So I think you want me to get an agenda item then prepared for you for next court, it sounds like. But having said that, I still think it's no different than saying I'm going to choose a method of procurement, and then we still have the ability to come back and, look at the RFP before we, and create a funding source, for an item. I feel like the site selection just needs to be done.
And that's certainly fine. I just want to continue to kind of be on record as I've been comfortable with the site process. I'm comfortable with this particular choice. I'm not sure at the end of the day, I'm comfortable with who's going to pay for what, because I don't know where that's coming from. So I just want to be able to continue to be consistent and put that on the record and,
Correct.
reserve the right to still not vote for it in the end if I'm not comfortable with the funding source or whatever may come from all that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You are on the record that we are just promoting the site selection. This is the only way to get to the next part. I think that they really have to get their legal team together at the hospital district to make sure they can lease this property to us. If they can lease the property, then I would propose, and I would like to move along, Chairman Martinez, so as soon as you could get that to us, then you would work with our county attorney to lease that property to us. Once we have it under lease, then I would feel very comfortable bringing an agenda item to discuss the method of financing. Financing is huge. This is any type of new construction is expensive, but of course, any medical building also has technology and medical supplies that need to be considered. So having said that, I think if that's amenable to you, what I'm looking for is a lease. That's what I need. I need to be able to say, we will talk about this building the minute we get a lease in our hands. So having said
And
that,
Judge,
next time, is that okay? 2 weeks?
Yeah, that sounds very reasonable to me. That the one thing I would throw in and it's totally, just off the top of my head as I sit here and think about this, and I know it may not work and it may be way outside the box, but if you're truly looking for other locations for additional beds, I don't know that this facility, and I know it's a little odd putting beds in a situation like this, but if you're looking for emergency hospital beds, and if the court's going to spend the money building this very expensive medical facility, then would the possibility exist to add some beds to this facility that might be an alternate care site instead of, or in addition to, or whatever? It's just an idea to throw out.
Well, I think this facility is probably going to take every bit of 16 to 18 months to build, where what we were contemplating was 30 days on the other. But having said that, I like the idea of just making certain that there are multiple uses for any new building, any new construction. It's been a long time since Nueces County has put a Nueces County emblem on any building. And so I think the most important thing to learn from anybody who's building around here in government is that you want to have options. And I think maybe that's what you're saying. is make sure you
Well,
always
it's
have options.
Right, it would be more of a permanent type situation. If it works, there may not be enough space, it might not be practical, it might not be cost efficient. But while we're looking at building something that's permanent, then maybe we should look at, a permanent solution, because as you said, even if you go forward on the memorial, you still may knock that one right back down in 2023, and then those 40 beds go back away. So it's just it's outside the box. It's a thought
Hey,
process.
it's
and
good
it
thinking.
certainly might be worth considering.
I would definitely want a big courtyard to separate me from the ME office, but I hear you. I think what you're saying is you have a campus, and I think I hear you correctly. You have a big campus, and let's be thinking about preparedness for this big campus, healthcare. And you know what? We could use those 40 beds for training. You could use those 40 beds for instruction. We don't have a medical school, but there's no reason why we can't have institutes or centers for health excellence. And when you jump on Tarrant County, makes me jealous, because they get the best seminars, the best fellowships and trainings. And the reason is because they have the facilities. And so I think what you're saying is be smart, and Chris is listening to you, so I bet he's liking this concept. By the way, for the hospital district, I hope you got the introduction before the presentation, just by way of your packet. The Smith Group is building at least 5 different complexes that are forensic in nature or medical examiner in nature across this country. They're probably not the only ones doing this type of work, but they're certainly one of the most prolific groups in the nation doing this. So I bet he's listening to you. And Chris, this is where they say it's a good time to acknowledge. When I say they're listening to you, you say, yes, I am.
And I'm actually interested in more conversations with you, Commissioner Chesney, if you feel it's necessary. But facilities that have a medical legal death investigation component they, as Judge Canales mentioned, they do have some separation from most hospital components, but they work within hospital buildings in many other locations. So it's not a physical separation that's necessary in many instances, but we do have a certain level of mechanical separation and physical barrier within the buildings to make sure that there isn't contamination from one side to the other of that barrier. And they also work really well with emergency operations centers, that if the zone that is around this building becomes more of a multi-use area for a laydown of critical operations when there is an event, that also could become an opportunity to be able to place even temporary units for taking up bed space if necessary.
And now that we have all these military assets, one of the things they do is they come in and assess your land and your facilities. So you've opened up a good idea, Commissioner Chesney. And for those of you that didn't know, that was Commissioner Chesney visiting with us. So I think that it's all worthy of future discussion. But to your point, I'm going to ask Tyner to put a placeholder for next commissioners' meeting to discuss financing. And we can leave it at that for right now. But I think that we voted on having this recommendation to you, Chairman Martinez, and now the ball is in your court.
Okay, thank you, Judge. I've had much more opportunity and time to review this proposal on the site, more than the board has. I'm ready to take action if they are. With the understanding that this is not, the action that we take today is just to approve the site that's been selected, doesn't deal with financing, and also that it's subject to any rights that SPAWN may have and being able to work through those details. If any of the board members have any further discussion they'd like to talk about, or we can take action, it is on our agenda to take action today. We do have another meeting set for next week, so if there's anybody on the board that would like to table it until next week for further consideration, we can certainly take that up as well.
And Judge, can I ask a question? My understanding is on this that Krista still has the master lease on this, so should we not make this motion contingent upon Krista Spahn agreeing to this, just to be safe?
Absolutely, and that's what Chairman Martinez said at the onset, is that he has some work to do with lawyers, and that we should make that the recommendation. I can edit it to be contingent upon a suitable solution and a lease being delivered.
Okay, just that would be just a technicality that.
I think that's a
somehow,
good one.
If Krista has to give the permission first, I'm sure they probably will, but just to be technically correct, I don't want to be premature on our motion and have to come back and do it again.
I agree, and we all believe this is, not only important for the community, but I think this is actually, in a strange way, any new construction on the west side is a good thing. It's good for, it spawns places to eat and places to have other, whether it's a little shop that sells scrubs or medical supplies. I mean, there's going to be good things that happen besides the obvious. The other thing I just wanted to share with you on the toxicology piece of it is that there's the law enforcement piece. Our law enforcement agencies, including our district attorney's office, also have to rely on outside labs to produce, valid evidence to pursue cases. And I want you to know, sometimes it takes 6 months to get a blood alcohol test back. I mean, so we need to, this is not just about, getting things for the sake of getting them. It's so that there can be a efficiency of government, justice, and yes, there is always a revenue component. And maybe next time too, Commissioner Chesney, I think it'd be wonderful to be able to have someone come in and explain. I'm kind of thinking maybe auditor's office. There's a revenue piece, Dale, and I'm not sure we all have been well-versed in it. So maybe, and if next time isn't, if it's too hectic as a ball budget, just whenever you can, put somebody on that task. Let's explain to everybody, hey, we get revenue when we service that 100-mile radius. But there's also revenue lost because we're having to pay for outside toxicology. So I guess there's some revenue pieces of it, but the most important part is serving the community and the opportunities and doors that it opens. We're going to have to create our own medical center. And it may not be a medical school, but we can have our own medical center in these ways. So I think if it's okay, do I have to redo the motion, or am I okay with just the editing of that recommendation?
You're okay,
I think
because it's just the site.
it's just the site. Okay, so we got that in the record, Brent. I'll turn it over to the chairman to see if they're going to table for next time or they're going to vote on it.
Thank you, Judge. And also, I think that your desire to partnership with higher education, that's also something that the hospital district has really been looking at, not only for the medical examiner's office, but also on the behavioral health side. And I think that moving forward, those types of partnerships are going to be very beneficial for our community. So thank you for doing that.
You bet, and like I said, I mean, it's in everybody's interest because they have these degree programs, but no apprenticeships, right? No fellowships. And so being able to utilize your space for their future. In fact, I was going to suggest that we here, we're babies at learning this, but we're now moving into the toddlers, and maybe you guys can come behind us. We started our own capital improvement plan here last year, and now we're starting to move through the steps of initiating that plan. Maybe you guys could put together a capital plan that really focuses on these types of strategies, and include the building, include, some of the things that you're looking at, whether it's jail diversion or, somebody's got to put the dream on paper. And then they have to marry it to funding and marry it to a timeline. And that's the only way it's going to get done. And that's where you get to go to a Texas A&M and say, this board has approved this strategy for the next 5 years. And this is the amount of dollars it's going to take to get us there. And can you, would you be a partner? So I think that is something that, we started, and we're still learning, but we're very pleased with how the paper has translated into a very aggressive program here. So just food for thought for you guys. So
So
is,
Judge, this is Johnny Hip. Chairman Martinez, there may be a couple of board members who have questions of our board members.
Yeah, Mr. Valls, I notice you raising your hand. You might be on, are you on mute? Were they, while John's trying to figure out his audio, is there anybody else that had any questions? No. John, did you get it figured out yet? Some technical difficulties.
well, can he email you the question? Or text you
Email
the question?
or text. Let's see.
Chris, based on your, while we're waiting, based on your experience with this type of square footage, what would be, and you don't, if you don't know, it's fine, but what would be an appropriate timeline for construction on something like this?
We have a facility that just finished construction in Johnson County, Kansas. It's the Kansas side of the Kansas City border. And that project took about 14 months
Okay, so we guessed.
from kind of groundbreaking to end. Now, of course, the site there had some other conditions that they needed to address along the way. But I wouldn't think that anything shorter than 12 months and no longer than likely 18 months for a facility of this size. And that would be kind of once the contractor's able to get started.
Understood. Did I buy any time for John Valls to get video, to get audio?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay. Well, I'm obviously, I'm going to let you decide what you need to do. John, there you are. John, wait, here he comes. We're going to have like you're going to hold up the sign that has your question?
Question's too long.
Yes, sir.
I don't think it's on this end, Judge.
He's calling. He's calling in. He looks very official.
Well, this is getting confusing because Chris is still the host.
Hold on one second.
That's probably what it is, maybe.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I hope it doesn't give feedback.
Perfect.
I got you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, kind of in light of what Brent said related to Krista's having the master lead, how about we table this until our board meeting next week, which buys us some time to have a discussion with Krista's to see where they are in their master plan for this property.
Okay, is that a motion?
I'll make that in the form of motion that we table until next week at our regular board meeting.
And Johnny, our board meeting's on Tuesday, correct?
Yes, it's next Tuesday, the 21st at 12 noon.
Okay, so the action we take will be before the commissioners meet on it for their meeting next week.
Right, and they can get it on their agenda so that maybe we'll have some updated information as they proceed.
Okay. Do I have a second from anybody on the board? Table.
Second from Bell.
Okay, all in favor?
I did want to.
Sorry, go ahead, Bill.
I did want to chime in that I agree with the plan. I think it's a great plan. I think the judge saying about that we don't have a medical school here, but we need to have an area for training is a great idea and something that we really need to start looking at and discussing because we have multiple, AHEC has been approached since we coordinate medical student rotations here by different health science centers that want to be here to send their students. I can tell you that Dr. Reddy was one of our preceptors and students loved rotating with him. And he currently doesn't have any of the students we have, but I know that, we have been in contact with several schools that have opened up, like, Incarnate Word in San Antonio, that are looking for areas that don't have a training center, and we are prime for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Will everybody make sure that they are off of mute for responding on the vote? All in favor of tabling till?
This is Vishnu Reddy. I vote aye for it.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Sylvia Tryon, aye.
Thank you.
Amber Hour, aye.
Thank you.
Bell Flores, aye.
Thank you. And John, you were an aye also?
Yeah, he made the motion.
And Daniel, did you vote? Daniel Dane, if you're still on there?
John, this is Johnny Hip. Daniel had to step out to a meeting. He was going to try to get logged back on, but I don't think he was certain that he could actually get back on.
Okay, and all opposed? I think that was everybody that is present voted aye. And we do still have a quorum with Mr. Dane being absent. Okay, so that motion passes. We'll revisit it at our next meeting on Tuesday and, have it done before the next Commissioners Court meeting. Johnny, will you make sure that gets booked for us?
Yes, sir. I got it on the list.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judge Canales.
Thank you, guys, and we look forward to making this really just a visionary plan for a medical campus over there. I want to thank all of you for, just putting in your heart and soul on this. And I think it needs to be really called, the Nueces County, Forensic Institute and Medical Examiner's Office, because that's what we want it to be. We want it to be a forensic institute that gives a lot of opportunity for learning. And we ought to bring in Del Mar. I would imagine that we have a lot of work ahead of us, but just like behavioral health, let's not let this pandemic win everything. Let's not let it take away from us. It's taken plenty already. Let's stay on track, form the committees. I'm going to set up the Dr. Miller appointment for Johnny Hip and John Martinez and myself to go make this preliminary, have this preliminary discussion. But you guys keep on moving forward. Do everything you can to continue to innovate for this campus, because we all know that whatever Krista Spahn's plans are, it's not to build a hospital there. They're about to tear it down, not build it up. They just built a new one. So I'm excited to have them, once and for all, kind of release this area so that we can get this built. But there's got to be new uses for it. So it should be very exciting. I think this concludes our joint meeting, Tyner. And I'd like to say thank you, and we're going to sign off with you, but we've got other work to do. So if there's nothing further, for the clerk's timing, it's 1:27, and we're going to gavel out of this session and put us into a new one. Thanks,
Thank you,
everybody. Okay. Well, we've adjourned the joint meeting, but we are going to continue with the Nueces County Commissioners Court meeting, and that brings us to letter H. And we have a few resolutions that I know Tyner wants to go through. The very first one is one that's very meaningful to us here in Nueces County as we endeavor to make all our Nueces County buildings ADA accessible. And this is the 30th anniversary, Tyner, and you have something on this for us to consider.
Hang on.
Okay.
Judge, this would commemorate the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Whereas the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, was passed on July 26, 1990, to ensure the civil rights of citizens with disabilities Whereas the disability community has critical affirmations in the principles of equality and inclusion for persons with disabilities as set forth for the state of Texas and as embodied in the ADA. Whereas there are over 50 million people with disabilities of all ages living in communities throughout the United States. Whereas numerous organizations in Nueces County work with constituents and communities to bring forth the promise of hope and freedom that is envisioned by the passage of the ADA. Whereas in July 2020, people with disabilities and supporters celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Now therefore be it resolved by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that the City of Corpus Christi and Nueces County do hereby extend greetings and best wishes to all observing July 26, 2020 as the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act.
So moved.
And I'll second. We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, so Tyner, if we may be Zooming with Washington DC and the Department of Justice, but it is our intention to bring forth the DOJ, all of the improvements that we have made in the last year since we visited with them last. And I'm excited to tell you that our capital improvement program is completely focused on ADA in this building and in other county buildings. And we've made this commitment, and by God, we are going to finish it. So we salute this incredible piece of legislation and try to honor it by living up to it, quite frankly. And our new parking lot is a testament to it. And I want to say thank you to all the people that are always working to keep us aware and on our toes. Just, I guess, a week ago, we put a piece of equipment somewhere where it was completely blocking accessibility, and it was brought to our attention, and we appreciate that. We have to work together to make certain that we're constantly vigilant, and I think that we do a good job of recognizing when we need to modify our courthouse. And so, anyway, thank you for those folks that did that. And Tyner, is there anything else that you'd like to say? You were
About that, Judge, just yesterday, we got a letter from the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation that IB McGee passed all its ADA inspections.
That's
So
great.
we got that in writing from TDLR, and so the next is the federal government on that.
That's great. And also, I'm going to try to order us some masks that have like a clear mouth. There are so many people that are hearing impaired, and with our vigilance to try to keep us safe using masks, they're really struggling to look at the lips and read. Obviously, they can't if the mask is covering the mouth. And so I just want to be mindful that there are many disabilities that our citizens are living with. Some of them are physical, and we recognize them very easily, and others are not so easily recognizable. And I just want to salute all those brave men and women, young girls and young boys who are living with disabilities, and say, you are my hero today. So with that, we'll move on to proclaiming July 2020 Beach Safety and Rip Current Awareness Month. Tyner, will you take us through that?
Yes, Judge.
Proclamation?
Whereas the coastal beaches in Nueces County are a world-renowned recreational resource that draw both residents and approximately 9 million visitors for water and beach activities every year. Whereas the water and beach environment can pose risks and dangers, particularly rip currents, to beach patrons, whereas these dangers can be effectively prevented through public awareness, the vigilance of beach patrons, professional lifeguards, and increased protection of water and rip current safety efforts. Whereas Nueces County recognizes organizations like the Dasani Smith Foundation and others who do so much to educate the public on beach safety and rip current awareness. Whereas for public safety reasons, an annual reminder of the joys and hazards associated with the water and beach environment are appropriate during the busy summer beach season. Whereas Nueces County residents and visitors alike must take necessary precautions such as learning to swim, swimming near a lifeguard, obeying posted signs and flags, learning rip current safety, and wearing a life jacket. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that July 2020 is hereby proclaimed Beach Safety and Rip Current Awareness Month in Nueces County. And further, the court urges all patrons of Nueces County beaches to enjoy this resource while taking appropriate measures to protect themselves and others.
So moved.
Second. Bless you.
Judge, just real quick, if I might, I just wanted to make comment. I think the importance of this goes without saying, and I want to certainly thank the Giussani Smith Foundation for all the efforts they've been making and the extra efforts they've been making. It's truly made a difference out there. They have spent, I can't even imagine how many countless of hours, but they've been out there handing out bracelets and beach awareness information. Our sign that we bought has helped, all the flag systems, the extra signage that's gone up. We've certainly done a great deal. There's never enough that you can do. We've added lifeguards as a county, and the Commissioners Court has continued to support my efforts on that, and I greatly appreciate that. We have more lifeguards out there than we've had in a long, long time, and we'll hopefully continue to do that. I think our efforts are making a difference. While this resolution is symbolic, it certainly is substantive in regards to what we're following it up with. So I appreciate the court's continued support of this effort.
You're most welcome, and the truth is that the real reward is to have a quiet summer, Commissioner, and I know you know what I mean by a quiet summer on the beach with regards to these types of fatalities, and I just feel like all of us have learned a lot about rip currents. I think everybody's really taking the flags much more seriously. I think that every bit of awareness you've brought to this and the Giussani Smith Foundation has is making a real impact. And I believe that, and I'm glad to declare and proclaim July 2020 Beach Safety and Rip Current Awareness Month, and I'll take a motion to that effect.
There's already one.
I'm sorry, there's already one. We just,
Yeah.
he's already motioned.
Yeah.
And a second. We just need to vote, forgive me. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And so we will move, we will, and please keep us, informed on any other events going on so that we can all tag it. And let's make sure, if you're listening, Robert, let's make sure our website accurately reflects that this is our 2020 Beach Safety Awareness Month on our Nueces County website, Facebook, and Twitter. We'll make sure our communications are excellent as far as that goes as well. And then take us through Harbor Bridge Right-of-Way Coalition. There's a resolution that's pending before us that, I think I told Jeff Pollock, we'll get to you real soon, Jeff. I guess he's gonna know better next time.
Okay, he's on there, Judge.
Okay,
And I'm going to go ahead and read this, Judge, and
Go
Jeff can
ahead.
comment.
go ahead.
Whereas the demolition of the Harbor Bridge creates an opportunity for redevelopment and placemaking within the vacated right-of-way in downtown Corpus Christi. Whereas local government entities intend to capitalize on this opportunity to create world-class destinations that enrich the lives of residents and contribute to the local economy. Whereas local governmental entities and members of the state legislative delegation have met twice over the past year to define shared needs, priorities, and critical path process for collaborative redevelopment of the right-of-way. Whereas local government entities must begin in the planning and design for this redevelopment so that the projects are shovel-ready and redevelopment activities can begin immediately after the Harbor Bridge is demolished and the right-of-way is deemed surplus. Whereas local entities must have clarity and confidence about the spatial extent, time frame, and cost of right-of-way availability to be able to plan and design these redevelopment initiatives. Whereas Chapter 202 of the Transportation Code makes provisions for the transfer of highway right-of-way to a local governmental entity. Now therefore be it resolved by the Nueces County Commissioners Court, duly adopted by vote of the Commissioners Court on the 15th day of July, 2020, and I'll read the now therefore, that we support the Harbor Bridge Right-of-Way Coalition by the public agencies in Nueces County that have an interest in the redevelopment of the old Harbor Bridge right-of-way, inclusive of the City of Corpus Christi, Nueces County, Port of Corpus Christi, the Corpus Christi Downtown Management District, and the Corpus Christi Metropolitan Planning Organization. The City of Corpus Christi shall be represented by the city manager, who may appoint up to 3 representatives. Nueces County shall be represented by the county judge, who may appoint up to 3 representatives. Port of Corpus Christi shall be represented by the chief executive officer, who may appoint 3 representatives. Corpus Christi Downtown Management District shall be represented by its executive director. Corpus Christi Metropolitan Planning Organization shall be represented by its transportation planning director. Number 2, that we support the formation of the Harbor Bridge Right-of-Way Coalition by the public agencies in Nueces County that have an interest in the redevelopment of the old Harbor Bridge right-of-way, inclusive of Nueces County. 8, delineate the portions of the state-owned right-of-way in which each member has a vested interest. B, coordinate urban planning, design, and redevelopment initiatives. And 3, we support active coordination between the coalition and TxDOT Corpus Christi District and TxDOT Real Estate Division to facilitate the transfer of the appropriate local government entity or entities of those portions of the Harbor Bridge right-of-way that do not automatically revert to the original grantors of the right-of-way, duly adopted this 15th day of July.
So I think that had a really great explanation of this important coalition and its reasoning and justification. But Jeff Pollack, you've been facilitating this since day one. Jeff is the former director of the MPO, and he's the head of planning for the Port of Corpus Christi, and so much of the reversionary interest back, would flow back to the port because of their original gift to TxDOT back in the 1950s. But do you want to set forth any statements, Jeff, that you think would be helpful? I feel like it's a no-brainer, but I always feel like we all learn every time we engage in these coalitions.
Judge, thank you so much. And just, I'll keep this very short out of respect for your time and the agenda today. But in essence, the coalition of the local government entities that has been meeting for the last year really started as sort of a de facto gathering around this shared interest in facilitating the process by which state-owned right-of-way would be ideally declared surplus and then in turn granted to local government entities for redevelopment. And I think as over the last year, we've derived some clarity around that mission, which is to say, I think we all acknowledge the importance of expediting that process and the importance of seeking some certainty about what lands will indeed be available for redevelopment so that we can begin that process in earnest now rather than waiting until such time as the old bridge is demolished and we're left with a big, a lot of open space. Recognizing that planning process, the design process for any redevelopment is going to take years, and recognizing that we have a pretty unique opportunity in terms of synergy with some other investments being made in our downtown, it certainly seems that there's an imperative upon us here to try to advance this as quickly as possible. And with this resolution, there's a statement of solidarity between the city, the county, and the other governmental entities in support of redevelopment. And the next step here would be for each of those entities to really dig in define which portions of the right-of-way would be a priority for acquisition, and then the collective, the coalition, will furnish a unified request to TxDOT for a surplus declaration of those properties.
Yeah, and, you know, with the legislative session coming up, I think, you know, as they say, we are really getting our ducks in a row. This is such good work in anticipation of the time that we would gather and make all these discussions, you know, germane. It's not too early. I know the bridge isn't done yet. I know it's not coming down yet, but it's going to take this kind of time ahead to really make the proper presentation and preparation. So, Commissioners, this is a resolution for our consideration, and with regards to appointing that board, it's not on the agenda, but I'll get it on the agenda for next court, okay? And I don't want to, I've already learned the hard way this morning. I got to make sure it's on the agenda. So let's get that done, Tyner, for, you know, as far as appointing a board.
Make a motion for resolution.
And we'll appoint, and I've got a motion to pass the resolution, and I'll take a second. And let's do the resolution piece first. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Any questions for Jeff? Any? Don't forget, Jeff, that the county hired Jeff Barton, and I know he is doing a great job because of the emails that he is sending me and all of the correspondence. He has been doing a very good job of getting with all the stakeholders and really looking at the property from the county's perspective and coordinating with you and with Daniel McGinn from the city. I don't know if we've ever worked so well together on a project that could be so determinative of our future development in this important area. So I'm excited, and if there's anything else we can do or we should be doing, please do not hesitate. We're kind of relying on you during this very difficult time for us to continue to be the facilitator. I know it's no extra pay. I know it's a lot of headache dealing with 2 other political jurisdictions, but it's very, very appreciated. Tyner, anything else on this, do you think? We're good?
I think we're good, Judge.
And where will the city vote on this, Jeff, as well?
This resolution is going before both the city and the Port Commission on the same day next week, next Tuesday, the 21st. And, you know, with respect to Jeff Barton, I can tell you that he and I and his staff actually were on a video call yesterday for an hour and a half, really productive time, and just thrilled about the opportunity to work with him and enhance the intensity of the collaboration between our entities. But so far, so good on that front. And, I'm pleased to see the unanimous support here. And I can tell you that this redevelopment opportunity is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the community and absolutely a bucket list item for me. So I'm thrilled to be in the mix.
That's great. Be sure and let them know. We will get them a copy of our resolution so they know we actually signed it and passed it. And I think Commissioner Chesney will be at that port meeting, so maybe we can throw in, Brent, just a little bit of word of how happy we are to work with them as well next week. Okay, that moves us along. Jeff, thank you so much for your patience and for your leadership.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, take care. All righty. I'm going to go to some certificates of recognition at this time. And boy, have we been talking about the medical examiner's office lately. I guess there is a season for everything. And the season for Dr. Ray Fernandez to retire is upon us. And Dr. Fernandez has been at the medical examiner's office for 17 years, given us 17 years of service. And I have signed a certificate that says we hereby express our sincere appreciation to Ray Fernandez for 17 years of service to Nueces County. All of the commissioners have signed it. He's going to be missed, and he's a tremendous asset. And I don't mind telling you, commissioners, in the budget, I have gone ahead and I'm going to meet with Dale this weekend, but he'll see this. I felt with what's going on in our community and with our accreditation status, I would like to see, after the proper waiver of time, make sure we have enough budget to put him back on contract, because I don't see how we can do it with 2 medical examiners. It's just impossible to make sure that we have all the right accreditation without a third. And until we can find us a permanent third, I hope that Dr. Fernandez will still like us enough to continue to do work for Nueces County. So don't be surprised if you see in the budget a little extra there. Commissioner?
And Judge, I want to thank the doctor for giving us the heads up. He could have easily just said, hey, in a month, I'm going to be gone. We've been on a year path to get to where we're at. And even though, like you mentioned, we are short-staffed because the skill set is so limited in this country, but that he gave us a chance to do a job posting and do interviews that took several hours and callbacks, and finally to get to where we're at. And I want to thank him for that, and of course, all his years of service to the community.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to say a little
No,
something?
and a lot of his input too, when we were trying to decide who to hire in his replacement, and he was willing to work with us. So I really appreciate the work he has done for the county, and his patience, he had a lot of patience.
And he declined because he's humble. He did not want to come in here and us make a big fuss over him. But
Yeah,
we're
Judge,
making-
if I may, I did.
Go ahead.
You know, he went to Ray High School as well.
I do know that.
A bunch of us did. He did, in fact, text me this morning.
Okay.
I knew something was wrong.
Let's see if I can get it up here.
I knew something was wrong, Turner.
His text to me was that Dr. Ray Fernandez out attending family matters. Say thanks to the court.
We'll forgive him.
Stay safe during these not safe times.
And no one would know more than he, so. Well, like I said, I've been talking to Julie about it. There's some rules of the game that I've learned regarding the waiting period. We cannot just say, come on back tomorrow. There is a 30-day waiting period. I particularly find this ridiculous during a pandemic, but once again, I'm thwarted by a rule. So Laura, I would ask you that, you know, in the case of a true emergency, that you look for the exception to the rule. In a pandemic, honestly, there should be no rules except for to save human life. But having said that, I understand it, and we'll pray that we don't need him in the next 30 days. But he does officially retire July 31st, and then we have to wait 30 days, and then we could hire him on a contract basis if needed.
30 days.
Okay? So that's an county policy, Laura.
You better give him notice
again,
ahead of time, Judge, so he won't go nowhere else.
I know, but during a pandemic, I mean, I really have to ask you to counsel us if there's anything we can do there. My goodness, I mean, certainly,
Well, he needs 30 days vacation anyway,
but anyway, just find out. Okay, we're gonna move on. We are now at the consent agenda, and you have lots of items before you. You have them A through O. A through O. Are there any that need to be removed at this time? Did I do that right? Yeah, A through O. Letter M, Michael?
3M, yes.
Or 2M, is it 2M? I'm used to this.
Oh, yeah, it's two.
Okay, 2M needs to be removed.
K, letter K.
Letter K, I'll get to you
you're
just a
gonna
second,
table
Michael.
M, you said?
Yeah, you can make me the motion in just a
No,
second.
you're gonna table it or pull it or what?
Table it, Michael said.
Okay. We can move the table M.
Okay, I've got a motion to table M. Can I get a second?
Second.
It's recommended by procurement. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. I only had one letter, a K, Commissioners, is that correct? Okay, can I get a motion to approve A through J, L, N, and O at this time? Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. I do want to just bring your attention to F and G. They're really wonderful. I know that we're in a hurry, but they're just some amazing awards from the Texas Veterans Commission. And in just a second, I'm going to read just a little paragraph that was sent to me by Judge Polcher's office. And I'll get that organized in a second. Let's go to letter K, and that's Wisjani Elsner. And I'm glad you pulled this because it needs to be at least brought forth by Michael. as to why we didn't do both of them and what the funding source is, et cetera, et cetera. Michael?
Okay, so this item is to authorize execution of agreement with Janney Elsner Associates Incorporated for RFQ 3117-19 for historic 1914 Nueces County Courthouse Structural Engineering Services. We had awarded this item to this company on 4/22, and the purchase is in the amount on this contract of $145,030, and that's coming from the Texas Historical Preservation Grant in the amount of $91,000, and the THC Preservation Grant match from us, which is the $54,030. And so that total equates out to the $145,030.
So you'll recall that we received, we applied for this grant and received this grant, and we actually had a committee that reviewed all of the submissions. And originally, just so you guys know, there was going to be two companies.
Right.
But
We had two separate RFPs, actually.
two separate, thank you, Michael, two separate RFPs, but we didn't have enough dollars.
Right.
But the great news is that WJE, in their contract, which was negotiated by Michael and the county attorneys, is that there's a clause in there that kind of gets everything that we need at this point with regards to structural engineering and stabilization. And so we feel very confident, and the Texas Historical Commission, the lady that was really working on the project, Sharon Fleming, thank you,
Yes.
reviewed it. So we feel confident that we can go forward and get everything that the grant requires. And again, this is, we have 150,000 and this is 145. In the perfect world, and maybe at a later date, depending on what happens here, I would love to bring back the other group, but we're gonna have to go for another grant, and that's another moment in time.
We just wanted to get the message out that we were very happy with the proposal that we received from the preservation architect firm.
Very, yeah.
They were a stellar company, and we just didn't have enough resources right now at this time
Right.
to be able to do both. And right now, we felt that the engineering service was one that provided a wide array of services that we would need at this point to get the Historical Commission on board with us
Right.
for doing this work.
Judge, I do have Chuck LaRoche
Oh, yes.
on.
Yes, I see
He was
that.
standing by just in case we needed him. I see he's muted, but
Okay, well, just so you know, that's the engineer, the senior principal engineer, civil engineer by background, and from my alma mater, the University of Texas, and he'll be the senior engineer on this project, and he's standing by in case anybody has any questions, Commissioner Modis.
Can I just had a question for Laura, if I can.
Laura, go ahead.
I just wanted to reiterate, because I think I've asked this before, and I'm not trying to be redundant, but I just want to make sure it's clear, Laura. My understanding is that this expenditure will not commit us or extend the covenant or easement that's on there, the historical covenant or easement. Just want to make sure that nothing we do does that. Is that correct, Laura?
Excuse me, this is only for a study, basically, so it should not.
And I spoke with Maria as well, Commissioner. I spoke with Maria, and she explained to me that these are Texas Historical Commission planning funds, and under the planning funds, they do not come with any additional easement. And I knew that was a concern of yours.
Make sure that we clearly articulate that, and since we're on this matter, and if that's the case, and that's the opinion, then I'm fine. But I do think it would be probably a good time to put this one back on the agenda also, because we need to have some discussions as to where we're headed with this, with the legislative session coming up. And obviously, when you talk about our whole legislative agenda, can't get into that because that's not on there. But since this is on the agenda, I would like to put this back on to discuss where we're at and where we're going on the courthouse for the legislative agenda as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we haven't forgotten about the legislative agenda at all. We just, I think, are still struggling with the time, but I think it's all going to be virtual. We were really trying not to make it virtual, but it's just not going to work out. So it'll be on your calendars as soon as Tyner can catch a breath here, but he's going to get that date for us, and we will have that. We have not forgotten. And are there any questions?
No,
Yes,
Judge,
sir.
before we go on, my bad, I just missed something that I wanted to move to the regular agenda.
All righty, tell
Letter
us.
L, I'd like to pull it, since we have an agenda item already in the regular agenda number 9. Can we just move that one to discuss it there at the same time?
Number 9.
Number 9, the regular
So
agenda.
so you're asking to pull letter L from the consent agenda and have us discuss it when we get to number 9?
Right.
Michael?
Before, I don't like to vote, I don't want to vote on the consent agenda and then discuss it, we already vote on it. But yeah, so, that's what I want to do.
Yeah, you did already vote on it.
Well, I know, but I want to bring it back out, so it's my bad, if it doesn't move,
Well, I'll tell you what, how about if I move number 9 next, and then we can discuss it, if there's a reason to, because we have voted on it, but if there's a reason to bring it up again, I can ask the county attorney, we can always do a reconsideration. But can we just finish K?
Sure.
And then we'll take number 9 out of order next?
So I recommend approval on executing the contract with Janney Elsner Associates Incorporated in the amount of
Okay.
$145,030.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a motion. I thought I heard a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The only thing I didn't ask is, Mr. LaRoche, we love timetables around here. We won't hold you to the day, but can you give us a guesstimate on how long this project might take you guys?
We estimate 6 to 8 weeks, Judge.
Okay, all right. We appreciate that. And then, so now we know, Tyner, more or less when to schedule them back. Okay. All right, thank you.
That's from notice to proceed.
Right, from notice to proceed. Understood. Okay, thank you. That helps us keep tabs on what's going on. All right, thank you. We will move on then. Let's see, that takes us through the consent agenda. And then to help us, help Commissioner Gonzalez, I'm going to take it out of order. We're now in the regular agenda. And instead of 3A1, let's go to 3A9, Michael. That way you can be efficient with your time as well.
Okay, Commissioner, did you have some specific questions on this?
Right. I know you have on the consent agenda, 93,735, funded courthouse cybersecurity, and is it a new account there, Dell? 9192130?
It's from the 2016 COs. If you go to letter L on the consent agenda, Dale, it's got the funding source listed as 2016 COs.
So I believe that what I did was I set aside $300,000 of the 2016 COs, and we've used some of it for True North. And this would be another piece of it.
Right.
So those were funds that were allocated to my office.
Right,
And
and
early on, I put $300,000 for security.
Right, and this badging system that we're purchasing is related to the attorney badges that we're going to get.
That's my next question. The badges are just for the attorneys we're talking about here?
No, there's
19,000?
actually, we're looking at getting a badging kit, basically, that will have 1,000 badges in it. We think approximately 700 will be attributed to attorneys, and then the other 300 would go to other law enforcement folks.
Okay.
The hope is that we would, over time, do everybody, because it's such a sophisticated badging system.
Right.
That's what we're trying to get out of the badges and start, everybody goes to the one security area with the front.
That's a separate issue. This is just a mechanism to do a good background check on the folks that are coming through the courthouse and provide the officers at the security checkpoint an ability when they swipe that card through the reader to know if they've been taken off of an approved list so that they can be culled out from the group that's being allowed in.
Right. This also includes the printers. So believe it or not, the reason we knew about this physician badging is because we had investigated it for the physicians, the Nueces County Medical Society. So this printer will be used for, I think, a lot of great purposes. This one is just way more sophisticated as far as the chip that it has, the technology. Right now, our attorney badges, for instance, let's just say you wanted to turn one off. You really couldn't. I mean, you really have to come back and
So
find
we
a
go-
way to
so
say
we-
you're invalid.
So we going back to the attorney having badges like they did before?
Well, we're not changing anything other than they're gonna have a different type of badge. They have a badge right now.
But they can't just walk in like they usually do, they have to go through the.
Correct.
They still have to walk through the proper
Security.
protocol to get
Okay,
in.
now my next question, I guess is related to that, I'm not sure, Michael, but.
Sure.
I know they were trying to set up something on the second floor, an entrance or something. Why are we doing the second floor?
Okay. I'll speak to this a little bit, but the ones who've been in charge of this, I believe, are Juan Pimentel and Timothy Everest in risk management and the sheriff's office, designing what security access they want to have into and out of the building. But my understanding is that we wanted to have another entry point for the attorneys to be able to access the areas they need to get to in the courthouse without going through the primary line and getting caught up behind the general public as they're trying to enter into that area of the building. And it also provides us an ability to do a complete security check on those folks as they attempt to enter the courthouse, because we don't have any security at that point right now.
Now we created another area of entry, right? I mean, which is.
We have an area of entry already there that has no security on it.
No, but the attorneys don't go through the second floor.
They're not supposed to, but there's
Right.
nothing there to prevent
Okay,
them.
now, hold on, man, let me finish. If you have them go second floor, that's the DA's floor, that's the county attorney's floor, that's your witnesses floor, the police officers that go testify. So, and you're gonna have defense attorneys going to the floor and some, so I think, I mean, if nothing else, go to the third floor, but I don't think the second floor is it's a good area for them to go in. I've gotten some calls from the DA's office, I got some calls from the county attorney.
They have access to that same floor through the main elevator currently.
Well, the main elevator, yes, but they're not gonna walk the hall to the elevator. I mean, they're gonna get off, they gotta get off, or they're gonna just keep on going. And they're not gonna be in that hall if they don't have to be in that hall. I mean, they're more than gonna go upstairs, right? I mean, they're going to the courts. So, and then, but, I don't understand the fact that do we create another point of entry there? So but they're gonna have to come into the front door first?
Okay, so the idea here was that it's not creating another point of entry, it's securing an entry. So what True North said to us is you all have multiple places where there's no security at all. For example, we want to give some badges to CCPD investigators. Okay, well, actually, this is not so much a good example because they're a peace officer and they wouldn't necessarily have to go through a metal detector. But nevertheless, the idea is to give them a badge so that they can get in and out of certain portals. But the whole idea is to secure your courthouse. And so the placement of the metal detector is different than the attorney's completely. The placing of the metal detector on the second floor was because the sheriff had worked with our security company, and they believed we need to secure the second floor. So that's where the metal detector, the mistake that was made is that there wasn't enough room on the side that it was placed on.
First floor.
On the second floor to really, victims assistance is right there, and there was no room. So they moved it, and they're gonna reevaluate it with the sheriff. But those discussions are happening directly between risk management, public works, and the sheriff. And we can have them come back and give us an update, but that's my understanding. I did ask them to move it, and they said no problem. And that was because we had a complete lack of access for ADA. And so we don't want that issue at all.
Right.
Yeah, and I think in the long run, I think we need to really consider, if you want, the safety of the courthouse has to be only the two main entrances, the Leopard and Lipan. Shouldn't be, if you're gonna open up another door on the second floor, that's crazy. I mean, we don't have the security. I would stay away from the second floor completely and just go to the third floor. You're gonna let them in somewhere, let them in the third floor. But, I'm just saying that, we're gonna have too many security interests, too many. And right now, nobody uses the second floor anyway, so it's not like it's secured. Nobody
Well,
goes there except
I
staff.
think that you make some valid points that they do need to consider, and I would add, though, that we do use the second floor.
The staff.
And the staff
Yeah,
uses
that's
it a
okay, but
lot
the staff.
in and out of there.
Sure, I understand.
And so,
The staff works for us, so. I mean,
yeah, I need to be able to get around from my office to the county clerk's office. I have to go through that door. But I think the intent is to try to provide more security and safety to the county, and that's what they're trying to do with these measures. But I do think it'd be a good idea for the sheriff and Juan and Timothy to come back and present to you guys exactly what their plan is on that, so
Yeah,
that
I understand.
everybody understands.
Do we also buy a machine already for scanning there? Did we, I don't know whether we approved the machine or not, but did we already buy a machine to scan?
I believe you have to check with Juan, but I believe they did procure a machine. It was a low cost. It was not something that would be of a value that would require us to come to court for.
It was under 50,000, I think it was $30,000, and it's, basically, we've got to secure La Pan and Leopard. Right now, we're getting the good grace of the parking lot construction helping us, but the idea is you want to secure any entrance that's being used, and I need to discuss this with the fire marshals and whatnot, but there is a problem not having a right of exit on the second floor. We have to have some certain exits per fire code. So I think the whole thing to do is let's get the sheriff back in. We'll do a security discussion again. But the whole thing is we thought August 3rd was our date, remember, to bring back juries and we were going to have court. So the idea was, how can we secure the courthouse, knowing that we have the assessment that says, please secure it?
No, Judge, and I agree with you. We gotta have more than one exit. We gotta have 3 or 4 exits, but
Yeah.
maybe the alarm goes off, somebody opens the door. That's all.
Right, and I think that those particulars might be better discussed in an executive session
Right, I
format,
think-
where you'll have the ability to
Right.
ask all the questions that you really have.
Yeah,
and
we'll
then give some
schedule it.
frank answers, so.
Tyner, why don't we'll work on that. We'll get that scheduled. I think look, everybody's points are valid. I think we all agree that the
Thank you,
Corpus
Judge.
Christi Bar Association kind of really worked very closely with the sheriff's office. They came up with something that they're happy with. I think that's a good thing. Peace in the world right now is very hard to come by.
Right.
There's not much peace. Let's take this as a great win and let's get this accomplished. But I really want you to know, this badge addresses a lot of the issues that you had expressed as commissioners that you wanted to address. So I'm excited to have this, and also want you to know that for hurricane preparedness, emergency management loves this badging system. All our EOC ride-out team will be using these badges, and so when you have a hurricane, and let's say I happen to be in San Antonio, and they call me back for any disaster, but we've already called for a blockade, this badge would be able to show that I'm essential personnel at a certain level. So it's very, very sophisticated for disasters. And so don't think about it for the lawyers, because I'm not. I'm thinking about it as a unique asset for many, many good reasons. It's just that it's going to be quickly applied for lawyers. And I hope the lawyers are happy with that.
Well, we take everything away, now we give them more.
Well, the other thing is that the cost will be somewhat mitigated in January. They'll pay their fee again, and I do want to warn everybody that the fee has been too low. These badges are sophisticated and more expensive, and so I'm going to be bringing back a little bit better price tag. Instead of $25, I'd like to recommend $50. I think that's still very reasonable, but it helps us pay for it. And I think that's fair. And like I said, it's just fair.
Yep.
And anyway, so I'll make that another agenda item. Michael, thank you for the explanation.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, how does that, is that good?
Yeah, I'd just like to come back, when we got these
Tyler's gonna
ideas, to
work on
come
that.
back and discuss it, because, I want to stay over on the second floor,
Tyner
not
will
the exit,
work.
but the entrance,
Tyner will work on that. Tyner's got a lot of things on his
One more,
notes,
Tyner.
notepad.
One more.
I'm gonna go back in order, if that's okay. Unless there's anybody, Tyner, that really needs to leave or move. If not, I'll take up item number 3A1. Is he may or may not be ready. We'll check with him.
So both of these are more transport.
Yes.
Is, Mr. Richardson,
I think I've got them on here, Judge.
I think I see him. There he is with the headphones. Hi, Tim. Give us a second to get your audio.
Everybody loses
Hey, Tim, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, just did. Thank you, Tyner. Hello, Judge and Commissioners Court.
Hello,
How you
Tim.
doing?
Everybody, I'm on a really big mission to make certain that all of the people that are working for Nueces County, that you see their value. You get regular reports for them. You understand what they're working on and how their contract is meaningful and very impactful to us. And we've done that with Jeff Barton on the right-of-way. We've been working on, I think we did it with Reed Clay and on Tatum Generators last court. And this court, I chose Tim Richardson. And Tim has been working on federal Restore Act, Go Mesa, and other major granting opportunities. He understands these Gulf Coast, we're really all born out of Deepwater Horizon. And he has been helping us figure out how we're going to maximize dollars. And he's here to talk to you about that briefly today. And he has a lot of expertise in this because he helped Jefferson County get $150 million over the last few years. And it's our turn now. Go ahead, Tim.
Well, thank you, Judge, and hello, Commissioners Court again. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, gotcha.
Well, I know you're going through another strenuous meeting, and I've been watching the whole thing and am so impressed with the gravity of your situation. And I have 13 slides. I will go through them, but I'm very able to linger and stay and ask answer questions. So Tanner, why don't you go with the first one?
That's where I am, Tim.
Okay, and second one.
There we go, second slide.
Yep.
Same one as the first one.
Do you want me to, or I think you need to?
We're working on it, Tim, to give you control of your PowerPoint. But until we get that control, why don't you at least tell us, you and I have had great discussions about, and I know you've been really working closely with Scott Cross, and Scott has great relationships, and so do you. But you want to just kind of give us a little bit of an overview as to what it is we're looking at in the next fiscal year with CDBG mitigation, resiliency dollars, and Go Mesa, any of the Restore Act, TCEQ buckets of money that you may want to address while we try to look for your controls here?
Okay, you bet. And you know what? I think what I'll do is just go through the timeline that's on the first slide, because you need to know that we're 10 years into the Deepwater Horizon. We're 31 years into the Exxon Valdez, and that is still going on in Alaska, and I've worked on that as well. But basically, in 2010, the spill happened, and then in the first year after the spill, BP knew they were going to get a big fine, and so on the first anniversary of the spill, they let go $1 billion while everyone was waiting so that the state agencies could start working on things, and the federal agencies. Congress passed the Restore Act in 2012, July 2012, 2 years after the spill. And the commissioners and you have a reader's guide to the Restore Act that I wrote at the time. There was some early restoration going forward with NIFWIF, that is the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, that was $203 million, and they took 7 years, and they've spent all of that. The NIFWIF slug of money is gone. Then the BP settled 5 years after the spill on the big amount, and that was $20 billion. That created bucket 1, bucket 2, bucket 3, and NERDA. And I was asked by the U.S. Senate at the time of the spill what I think their BP settlement should be. And I told them it should be $20 billion because take the Exxon Valdez settlement and adjust it for inflation and times the barrels of oil spilled, it came in at about 20 billion. And Judge Barbier in Louisiana felt that BP was grossly negligent, and they did come in with that number. It's a very, I'm sorry you can't see these slides, but there's a movie, Deepwater Horizon, that Mark Wahlberg was in. I would encourage the whole Commissioners Court to view it. It's well acted, and it's a fair movie. It's not, it's basically doesn't demonize the oil and gas industry and just goes through the drama of that. And I think we should have that in our minds when you're dealing with the dollars that you're seeking to get, because the American people and the people in the spill region, those are their dollars, and it's with that emotion that we should apply ourselves.
Is it touchscreen?
Yeah.
Bucket 1 occurred in January. Are you getting it there, Tyner?
We're almost, we feel close, like we may be close to that,
PowerPoint.
that PowerPoint.
Where did the power?
In December of 2017, the first bucket 1 grants were made, and Corpus Christi, through Scott's efforts, Scott Cross's efforts, was able to get funding for the coastal parks. There's been recent progress on that in the last couple of weeks. We're coming up in 12 days to bucket 2, which I believe there's going to be some good news for our project with Clayburgh County in Baffin Bay. And that will be a nice piece of momentum if it happens as I'm forecasting. A big thing that happened in 2018 was Gomesa Phase 2 occurred. And that started a new round of funding at 40 million, then 46 million, then 75 million for state Gomesa. And as you know, the county also got Gomesa funds. Gomesa is going to run till 2050. Deepwater Horizon is going to run till 2031. So 12 more years for Deepwater Horizon and many more years for Gomesa. So
Tim, we got your slides up and running. We had the wrong output, but we're ready to start on your slides if you want to.
Okay, let's hit that timeline one, and you can see some of the images. Well, we jumped ahead. Go back. There's the timeline. What?
There you go.
There we go.
Okay. So I referenced these dates in the 10 years, what's happened, and there's Judge Barbier, there's the New Orleans court where the verdict was had. As you recall, BP was in the meeting a lot, apologizing. And then at the bottom, the helicopter picture is from the movie Deepwater Horizon, which I recommend that you see. Okay, Tyner.
Sorry.
Okay. So each of the 5 states had a different allocation formula. Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison was the Texas senator who was the sponsor of the Restore Act, and she was planning on running for governor. She did against Rick Perry, and that went to, she said the governor of Texas should control all the funds. And so she felt maybe she was going to be able to do that. And Now Governor Abbott is in charge. First, Rick Perry was in charge. Tyner, did we lose the image?
We're showing it in the courtroom. We have the slide number 3, which
Okay.
is the
Very
chess
good.
pieces.
I see it now. And so Louisiana is in a case by itself. They got the most money. They have the greatest need. I'll show you that. Florida had direct payments to counties, most affected counties. And so, Judge, you can imagine planning on a check every year bigger than the one you're getting from Go Mesa. Alabama and Mississippi also had different port commissioners and county commissioners involved in voting the money. But Texas, it's entirely the governor. I can't see what you're seeing for some reason, but I'm going to go to the next slide.
This slide is the Texas funding, past and future slide, number 4.
Okay. This is a slide nobody has seen ever, because the chart on the right I made up. My son helped me make this chart up, but basically Deepwater Horizon was slow to get started, and it didn't really spike until really the end of 2017. That was Restore Bucket 1, then it dropped down, and then it spiked again in 19 and 20, where we are now. And that's shows Go Mesa also picking up there. And it's a little distracted when, okay. So if you look on the right-hand side of this chart, I'm projecting $100 million per year should become the norm from both Deepwater Horizon at about $46 million a year, and that's broken down by Restore Bucket 1, Restore Bucket 2. As you know, Judge, John Sharp has taken over Restore Bucket 3. Then I have an X factor up above, which is the CDBG, and that is something that we're clearly going to be able to benefit from. It's a very exciting opportunity, and I call it an X factor because Jefferson County was able to apply for Hurricane Harvey and Hurricane Maria supplemental funds from Congress, and they got $50 million on top of their Deepwater Horizon and Go Mesa. So we don't want you to get a hurricane, but you have already, and so you're qualifying for CDBG and MIT. So you're looking at $100 million per year plus any X factors running out till 2031. Let's go to the next slide. And that's for Texas as a whole. Okay, are we looking at the next one? My audio is.
This one is slide number 5. The laws allow varied targets
Okay.
for funding.
Yes, the laws in Deepwater Horizon are tied to link to injury. Recreation was injured in the lower left. You can see that some offshore sport fishing money was made available, including off Corpus Christi. They sunk a wreck out there to help build structure. Up in the upper left, you have the largest beach nourishment project in the United States. That's trying to protect a marsh in Jefferson County. It's 20 miles long, and the marsh was injured by the spill, so dollars could go to the spill. Down the lower right, you see the sea turtle, and basically most of the turtles killed in the spill were Texans, born and raised, hatched, and so a large chunk of money went to North Padre Island because of the link to injury. A couple of months ago, Commissioner Chesney asked, could any of these funds become applied to our local budgets? And the answer is yes. They can become budget relieving infrastructure investments. And so it's happened a little bit in Texas. Willacy County got a $23 million match from Hidalgo County, and then they got $7 million for the Raymondville drain. And so we want to be looking for budget relieving investments from these funds. Let's go to the next slide. And that is showing Toby Baker in the upper left. He represents Governor Abbott. So he has the governor's power that Kay Bailey Hutchison attempted. In the upper right is the Restore Council, finalizing their comprehensive plan in December of 2016, the last Obama administration influence on Deepwater Horizon. Down in the lower left is the National Association of Counties meeting, and Judge Brannick is of Jefferson County is second from the left in that picture. And next to him is the Calcasieu Parish official, and they were battling and succeeded in keeping Go Mesa intact. The administration attempted to remove Go Mesa from the budget, but the National Association of Counties and others helped keep it in.
And I just want to stop you right there. We talk about value. So Tim has been really on the forefront of, watching these first of all, understanding the federal legislation, monitoring the committees, watching the hearings for us, for Nueces County, and letting me know when there's problems so that then we can, through advocacy, check in with Cornyn's office, Cruz's office, our congressman's office, our state legislators, everybody, so that we can say, hey, this is devastating. We cannot afford to lose this Go Mesa dollars. And more importantly, we want to see it tripled. And so we were on the forefront of advocating as an important coastal county for the tripling of Go Mesa. And although it didn't quite triple, it got definitely 2.5, Tim, at least? 2.5, 46 to 73, well, a little under 2, I guess. But
yeah, and then it went to 76. That's the state Go Mesa. It went to 95 if you count all the counties,
Okay,
like
so
you
it did-
received and all the coastal counties.
Okay,
So, and that is part based on oil prices.
correct.
It's in part based on the number of oil leases sold per year. I expect they will drop from state 75 will go down to 60 or 50.
Right.
That's why in my graph, I project out 50, which would be a low oil price. But this production is already drilled. These wells are producing long-term. It's not just every new well that comes into the kitty, it's also existing wells. 37.5% is coming to Go Mesa.
Right. I just wanted to point out that, everybody takes it for granted that we're going to get these dollars. These dollars have to be, shepherded, and they have to be watched over, and they will cut you out so fast, it'll make your head spin. So we want to make certain that we're always having our interests protected, and moreover, gives us an outlet when we think that we're concerned about whether or not it's a permissive use. We've got someone like Tim to work with Scott Cross and to get this, all these dollars leveraged. Scott, by the way, Tim wanted me to let you know that he loved your PowerPoint, but he also wanted to let you know he's not participating in today's call because he is on the board. He's on the call with the TCEQ. We got another $250,000 out of bucket 3, and we're excited about.
I'm here, Judge.
Oh, hey there.
I'm here.
Hey, well, we'll let you chime in and tell Tim about your $250,000 from bucket 3.
Yeah. Tim and I have been working closely together, and
Right.
so it was about. Now I have to bring the official award letter that I got yesterday via email about 5 o'clock back to court for approval. But about a year and a half ago, and Tim's aware of all this. About a year and a half ago, I had found out that there in the John Sharp report, Sherry Land at TCEQ contacted me about some disaster recovery monies out of bucket 3. And she was specifically talking about 2 or 3 projects in Port Aransas. I realized at that time that nowhere in the John Sharp report was there a single project listed for Nueces County itself. And that alarmed me, so I got back with Sherry at TCEQ, and they're real good about letting me work with them and try to get something submitted. And so it's been out there floating around for quite some time. And then I guess it was about 2 weeks ago, Tim and I were talking, and I got an email from them saying that I'd been selected to receive some funding. And so I had the phone call yesterday, and we finalized everything. And so we have already been officially awarded $250,000 to continue with the recovery of IB McGee. Restore Council and TCEQ have all approved it. So we don't have to worry about it. The money's there. I just got to bring the award to court along and fill out the application. And so that was something that the point I want to make there is that we were real lucky because we should have been in that report. It could have helped all precincts in our county. I don't know how it got missed, but lesson learned. We'll have our eyes on that if that should ever happen again, so that it doesn't happen. But I'm thankful that we could get what we got to continue restoring the existing elements we had at IB McGee. We're getting close. We didn't get everything with the opening of the RV park, but we're getting close. And I'll stop right there, Tim.
That's great, Scott. And the Restore Act dollars are non-federal match. In other words, you can use them for non-federal match for other grants. So, Tanner, let's go to the next slide. So basically, what I want to help you do, and have helped all my clients do from Alaska to here, is to state your case in the national media, the local media, you know, build the parade. You have so many great attributes in your region, as you know. So that's what Jefferson County did. In the bottom left of this slide, you can see the PBS program, This American Land. And it was 80% of the nation saw it. Everybody in Austin saw it. We gave it to them, the hyperlink, and holy cow, Jefferson County is on national television. And Judge, I heard from the port, and they are thinking of underwriting the film for your area. So that's kind of on again. It got hit by COVID a little bit. But your stakeholder media like Ducks Unlimited, Corpus Christi, I look at you from afar and you're on the national map. A lot of places in Texas are not on the national map. But you are. And so it's not going to be hard to push that button over and over and over. Tyler, let's go to the next slide. Water has been heavily funded in Florida, Alabama, and Mississippi. It has not been funded much in Texas. And basically, in the bottom left-hand corner is the dirtiest water in Texas, and it's on the border, the Louisiana border. And that is a septic to sewer problem that I know Clayburgh County is focusing on. I know parts of the city of Corpus Christi is focusing on. I think, Judge, that some of your areas would also, outside the city, be able to benefit from septic to sewer investments. And then the chart on the right-hand side, the green one, if you look at the second white chart, graph point, that's $22 million. And there have been more than a few people tell me that that's going to Baffin Bay. So that's very encouraging that you look like you'll be receiving those funds for your Petronia Creek, essentially, which is in your county and helps Baffin Bay.
And just
Let's
to
go to the
remind
next
us, because Commissioner Gonzalez, everyone has their babies, Petronila's Creek is his. Can you remind us again how much money?
But that's not gonna get my area, Judge.
He likes to hear it
That's
again.
that's in the watershed. I'm way past the watershed where I need the money. So I know this is going through the Oso Creek watershed, but I'm applying for something else on this other side because I need the money now for Belt Lane and Petronila 1 and 2.
This is, but go ahead and just tell him how much, this is 23 million.
I heard about it the other day, but But I mean, but it's not gonna, that's not gonna help me on my side.
Okay, well, we'll agree to disagree about that. It's definitely gonna help you. It's this is where the big bucket of money
It's gonna help
is.
the county, I'm not
Yeah.
saying it's not, but it's gonna help the county.
Okay, all right, keep going on your slides.
Okay, let's go to the next
number
slide,
9.
Tyner. Whoops, we jumped past one.
That it?
Okay, capital, okay. One of the great things about this project and about oil spill restoration is that you're operating below the partisan gridlock and the cantankerous feelings in American politics today. You're operating with top-level natural resource agencies. Barbara, you remember when you came to Washington so long ago, you got right into the White House, you got into the Department of Interior. You were recognized, your city, your area, your county was recognized as important to the nation. And that's because you're tied to this giant Deepwater Horizon restoration process. Commissioner Bush is somebody that is clearly devoted to the coastal restoration and is someone that I know that you can reach out to. The Congress put in $50 million for Jefferson County. They didn't ask, is it a red county, a blue county? There's a resolution there from Jefferson County asking Homeland Security to start using their vote because there's so many military bases up there, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And as you know, Corpus Christi is the #1 military base, the naval, in the Army Depot on the coast of Texas. So that's going to be important to be able to tell Homeland Security, pay attention to us, and they will. Let's go to the next slide. So this is the GLO's Texas Coastal Resiliency Master Plan, and it's broken out by 4 regions, from Sabine Pass to Brazoria, from Sargent Beach to Refugio Bay, to your region there at just north of Aransas, down to Kennedy County, Region 3. Region 4 is Kennedy to Cameron. Now, as you can see, there's a giant imbalance of funding in the resiliency plan. And part of the reason why is that sea level rise, relative sea level rise, which is a combination of sea level rise and subsidence of land, is more pronounced in the upper coast. Another reason that you may not have done as well is that back when the beginning of Deepwater Horizon began, the city and the county did not get along. And Austin, when they look out, they need to see unity. They need to see people working together because they don't want to get in a situation where they're going to make somebody mad by helping the other one. So unity within a region is absolutely pivotal. Jefferson County is the only entity that even applies for grants in the upper coast, in that area. So you want to get unity as much as you can. You also, in the good news sense, your beaches are not eroding like the other beaches. So you look at Region 2 and Region 4, they're slated for large beach nourishment projects that you don't need. So you're basically your sand deposition, the currents are continue to supply you the way they built them in the beginning. So will we have to flip this script to benefit from what I'm projecting to be a $1.2 to $1.5 billion over the next 10 years? Yes, we do. But you don't have some of the problems that they have up north, and we're going to correct the unity problem within your local pitch to Austin.
Yes, we are.
Next slide, please.
Yes, we are. And just so you know, we just have, not maybe necessarily, I don't know the extent of Region 4's erosion, but I want you to know that just recently it was brought to our attention by the USS Lexington, Tim, and we're going to get you this report, that Mott McDonald just came, I mean, it's brand new. It's just a couple of weeks old. And it's going to show unbelievable erosion around the Ship Channel North Beach area. So I don't know
see.
if that will help us, but I just want you to know we're going to have a new story to tell based on new modeling that had never been done before. Maybe that will help us.
Absolutely.
We'll get
It
that-
sure
we'll
should.
get that to
And-
you.
And we should use media on that, do a resolution, do an MOU with the port, with the city. They control North Beach, as do you. Okay, the next slide shows you, Tyner, this is really bad news for Louisiana. You have a projection in the upper left of where they think the coast is going if they fail with their barrier islands and sand nourishment. They're going to lose tens of thousands of miles of acres. Over on the right-hand side is the outlet of the Mississippi River today. That's an actual picture. Down below that is Sabine Lake lapping into Orange County. That's today. When the salt water comes in, it kills the marsh plants die, they give up the soil and all the seeds and everything that the nursery for the crabs and the fish need goes out to sea and it's lost. On the lower left corner is Morgan City. They are up against it. So when you think of the imbalance in funding and you think of some of the threats, keep in mind that these problems are real. Next slide. The Coastal Resiliency Master Plan, however, is very flexible and it's open to your input. We should not feel slighted. We should not feel that we can't succeed, that we're behind the eight ball. We just have to work with Commissioner Bush and his staff to be able to demonstrate your needs, like you just mentioned. And Tyner, the next slide. The Coastal Resiliency Master Plan is a climate adaptation plan with a primary emphasis on relative sea level rise by the year 2100. However, drought is the sister problem of sea level rise, and the coastal band is emerging as the prime area to address freshwater inflows. That's what the Petronia Creek project is about. And also the city has just come up with a $75 million pending agreement with the EPA on its water quality. So let's say we had $40 million lined up for, Petronia Creek. The city's in there with 75 million. You're at, $115 million toward, it might be a $300 to $400 million problem, but that's a big start. And you're going to be ground zero for water. Next slide. So this is the last slide, and basically Barbara and I have discussed, and my partner Hugo Berlanga has discussed how much Texas has changed since I first came to Corpus Christi in 1979, and he was a young lawmaker. Austin, he said, is way bigger than Corpus Christi now, and it never was. The Texas Triangle from Dallas-Fort Worth to Houston to San Antonio and Austin, I mean, it's getting like to be 70, 80% of the Texas population. They are forgetting that the coast produces over a third of the GNP of the state. And you have unique issues and problems. So we have to drill it into those lawmakers. There was talk, Barbara, as you did that letter on the COVID-19, how the population's less than $500,000 didn't get any funding in the first COVID CARES Act. We're trying to get that, but we have to wake people up that you exist, that you have critical issues. And I know you fight that with wind and you fight that at different times. So let's take a look lastly at the chart on the right. We're 10 years into Deepwater Horizon. and Go Mesa came on, and you've got the X Factor funds right ahead of you with the CDBG MIT program, that's going to extend out till 2031. If you have a hurricane, it could go higher. So that's for the state of Texas. And that's basically $1.2 to $1.5 billion. Thinking back at the 4 regions, you need to be able to get your share. You need a quarter of that. You need to be thinking and planning for 300 to 400, perhaps $500 million. And to come up with the projects and come up with the case statement and the campaign and the parade to be able to do that.
And of course, I agree. And that's why we're being super aggressive and super smart. And I know you didn't know this, but putting a chess metaphor on the board here, so to speak, is exactly right. I know it has not been completely met with excitement, but strategy wins the day here. And we have to be super strategic. And Scott is doing a bang-up job on coastal parks, getting the grants that he has gotten. But here's the thing, it can't be about one entity. It has to be an entire county, and we need huge dollars because there's huge dollars out there to go get. And I think that 500 million is exactly about right. I know that we're going to put in 6 grants for CDBG MIT, and 2 of them will be at the $100 million level. The others will probably be more, the individuals will max out at 10 million, and that third is kind of up in the air. But the point is that there's going to be a big movement in the coast to get unified. That's number one. And you can see, if you've been watching our meeting, that we can do it on other issues. We did it on the right-of-way just 30 minutes ago, so we can do it on the coast. But the thing is I need to share it with everybody who's not on the coast, who's more inland. It affects you too. Water quality affects Commissioner Jagg's precinct and drainage, even though he doesn't have a precinct on the coast. It has an impact. Same thing with wetlands, same thing with wildlife, all our water. Everything has a coastal presence if you really think about it. And so anyway, Tim, we're ready to get after it, and we're going to be working as a team. And again, I invite anybody to weigh in, commissioner-wise. The CDBG mitigation is going to need its own workshop, and we're going to have to bring Tim back in to work with Maria Bedia and Scott Cross, and I'll just say, and company, to get, to get those grants written properly, as you say, to tell the story. And as far as the port helping on underwriting, with regards to the filmmaking, yes, we love that idea here because the story has to be told at a national level, what's happening here with our coastline. So it was thorough. I'm sorry that it falls on a day where you had to wait so long, but it's,
No problem.
get that, we've got that PowerPoint as part of our packet, and we're going to share it as much as we can. But look for commissioners to reach out to you individually in the interest of time, Tim, to ask questions. I know that unless there's one right now. Actually, there is one right now, Tim. Hold on.
It's Commissioner Vaughn. I just want to make a comment. I so enjoyed your presentation, and it excites me to think this really could happen. Judge, I didn't have this presentation, no, but I hope we can get it because it really explained a lot. Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
Yeah, I got it last night. I'll forward it to you right away.
Yeah, let's get it. And so again, Tim, the name of the game is to help commissioners understand when these dollars are available, what they need to do to help bring it to the forefront on grants. And that would be very appreciated. So we'll catch up with you again very soon. And Scott Cross, for listening in, we appreciate it.
Well, great. Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioner Vaughn. And, you also have the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries. You have the Hard Research Center. You have the Texas Aquarium. You have the partnership with Clayburgh County, the Cesar Clayburgh Institute. You are a rock star region for restoration, and the rest of the state should want those dollars spent with you.
We agree. That's hard not for us to agree with. Thanks, Tim. Okay, we're going to move on to the next item, which interestingly enough has a nexus to Tim's presentation. I think it has a nexus anyway. And I just want to make sure, because I got word yesterday, Laura, that you want to catch this in a different way.
Yeah, excuse me, this is a professional services contract, and we needed to notice it properly, notice that
I
it's,
see.
select them, the Perry Group, and also approve it.
see.
But you can talk about it, though.
Okay, you're going to get it ready for us?
Yes,
And Commissioner Vaughn?
you can talk about it.
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you're going to get it ready for us in the right way. And looky here, it's our friend, the great economist. It's hard for me to say this, but probably one of the greatest Aggies that ever was. From a Longhorn to I tip my hat to you, sir. Dr. Perriman, welcome. One of the things that made me feel good early on in COVID-19 pandemic was when my friend John Breyer came over and said, Dr. Perriman said that the underlying factors are not here like they were at the Great Depression. And even though as bad as it is, we will recover. You were the first sign of hope. I hope you still feel that way, Doctor. Oh, wait, we want to get you unmuted. Give him just a second.
Did that work? Am I unmuted now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, I still feel that way very much. And Judge Canales and Commissioners, I'm pleased to be here today. I would like to echo, just follow if I could for a few minutes. It's a little bit off the subject, I suppose, but my longtime dear friend Tim Richardson just made a presentation I got to hear, and he certainly is a person who knows of what he speaks in this area. You've done very well to get him on board. There are global forces taking place in the energy sector of the economy that I think will be one of the things, along with COVID and along with 9/11, it'll be one of the handful of things they write about that are significant economic drivers of the first millennium of this century, and Corpus Christi literally sits at the fulcrum of that. I mean, you are the place where the richest oil reserves in the world are going to be refined, compressed, processed, shipped, and it is a true global significance. It's completely redefining the world's energy situation. And the one thing that a lot of people forget in this COVID-19 pandemic, and it's serious, it's hitting all of us very hard. There's no way to put a good face on it. But the economy wasn't broken before we went into it. We were on a long-term growth path before we went into this. Once we get past it, all of those fundamental factors that were driving that are still in place. None of those factors have fundamentally changed. And this area is going to have a tremendously bright future, but it is going to take aggressive efforts in Austin, in Washington, throughout to make the story known, to help people realize that. And I think a coordinated effort between the coastal area, particularly Corpus Christi, because you're the place that all this is happening, and the Permian Basin can really pay some dividends down the road. And I hope those are things that carry forward in a big way, because it's very important to the energy security of the world that they do so, and certainly very important for your area. So I just wanted to say that before I started. Yeah, I was asked to put together a proposal on one aspect of many things that will be happening in your area over the coming decades, and that was to take a look at the potential economic effects of the North Beach area and doing the revitalization and a mixed-use project over there, the old courthouse, that area right there, and putting together an economic impact analysis that will help potentially leverage some grant money and do some other things to help get that done. And I was asked to put that together, and that's what we're here about today. And in essence, I won't say a whole lot about it, but when you go about doing something like this, we have the biggest models, the most detailed models in the world to do this sort of thing. But in essence, what you're doing is you're building it on paper and then operating it on paper before you do it in practice. I mean, that's in essence what you're doing, is you're saying, when we build this, what are all the things that happen? What are the things that go out to the economy when you build it? When you operate it, what are all the things that are going to happen as you operate it? What does it generate in terms of jobs, output, income, tax revenue, and those kinds of things, to help you make realistic decisions going forward, and to help leverage the resources needed, encourage the investments that are needed to get it done. In a nutshell, that's what this particular project is about, and we look forward to the prospect of working with you and your colleagues in doing this.
Thank you, Dr. Perriman. That's why I love listening to you. I always feel better. I don't know how, from an economist's point of view with all that's going on, but you do. You make me feel better. And you're right. We sit at this crossroads in a very special place where energy and oil and water collide, and coast and environmental resources. And it's ours to protect, and it's ours to nourish, and really nurture. And what we've asked Dr. Perriman, colleagues, is to look at census tracts 63 and 64. By doing so, from an economic impact, we can properly make our case for that $500 million that Mr. Richardson talked about, including these very, very important CDBG mitigation grants that are coming up. They're the first of their kind. As you know, Dr. Perriman, we've never seen this kind of dollars come to us before. Right. And we need to make the right case, because part of it is going to be coastal resiliency, but the other part is what economic development catalyst will it bring? And so it's got to be a 1-2 punch. And what we thought by looking at census tract 63, 64, we can encompass an area that focuses on the opportunity zone. That is very important, particularly with interest rates the way they are. We know investors are going to be looking for projects within opportunity zones. So this takes care of that very important and vulnerable area that we know as the Hillcrest area. It'll hit the downtown C district. It'll capture the port. It'll capture the historic courthouse and the right-of-way that I can't wait to show Dr. Perriman, the 30 acres plus that could be available to us. He's going to be shocked when he sees how much right-of-way we can get declared surplus, and then picks up the North Beach and the tourism aspects of the USS Lexington, the State Aquarium, and all the dollars that could potentially be there. In order to facilitate this proposal is approximately, and I don't have it in front of me, but I think it's approximately $64,000. And what I was going to propose was to go recruit a partner, i.e. recruit a partner like the Port of Corpus Christi, and say, I'll split it with you, so to speak. And what I mean by that is that I have special revenue that I've identified with Dale's office and Teresa, and that would put us at $32,000 and $32,000. We think that's a fair allotment because, quite frankly, the port has a lot of skin in the game over there, given that they're not just a commerce navigable port. They own a lot of land, Dr. Perriman. And because they own a lot of land and a lot of easement, they're a landlord of a different sort. They're not just focused on energy. And so I shouldn't say it that way. Of course, they're focused on energy, but they have other, they're multifaceted. And I think they're thinking about that in the future. And that's why they built their new iconic building right there off Cargo Dock 1. So that's the plan. It won't I'm not asking for this court to allocate dollars in any new way other than really permission, Laura, to allow me to be able to, once we identify and select, for me to identify as the funding resource. And I'm sorry, Dale, I don't remember the number of the department at this moment, but it's my special revenue.
0136.
You're so good at that. What is it again?
0136.
0136. That's the funding source. And I do believe once we get this report, it's going to open up Austin's eyes as to the real, we've been saying it, but there's this magic that when Dr. Perriman says it, people listen. He's like E.F. Hutton. If I say it, they're like, But if Dr. Perriman comes up and really puts those numbers, I know they're really going to listen. And what I hope is they don't just listen. They say, we want to be a part of this success. We want to invest in you. So that's the deal.
I mean, this is the first step in a very long journey that involves a lot of different aspects of your economy and your environmental situation and other things. There's a lot that needs to happen, but with it is just an enormous amount of opportunity. And I will say, Judge, if I may, that magic works much better when we're sitting around a table eating seafood. I hope that can happen.
I agree.
I'll move.
The chairman of the port, I need to get him. We'll be presenting next week at the port. So but he's a friend and a fellow Aggie, Chairman Zahn, so. Okay, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, wait a second. Laura's.
We need to bring it back,
Yeah,
Judge.
I'm sorry.
Say a table.
Yeah, we'll just take,
Well,
you're going to
can
table
I
it
ask
for me.
something? Because, I mean, I'm looking at what's
Table
Tyner
for next
sent
week,
to us.
for next meeting?
Yeah.
And Laura, it says the proposal sets out the scope of work, payment terms that authorize them to proceed with the work. Therefore, if the proposal is approved, then I do not see that there would be any contract to bring back for
Yeah, you have to
approval.
notice it properly. They're professional services contract.
Okay, so you
we
have
would
to do that?
select, yeah.
Hey, I'm all ready to do it here.
Okay. Well,
So
we're-
we'll put it on the 29th, the correct wording and everything.
29th.
It'll be
Okay.
done.
We're going to get it organized. We're going to select you and approve all at the same time. Instead of doing it in two meetings, we're going to do it in one.
It may be
Maybe
a,
they have the port already?
Yes.
so,
yes.
so it may be a tri-party agreement, Judge.
Absolutely.
Select in a tri-party agreement.
And just so you know, with the port, when it's under 50,000, they don't even bring it to commission. So, they have a different, system, so, even with their professional services.
May I ask him a question?
Of course.
Dr. Perryman, it's Commissioner Vaughn. How are you? Looking good up there. How long after you do this do you think it would take you to complete the report?
Oh, we will, assuming we can get the input information from you, we already have some of it. Assuming we can get that from you, we can turn it around very quickly. I mean, I was thinking on the matter on order of 4 or 5 weeks, but if it needs to be sooner, it can even be sooner. I mean, we will turn
Okay.
it very quickly and meet whatever time parameters you have to get done what you need to get done.
And you should always take advantage of an opportunity, so I'm just going to ask you a question because it affects our city. When do you think the oil industry is going to come back?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
I said, when do you think the oil industry is going to come back?
Well, I think it's going to be sooner rather than later. If you stop and look at this, obviously we've been through some very difficult times. You had the combination of literally the world shutting down. I mean, we had the demand for oil drop 25% in 30 days. I mean, that can't happen without shutting down the world. And OPEC and Russia and Mexico couldn't get together for a while and created some real chaos, which when they got together, put together a reasonable agreement. But the bottom line is, with their agreement plus the shale wells that have been delayed and deferred right now, production's down about, 13 million barrels a day. Demand's down about 26 million barrels a day or so. So when half the demand comes back, it will be enough to restore order in the marketplace. And that should happen fairly quickly as other parts of the world are able to reopen. And this is the one thing I would emphasize so much is, and I even wrote a column about this 3 or 4 weeks ago, this is not the 1980s. There's so many things that are different now than then. The speed at which this happened, the state of the economy before it happened, the debt structure of the oil and gas companies that funded it at the time. There's fundamental differences. And the bottom line is, long term, the world is going to need energy, and it's going to need hydrocarbon energy. I mean, renewables are very important. Many other things are very important. Battery technology, all those things. But you put all those together, add a couple of black swans, and the world's still going to need a lot of hydrocarbons going forward. And they're going to come from this part of the world, and they're going to be shipped through this port and processed at this port. And I think we're talking a matter of months, a few months, not a very long period of time. I mean, we're already seeing, the price of oil has been hovering around $40 a barrel for the last little while here. On average, out in the most efficient parts of the Permian Basin, on average, it starts making sense for them to drill again at $43, $44 a barrel. So we're very close to the point that some of that activity becomes restored. Now, there's been a lot of devastation. There'll be some ownership changes. There'll be a lot of things take place along the way in the industry and some reshuffling taking place. But as far as the capacity and willingness to produce oil and the amount that's available to produce, I think we're talking about a matter of months, and I think that it is an industry that is going to be with us literally for centuries. And if you look at the geology, the formations, the proven reserves, the world demand, there's no reason to think anything else.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to table it.
Yes. So the motion is to table it so that we can bring it back and on our next commission meeting.
Yeah.
And I'll take the same motion in the same second, if that's all right.
Fine.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, Dr. Perrin. Please stay safe. Tell all our friends in Midland we say hello.
We certainly will, and
Thank
same
you.
to all my friends there. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for the chat
Thank you.
time. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Dr. Perriman. Okay, Sometimes, you know, there's days where you wish you could just bring out your highlighter and highlight for people how important certain things are. When he finishes that report, I think that's going to be one of the most important things that we do
I do
in the
too.
entire 2020 year. I can't wait to get that begun. Dale, you are with us to take us through the personnel change reports and supplemental pay.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry we don't have anything on this item. I was not aware this item was even on the agenda. It did not come through my office to put this on the agenda.
Okay,
I'm working with my payroll staff to get some stuff. However, majority of this information has to come from Human Resources. We're in the process of working with them to try to get the information we needed. So right now, I have nothing available at this time.
all right, that's fine. Can I table the item for next time, everybody?
Move to table for 29th.
All right, motion to table for the 29th. We know you're working hard. In a second. And
Second.
all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Okay, and then this one is a lease that is at the Calderon Building. It's like $1, John, I think. It's a great,
Lot of money.
it's a great
you're
use
bringing
of
in the
our
dollars,
Calderon
John.
Right.
Building to put the women, infants, and children's food nutrition program there. I think everything's in order from the legal department. Laura, I think I'll take a motion to approve it.
So move.
Second.
And motion is second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thanks, John. I know you were
Thank you, Judge.
instrumental in getting all this put together. On this, item number 5, basically, this is a reappropriating unused funds from Coastal Environments, Inc., and use those funds for a traffic study. In other words, we budgeted commissioners $250,000 initially for the environmental piece of it, and we used one company to do one something, and that turned out to be about anyone remember, 140?
I don't know if Scott's still on, but it.
150,000?
Yeah, but 160,000 at the most, I
At the
think.
most. And so, whatever it is, there's at least $50,000 left in that fund, if not much more. And so we have a not to exceed $50,000 to just reallocate it for this particular purpose. Then just like Laura.
What's the traffic study? What are you
So the
talking?
traffic study is how the environmentalists, so they're hired to basically figure out where you could basically permit, but you can't permit it, they say, unless you figure out how you're gonna move people left or right, or east or west, north or south. And so, Juan Pimentel would like to assist us and recommend somebody. This is really just a reallocation, and then next court, I think we'd actually select somebody that we would use to do this work. But it's actually a study that would allow us to see how traffic would move. When they build this new bridge, they've changed the exits, and they've changed a lot of the ways people access North Beach, and so they need to figure out what would be the best way to move people when there's low traffic, or like whether it's July 4th and everybody's on the beach and at the aquarium or on the Lex. Mrs. Vaughn, is that close enough?
It's close enough, and if you remember, we spent 165,967 on that project, and so that left us with 84,000. But then in his contract, he said the permitting will not exceed 23,000 if it goes over. So that leaves us with 61,000.
Okay, so we have plenty. So really, this is just, I guess, a motion to, I'll let you make the motion, but it says here to reappropriate the funds, to solicit a professional company, but not to exceed that 50,000. But we think it's going to be a lot less. Is that what you're kind of thinking?
We're hoping.
We're hoping, okay. And so,
Second.
a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're going to bring it back next time with an actual company. But you're going to have to work with Juan, I guess, to get that established. Okay, number 6, this is a queuing system, and Kevin Kieschnick's really been working towards this for some time. It's provided by the vendor QLess. It's done for motor vehicle departments, and we will use it for the Robstown office and the county courthouse. It's really going to help during COVID, but again, this is Kevin Kieschnick who really asked that we bring this forward. Tyner, do you have anything else on this? I mean, I think everything's in order, and
Yes, and.
it was a budgeted item in his budget,
And
right, Dale?
Michael tells me, no sole source, needed for that.
Let Dale, because I think the money was already there. It's not new money.
This was back when we had, I think it was the 2016 COs, when we issued some funds, and we allocated $100,000 for this queuing system. So we have enough funds to cover this. I just want to make sure because on your list, you'll see a annual support for software and maintenance, which will be covered in this. But we need to make sure it covers up till the beginning of the next fiscal year. So it needs to be, since we're in July and August coming up, this probably needs to be 14 months instead of 12 months. So it might be just a little bit more on the annual services, just so it covers, so we can start on October. So we need to cover August and September of this year, plus the entire fiscal year next year to cover the entire cost. So it may be a little bit more, but not as significant. So we have funds to cover the cost.
That's great. I think this is going to be very helpful. Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, just two things, approval based, subject to indemnification, and also that the venue is here in Nueces County.
I'll make that motion with those subjects.
Second.
Subject to for the clerk venue and that the.
Indemnification.
Indemnification. The venue obviously being Nueces County.
Right.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. And then this one is, I don't know that we have any overtime to discuss here, but we might. There was an issue, I'm trying to remember what it was, regarding overtime that was approved. What was it, Dale?
Yes, back when we were having the payment of our department heads and exempt employees for the county, we went through several months of paying them, and then the court asked us to suspend the cost. But we come up when we started getting a large number of COVID cases. Y'all asked us to track 2 weeks of supplies for several departments that do a lot of work in the area. We come up right now there's 4 people that have submitted applications or activity reports for us. So about 156 hours total cost, about $6,000 if that's what y'all want to do to pay that. That'll come up to today.
What 4 departments?
It's going to be inland parks, social services, and our emergency management. Those are the 3 departments that submitted activity reports that covered the costs we have. No one else has submitted any activity reports.
But now they have started rotating, correct?
I believe they have, but they're still sending a lot of reports in that some of them are still having a significant amount of overtime. But yes, we are seeing a little bit of less time, which means they're probably rotating staff, yes.
You know, Dale, I hope they're rotating staff.
We hope they are too.
Because I just don't think that anybody can continue, and we don't know how long this is going to last. And health-wise, it's not good. And I talked to Edward yesterday, and he actually has someone that's helping him, which is a good thing, because I don't think he was doing that. And EOC, I would think that they are too, Judge, correct?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we brought in, by the just great relationship we have with the Port of Corpus Christi, Danielle Hale came in pro bono to help us with hurricane reentry, because we really needed that. So we brought in Danielle Hale. I brought in Steve Bonner, who already is helping us with military affairs, and he came and helped the last week just on military issues, because as you know, we've got federal deployment of teams here and more that we want to come. And let's see, what else did we do? We also worked to, I'll tell you sometimes the staff is just so small, like take social services. So they're already working virtually, remotely, but it's a small group.
Yes.
So that's kind of a problem there, just in general. If we wanted to help social services, we would get another person in social services. Because even if they rotate, it's just one person on, really.
I don't think they get a lot of money in social services. They got very little amount. But I'm just saying, are we bringing people in to help them, or are we training the next person in line?
So everybody is
I think that was
trained.
the rotation we were talking about, right? I mean,
Right, just so you know, everybody is trained too deep right now. Everybody. Every department head has trained too deep. Every emergency chief has trained another one behind them. And so we've been on rotation now for at least 3 weeks.
And didn't we get an email from Maria this morning about possible repayment on the EOC, just such as?
She did. Yeah, no, Maria's doing great work getting possible, in fact, social services got $58,000 this weekend.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we are
But that's
really doing
But that's
good.
for the clients though,
Huh?
but that's for the clients though, right?
Yeah, that's for the clients. I'm just
Right.
saying, though, we're happy with that,
Yeah.
but yes, so, look, like I said, I didn't ask anybody to work with me all weekend, but I worked all weekend up here, but that's where we used all these consultants that have specialties. Wherever we can cross-collateralize them, we've asked them to come in. So like I said, Steve Bonner, he worked all weekend. He was here till yesterday afternoon. I'll tell you who else we brought in, and thank you to John LaRue. We brought in Ginny Cross from the United Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce to come work with us all week. Also on all our military needs, because she has the military expertise. She works for the task force for the chamber. So I promise you, every extra person that we could bring in, and by the way, none of those people have cost us a dime. They've all done it out of the goodwill, but it's helped all our people rest when things got very, very active. So I can really speak to social services. What was the other department you said?
Inland Parks, because
Inland Parks.
Edward and his staff are doing lots of setting up and doing some testing. Emergency management, because they're coordinating everything, and social services were the ones
Right.
that we saw, we've gotten
And-
activity for.
And to make that better, there's only really one way, and I guess if I could get off this bench, I could actually get it done, but we're really working on bringing in a program manager in emergency management to help with testing and to help with the clinic. It's impossible to add on to the workload that Edward's already doing, and also we just don't have the manpower. Let me give you an example. For IT, in order to reduce overtime there, we have to deploy laptops to I don't know how many people. It's just an unbelievable amount of laptops. And so we have asked a tech consultant to come in and just work the laptop arena. So every time we talk about, hey, how can we help these folks have more normalized hours? How can we cross-collateralize? I'm hearing you. And those are all the things that we've done. The best thing we can do is to beef up emergency management on people next budget. That's the best thing that we can do. Because we're too short. We're just too short.
And I agree with that. I had a meeting with Edward yesterday, and I think he's just the go-to person. We really couldn't have a meeting. His phone kept ringing, and they're going to him for everything. And my concern is maybe some things aren't getting done in inland parks, because he's really stretched. And I think as a county, we're going to have to change our attitude on how it's going to operate, because things have changed, but we still want it to operate 100%. But it's just, we've got to have a shift, I think.
Yeah, and like you said, it's hard with Edward's got a large area to cover with all the parks
He
and
does.
areas, and also because his staff is so mobile around, they can do this setuping for testing and stuff that no other
Yeah.
division can do. So that's why his is more of that. So with the information we have 156 plus hours for the 3 or 4 employees we're talking about, a total cost of about $6,000 to $7,000.
Well, as for me, I just think that, nobody ever thought that it would go this long. I think that we're at a turning point as far as them rotating, which I see that, and I think that's a good thing. So it's going to surprise you, but I think that we just have to do it. And going forward, I think they are rotating, and I think that means something. And they're trying to cross-train, I think.
Yeah, I've seen I get a copy of every daily activity report that comes through our office. I haven't, as you say, when we get the information from his staff and the other staff we're talking about, their hours have been going down some to relieve as you said, the turnover and the other training they have. So I don't foresee a continuation of large overtime in the foreseeable future.
And from what I see with the email that Maria sent, I think we're going to be able to get some of these costs back.
We will. We're in the process of putting together with the judge on the last one for FEMA with the $800,000 we have for CARES Act. I'm putting my staff together to try to get the reimbursement for that, and then whatever else we can't get reimbursed, we're going to look at other areas to cover. And as the judge said before, we're working with the city to try to get on some of their side as well.
And I was glad to see that HR wasn't in there, because I just think you can just rotate that department.
Yes.
So, anyway.
Yeah, I think these are the, we've implemented a little bit of what I want to call an oversight through Dale's office. We've implemented rotation. We've implemented, call it cross-training. We've implemented bring in extra help from the outside that doesn't cost money but has expertise and has the ability to, help us. We've literally used everybody, and then some, I would say, to make sure that we can deliver these services during this pandemic. But if we were working hard when we had 100 cases a week, can you imagine how hard we're working when we have 600 a day? And so I think the $7,000 cumulative over the past, since the last time we approved overtime,
Yes.
it's been, let's see, maybe 30
3 or 4
days.
weeks, yeah, 3 or 4 weeks, yeah.
At least 4 weeks. I think this is reasonable. And again, we promise to bring it to you every single time so you have a chance to look it over, provide oversight, and to say what's reasonable and what's not.
And as you guys would know, we're in the middle of the summertime, we can't really do testing in the middle of the day because it's too hot. So you have to set up real early in the morning or
The
real late at night.
nurses won't do it, they're not gonna do it after a certain
Yeah.
time. So.
And that could cause a little bit of time, but as we're saying, they're doing, we're working with his staff. I know, Rebecca's working with her staff and is training. I know, Melissa's trying to do some other training with her, so we just need to make sure how we do this, and I agree that this should be paid, probably be paid, yes.
So with that.
It's working.
With that, it sounds like all our, I would say, protocols are working for us in the best way. And this is, by the way, on top of a lot of staff being lost to quarantine. So I just want to commend everybody. I mean, I know how hard it is to do this work and be a section chief, and then to have 50% of your staff gone because they're having to quarantine because they may have been in contact with a positive. So at any rate, for all those reasons, I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
And I've got a second, and thank you, Dale, for that excellent explanation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're going to move on to number 8. And that's really kind of interesting because it's very in keeping with what we just talked about. And Commissioner Chesney, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, did you get to hear everything about number 7 and a little bit of the explanations?
Thought it was 8.
Yeah, and I think you covered some of what the purpose of number 8 was in regards to just continuing to have the discussion on the cross-training because, no one, I think what we can all agree on is no one wants these people to work overtime. No one wants them to be away from their families in this time. And so that was really where I was trying to go with this, was just to have kind of a general discussion on the progress of that so that we could continue to send a message to these employees that, hey, we don't want you to work overtime. And it's not because we don't want to pay you, it's because we want you to go home to your families and not burn out. And it sounds like we're making some pretty good progress in that direction. And I would just like to continue to have those discussions. And in regards to the emergency management, I'm very much in agreement with you, Judge and Commissioners, and in regards to what we need to do as far as beefing up emergency management. So I certainly would like to see that in the budget, and then maybe if we ever get out of this, when we get out of this, let's be positive. When we get out of this emergency management situation, maybe that extra person that we put in emergency management can be, loaned to other places if we ever get to a point where they don't have to, do as much as we're doing now. So that's kind of a long-winded version of it, but it was really just to make sure that we continue to have the discussions on the cross-training and to make sure our employees know we really, really value them and we don't want them working overtime because we really just don't want them burning out and we want them to go home and enjoy their families. So I don't know if there's other comments on that, but that would really be kind of the nuts and the bolts of where I was going. I think y'all covered a lot of it in the prior agenda item.
Agreed. I also want to just make a quick comment. Besides cross-training, just training. Training is just a great thing. And about a week ago, 5 of our department heads got to attend a training on management. And I bet there was a lot of HR inside those management skills. And I'm sure they talked about burnout, they talked about leadership, talked about leading by example, all those good things. And so I just want you to know we are, again, not letting COVID hurt us in every way. We're not victims, we want to be empowered by this. And so I was really proud that that we did allow 5 department heads who've been working their butts off to go do this training. Maybe they didn't think it was fun, but it sure looked like fun in the sense of they got a chance to really think about themselves as leaders and learning from Rice University. Rice University had only done this one other time outside their campus. And then just last night, I got another great training opportunity. And so we're going to continue to offer training to our staff. If you're listening to this and your staff and you say, hey, I didn't get to go do that, contact HR and tell them you're interested, because we want you to be a part of the very next training seminar that we do offer. And this didn't cost our department heads money. So you just get to sign up and we take care of the rest if it suits your needs. So with that, we'll continue to move on, but just know that we hear you and we want our people to rest. I don't want to lie to anybody. We're working really hard, and most of them are not logging in their overtime because they're just such great people. They're just absolutely going above and beyond every single day to handle what's almost the unthinkable at this point. So I just want to, again, on behalf of all of us here at the court, express our appreciation for how hard you're working remotely. Even if we don't see you, we know how hard you're working. Some of us think that working at home is harder than working at the office because you never stop. You never, ever stop.
Right.
And so I just want you to know we're really praying for this day that, when we're done with this. And, okay, so on the other one, number 10 has kind of been addressed already. Do you believe that that's correct?
Yeah, table it for 29,
It's been tabled, Judge.
Remember, we took that, up. So now, Juan, it's time for you. You've got 4 items. Some are quicker than others. The first one is the work order for jail elevator doors 7 and 8. And I had the big question, which is, so this was not part of our ThyssenKrupp original proposal.
That is correct, Judge.
And tell us about these. Why didn't we include it? Did they?
Judge, the elevators were modernized, or there were some modernization done back in 2018. And so 9, 10, and 11 were part of the ThyssenKrupp's modernization as part of this contract. But 7 and 8 weren't part of it. So after TK was out there, they kind of recommended that we do the doors for 7 and 8. And they're also having some issues with them. So at this time, we're recommending to court to do the new doors for 7 and 8 at the jail.
So move.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Juan, I don't want to get into like they did for years and years on the elevators over here and didn't do anything and just kept repairing them. What's the life on these?
The life on these, Commissioner, usually the life expectancy is pretty much anywhere from, I'm gonna say between 10 and 15 years. Of course.
How many?
I'm gonna say between 10 and 15 years. I mean, or maybe 20. I mean, it depends on the usage, right? But it's like any mechanical part. I mean, sometimes you'll have some items that you might have to go and do some type of, improvements or, maintenance on them. So there's gonna require some maintenance.
So how old are the elevators?
These elevators, Commissioner, these are from 2008. They had this.
2008?
Yes, ma'am. Except the doors weren't done, so we're recommending for these doors to be updated.
12 years old.
Yes, ma'am.
You certainly want those doors to work in the jail.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I
Yes,
was
ma'am.
thinking.
I mean, any other place.
Yes, ma'am.
And
So we recommend.
Yeah, of course. And the idea here, I was just a little confused because I thought we had kind of captured everything, but clearly this came up after the fact.
It came after the fact.
So we're going to create the CO of 2019 as our funding source for this.
That is correct, Judge.
And so
was gonna say that.
I can't argue with this. This is part of the modernization and it's needed. So I'll motion to approve.
I can't argue with it. I just want to make sure that we're not just putting a Band-Aid on some doors and they're not going to work.
No, we're not, Commissioner. It's gonna be fully repaired. It's a
Fully
full.
repaired.
Yes, the doors, the mechanism, it'll be the whole thing.
Okay, if anybody gets stuck in there, they're going to come after you, Juan.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Second.
It got a motion, a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And Juan, remember you were gonna check with them and get ThyssenKrupp to work with, True North? Because if these jail elevators also need any kind of security, we wanna make sure we're wiring for that too.
Yes, ma'am, we're making in contact with True North.
Just make certain.
Get a
I
camera,
wanna.
get a camera.
Yeah, because there's things they can do while they're repairing
Yeah.
these doors that would be way less expensive, and I'm still kind of waiting, and I know we've been crazy busy, but I really want to make sure that when we're doing the inside of the doors over here in the tower.
Yes, ma'am.
And in the jail, if there's a way to say, I'm gonna lock off floor 5, nobody can access 5 if I say so, for security reasons or for anything, that we have that ability.
Yes, ma'am, we've been making contact
You
with
have?
TK, yes, ma'am,
Okay,
and
just
we'll
make sure,
coordinate.
just put Thyssen with them, they should be able to figure it out.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now take us to County Road 33, this is the interlocal.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Judge, this is an interlocal agreement between the city and the county, and this is for County Road 33. This is for full rehab of the existing county road. And once this road is completed, the city will be taking ownership, pretty much ownership, or they'll be taking over the maintenance of County Road 33. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna reconstruct it with Public Works, and at the time when it's fully completed, we're gonna turn it over to the city of Corpus Christi. It's about 2,200 linear feet of road.
Okay.
Plus, but it's gonna be from,
So their
From-
part is how much and our part is how much?
our part is 200,000, and
their
city's
part?
185,000.
And is that acceptable, Commissioner Chesney? That's your understanding of, as they say, the accord with the city?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is. In fact, and the 200,000 are from my COs that have previously been designated and voted on by the court. This is just the agreement between,
Sounds good.
I guess, the codification of the agreement between the two parties. I think Juan will bring something back later, also that indicates when they are willing to take it over, because I believe they're going to annex this property. We'll also probably be dealing with a name change. My suggestion on that was because once the city becomes a city road, it's very confusing to have a city road with a county road name. So we may come back to the court for a name change prior to giving it over to the city as well. But yes, that is the agreement.
Okay, and so you recommend it, and I'm gonna ask you to make the motion then, since it's your area.
I would make the motion to accept, and again, I'm very pleased with how the city and the county have been able to work
Second.
together in unison to
Second.
do something good for the area out there. It's a good
All
win-win
right,
project for both.
sounds good. So motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Okay.
And Judge, I did want to compliment Juan and his crew. They did a great job. If you hadn't had a chance to drive out there and see the road, we did the work ourselves, I believe, and it really came in on very efficiently, very well done. And I think everybody's very pleased with the first part of the road that was done out there. So thank you, Juan. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Please thank your staff.
Yes, sir.
That's great, Juan. You're doing great. You're like the most efficient little block here. You've got 2 more to go, and
Yes.
they're both super important. Although, one of them, do we need to table number 4, did you say?
Yes, Michael messed it up and said we need, I'm just kidding.
We needed to laugh.
We need some other information, so we'll table
Okay.
it till next meeting.
But it's-
29th, table it?
Yeah.
Table number 4, it's an exciting project, it's a great one, it just needs a little more refinement. So we're gonna put it on for the 29th. Could that be your motion?
Yes, ma'am.
And then a
Second.
second from Commissioner Gonzalez, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Okay, so now you're gonna leave us with the project, number 3, which is the
Yes, ma'am.
program management services. And we've already approved program management, and this is now part of the contract. They have to bring forth the work orders, and that's what this is all about, is the work orders.
This is correct, Judge. We're recommending, Public Works is recommending the execution of work authorization number 1 between Nueces County and LAN for the project management services for Nueces County. And what this includes, Judge, it includes the buildings, the medical building, the road projects, fairgrounds, and also here the courthouse to assist us with the project management. We reviewed and sat down with LAN to go over the work order number 1, and Public Works is recommending to court to approve.
Okay, and
Work
because
authorization.
Commissioner Chesney's has expressed this, I want to make sure I address it. And that's you're going to see 2 particular buildings that have not necessarily gone forward with Commissioner's Court approval, but it's very important in a program management style of business. You want to get them in beforehand. So for example, you said, how are you going to finance this building? These are the guys that are going to go in at right now at this point and be able to come back to us and say, if you engineer it this way, under this procurement, design bid build, or design build, or design build finance, they're going to value for us how we can best get our money's worth on this type of a building. So even though we haven't gone forward with the ME office, Commissioner Chesney, this program management is key to get you to A, a style of procurement, and B, the actual RFP. That's how you get your money's worth out of these guys. Otherwise, you're not taking advantage. The same thing with the animal care. For Commissioner Vaughn, our goal is to get to design. How do we get there? You've got to figure out, again, how are you gonna, what's the best manner of really building this? And we've never really done this in an effective way before because we haven't been building buildings in decades. So this is something that I think is going to prove to be worth its weight in gold. If you're wondering how the dollars get arrived at, they get arrived at by estimating hours put forth for the whole project for the long haul. So it's kind of an up to, but Juan gets to review them every month. Actually, every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, sorry, Juan. And he keeps tabs on it. But by doing it this way, we're going to be able to manage our projects and manage the companies that are working on these projects. And you will have access to them in a way that is really going to, I think, help Juan, but help us too. So some of them, like the county roads, they're ready to rock and roll. Those have been ready to go for a while.
Yes, ma'am.
And others are on the cusp. They need to get some work done so that they can bring to us and say how it's going to be valued. I kind of wanted to get to that, Commissioner Chesney, before you panicked and said, you mean while I was gone, you approved an ME building? So just to make, I hope that helps as a background, but Kyle LeBlanc, I see him waiting in the room if you want to ask him questions. Did we lose him? Brent?
There he goes, Judge.
Well, again, I think if it's purely approving a process and not a building, I think is what you're saying, Judge, is that right?
That's correct. Just wanted to make sure that you
Pardon me?
knew. Just, yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, and I'm okay with approving a process, and I appreciate you clarifying that because, again, it's a little different for me because if you approve a process, then you are committing to spending some money if you haven't committed to approving the actual building itself. But for now, I'm taking a breath and I'm okay. So
Now, come on, you're a lawyer. You know better than that.
I'm trying.
Use your money.
No, we're not approving the building because that's what these guys are really going to help us figure out, whether we can afford it and how we can afford it and how we should build it so that we can afford it. The truth is we need it. So their job is the hardest one. How do we build it in a way that we can afford it and it still meets all the needs? And Kyle, let me let Juan finish, but I know you're standing by. Juan,
I think we're good, Judge.
You're good?
Yes, we're recommending.
okay, so we got a motion and I'll second. And Kyle, just hang on for questions. Any questions? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Kyle, you're off the hook this time, but honestly, the questions start for me now, because now that we've approved it, I've got so many questions about that ME building. And I hope you like early morning meetings, because that's about my only time that I can spare. But I'm really excited about figuring out how we can build this. The Smith Group today presented earlier, and I'll tell you, the pictures tell 1,000, don't they? They just tell 1,000 tales. And so we need to figure out a way to do this. We look forward to working with you and the whole team. I know it's not just you, so.
That's right,
Appreciate it.
Judge. Thanks, everybody. We're glad to be here. We're ready to get rock and rolling and take this from an entire program management scope of work and view to get these projects going, especially in this first work authorization. Some are that short lead time, like you mentioned, where Juan's already got a good head start on the roads, and there's others in this work authorization that are a little bit longer lead time. So we're glad to be on board, and we're ready to get started.
Thank you. And like, for example, Juan, one of the things I'd like to see come up to court first, and it was your idea, but I think these guys can really put pencil to it, is you told us, hey, when you're building this many roads, you might want to bundle. You may not want to go out for each separate one, because you might get the better price. And that's what I think they're going to really help us design that RFP to figure out, is that true? Did we get the best price? And so I'm excited for you to bring the roads to us. I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but I feel like the roads are pretty ready. And
They're pretty ready, and purchasing's already got our skeleton. We're working closely with Juan.
Yeah.
And as soon as we get that information, we'll be ready on our side as well.
Because I think we're gonna get some better deals because we can bundle. But again, that's what these guys really are there to look over our shoulders and go, yep, that's exactly right.
Rock
you
and
know?
roll, buddy, rock and
So,
roll.
okay, thanks, guys. Moving on to you, Michael. You have a couple of things. One is the McKinsey Annex Storage Room. That's a pretty big one. Why don't you start there?
Yes, this is discuss and award IFB number 3126-20, McKinsey Annex Evidence Storage Room. We conducted a bid opening on Thursday, May 28th. The county received 4 bids. We're recommending award to Nex Construction for the base bid amount of $102,346.88. And Juan.
And the funding source is CO 2019?
Yes.
So we're doing this out of our COs, guys. And I want you to know you asked me, and we did investigate whether the sheriff's office had dollars to give. They said they did not. This is too important to the chain of custody to make sure we have evidence. I'm not willing to wait. I don't think we should. I think it's dangerous to do that. And this is going to be an important room. It has all the right technology, is my understanding, Michael?
Yeah, it's really going to bring them into the modern era on how they treat evidence and how they have access to drying agents and different things of that nature.
I got one question.
He's got a question for you, Michael.
Would be able, like, the constables be able to use that room for evidence?
I think so.
I mean, I just want to make sure.
I don't want to speak for the sheriff, but
How about if we direct it to the sheriff?
Yeah,
Tyner, would you find that out, please?
Because I know that I know the constables that in Bishop, man, they don't have their storage.
Can you ask him, Tyner, and please get back to us on that? And Michael, I also want to point out that the sheriff's department was very concerned about the dollars because they thought that it was going to be around the $75,000 mark, and they wanted to scrap the architect or, kind of redo it. And I told them, listen, let's do it right.
They're not paying for it.
We have to do it right.
yeah,
And-
it's a little more, but
it's worth it.
It's definitely going to be worth it.
Yeah, you can't compromise evidence, and I think so it's worth the extra dollars. It's CO 2019, everybody.
But I'd like to benefit everybody.
And I'd like for us to get visuals on it, Michael, please, like, let us look at it as it's coming through the process.
Right. I'll
I'll
work with Juan.
If we need to, for privacy.
I guess we can do the like the Property Brothers before and after.
Yeah, I'd actually like that. I'd like that on all our projects, wouldn't you guys? Before and afters? Okay, I don't remember a motion. Can I get one?
Move.
Okay, got a motion. How about a second? Motion, a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, super.
Okay, moving right along. Next is discuss and award IFB 3132-20 HFRS-2 emulsified asphalt.
So move.
We conducted a bid opening. We received 2 bids. We're recommending award to Ergon Asphalt and Emulsions Incorporated for the unit bid price per gallon of $2.45.
$2.45. So what's the total, Mike?
The total is, based on 700,000 gallons, would be $1,715,000. This represents a 5.6% increase from the old amount.
So moved.
Second.
This comes from budgeted funds from Public Works.
I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay, Michael?
And Judge, if I may interject
Yeah.
right there, the sheriff says that he will always accommodate our fellow law enforcement agencies in this region whenever possible. That would include constables.
And Michael, it might be worthy of noting if we're doing this evidence room in a way that does have a little bit of growth to it. In other words, hopefully it's big enough that it can accommodate. I don't know. I mean, just sort of asking. Maybe we can get back to commissioners and through Tyner on that. I'm guessing it's adequate, but
You know, is that a room?
Yeah, it's much,
is it much bigger than
it's
before?
much bigger than what they had before, yes.
Okay, well then it should be okay. All right. Okay, now go to your tax deeds.
Oh, wait, not tax deeds. I have,
What did I miss?
we're on 3C3.
Three.
I'm so
It's going to
sorry.
be discuss and award IFB number 3133-20 AEP Specialty Emulsions.
Right, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong paper. Appreciate that.
We conducted a bid opening, received 2 bids. We're recommending award to P Squared Emulsion Plants LLC in the unit price per gallon of $1.75 per gallon. This is on 10,000 gallons, which represents 17,500. This is actually a 22% decrease from our most recent price, which was $2.15 before. So it's about $4,000 savings.
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same
Aye.
sign. All right, keep going.
Okay, next we have discuss and award IFB number 3134-20 Morgue Transport Service. On this item, we conducted a bid opening on June the 18th at 2 p.m. We received 2 bids, one from Corpus Christi Mortuary Service and one from the current provider, Archangel Mortuary Transport LLC. The bid that was submitted from the Corpus Christi Mortuary Service was not signed, and as part of the general requirements, if a bid is not signed, it's considered a non-responsive bid, so unfortunately, we were not able to consider that bid. So we are, like I said, indicated that was non-responsive. We received a letter from Corpus Christi Mortuary Service and, contesting basically this, and I believe they signed up for comment
Yes.
to speak on this.
And I'm going to give him that opportunity as soon as you finish.
And so based on that, I'm going to recommend award on the apparent low bidder, which is our current provider, Archangel Mortuary Transport LLC. And their amounts were $145 for transport within various areas of Nueces County and $100 for the cost of receiving from other counties. And this is based on a quantity of approximately 500 individuals.
Okay, and so commissioners, we do have public comment on this item. And so at this time, I'm going to ask you, I believe, and all I see is, it's just, is it Archie A?
Yeah, I believe it was listed as Archie Costa. Is he
Okay,
present?
and Veronica, is it Vars?
Veronica Weiss.
Vais, I'm sorry, it's hard to read. Ms. Vais, would you be so good as to, Michael will move away, and then you can come to the podium so that we can all hear from the microphone.
Judge, can I ask a question first?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And I believe this is the one, and I apologize if I'm mistaken, where we received a letter on a technicality on a bid. Michael, did you address that and I just didn't hear it?
Yes.
Yes, I addressed it, and it's not a technicality. It's actually a nonconformance. It's listed in 2 places, one in the actual proposal documents and also in the general requirements. It states that a bid that has one or more of the following deficiencies listed below is non-responsive and will not be considered. And under letter A, if the bid is not signed by the person or persons authorized to bind the contract. And Laura, did you want to comment on that as well? I think what the county has as options right now is to award to the apparent low bidder, which purchasing is recommending, which is Archangel Mortuary Service. Or
Laura, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, this is not a technicality. Basically, when the vendor signs a bid, basically they're making an offer. So in this case, since they didn't sign it, they're not giving you an offer. So it's more than just a technicality.
Well, okay, but And what was the other one before I address that? I mean, if someone forgets to sign something when they turn it in and that disqualifies them automatically, I would have a little heartburn with that. But tell me what the other one is. That you said there was two, I think, Michael, two things?
No, there was just the one thing. They didn't sign this,
Oh.
they didn't sign their offer.
Oh, okay, so what's, now, if they're not the low bidder, which are, I think you're saying they're not the low bidder, correct?
I'm saying I can't consider an offer at all, and I can't present any information to you about that offer because it's not a valid offer.
Okay, so I'd like to see
It's as-
case
it's
law
as
on
though
that.
I didn't
That
get
is
it.
really, that's a little heartburn for me. I mean, because someone forgets to sign a letter and turn it in, when they turn it in, and that disqualifies based on some, and that is technical. I'm sorry, it's exactly what that is. That's being really technical. So I'd like to see something on this that shows me if they automatically have to be disqualified because they forgot to sign something. I mean, that's a little rough for me to understand. So
Okay, the county,
I'm not comfortable unless someone's got some legal opinion or something moving forward with this until I see that. And my vote may not count, and that's okay if it doesn't. But I mean, people make mistakes. That's a little harsh.
okay, the county attorney's gonna get her mic on. Give her 1 second.
I can't hear her. I'm sorry.
Okay, she just got the mic on. Here she comes.
All of them get a packet and they all get the same instructions. And basically, it's pretty clear in the instructions as to, what is required. And all the bidders have this, are on the same level. They all understand, they all get the same, instructions and packages. So basically, they're aware that basically if they don't do certain things, they're gonna be considered non-responsive. And, so they're not gonna be considered for purposes of the bid.
I agree that it's hard, but I think it's something that everybody has, it's a playing ground for everybody, same rules, so. I agree, it's kind of hard, but we gotta play by the rules. And the rule says you have to sign it, you have to sign it, I guess.
And I understand. I mean, I'm just hoping, and I get that. I'm just saying that's really a little rough, to stomach, especially if that other bidder was going to save the taxpayers money by using them. That also makes me a little nervous that because someone forgot to sign a document that they're automatically disqualified, or because someone forgot to dot an I or cross a T. And I totally respect that. I mean, there's rules for a reason, but boy, people make mistakes all the time. And if we're going to hold that to a standard, then we better darn sure do it on every single solitary thing that we do everywhere else, or we're, I think we're sending a tough message. So if that's what the opinion is, and that's what the opinion is, and like I said, you probably don't need my vote, but I'm out because I don't think that's fair. Thank you.
In addition, I could comment, I believe when I first came to the county, the rule used to be in place that if the vendors didn't sign the addendums, which would be the updates to the bid that we notify when we receive questions and we publish those bids, those used to be considered non-responsive if they didn't sign, and those vendors were getting disqualified. And the court decided later to change those addendums to being in an area which could be viewed as, what's the term, for where they have discretion on waiving irregularities for the court. And so on the addendums, we have that option, but on the offer itself, that's the one that's not a negotiable item at this point. That's the,
And I understand. I think
under.
we should possibly look at something there. There's, as Judge Canales knows, there's the court of law and the court of equity in the world in which I live, and that to me in the court of equity is failing miserably, especially if they would have saved the taxpayer dollars. And let me make sure everybody knows, I don't know any of the people on any side of this whatsoever, so I got no dog in this fight other than I think that's a little harsh a way to look at this. So again, I apologize for beating a dead horse. I will go back to mute now.
Maybe something we can look at, I guess, for the future, maybe,
These are your policies, and basically you can change them.
yeah,
I mean,
we can change it, but not
let's-
now.
let's do this. Ms. Weiss, I did not realize you'd been sitting out there. I actually thought you were media. I thought you were a reporter because I think it's a nice compliment. You look like you're geared to be in front of a camera. And so I did not realize you were waiting. You have been here so long. I want to thank you. I did receive your letter. I did forward it to the county attorney. I hope you can appreciate, my job is anytime I get a concerned citizen about a process that's legal in nature, I just flip it to them, and I, of course, go back to the source, which is procurement.
I should indicate that Ms. Weiss is with Archangel Mortuary, the one that we're intending to
Okay.
extend
okay.
the offer to,
Okay, well, we got.
or to extend the award, I'm
Well,
sorry.
then either way, we need, but just so you know the process, whenever we get a concerned citizen, that's the process that I go through. And then we get this opportunity to open it up for public comment. And what about Mr. Acosta? Did he leave?
Do we have anyone outside?
Okay.
So she's the
why don't-
awardee, she's the awardee?
She's the
She's the
awardee. So
recommended
would you like
awardee.
to come make your statement? You've been waiting so patiently. Let's let her do that, Michael. Then we can also have you back up. Just make sure you leave, give her a chance to come in.
Sure.
And
I
then
have
you
a
want to
comment, I have a
for
comment
Michael?
after her. Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay, well, it's a pleasure to be here, first of all, Judge Canales and all of the commissioners. I chose the name Archangel Mortuary Transport because archangels do watch over all of the angels. And we do stand by that. Now, I make sure that everybody is taken care of. I have a lot of, well, not a lot because we've been so busy. But I have some recommendation letters from the chief investigator at the medical examiner's office, from a couple of funeral homes that we do take care of. We're always on time. We haven't had one complaint from any family, any officer, any doctor, nurses, anybody. We make it to all of our scenes on time. I make sure that all of my people have the proper gear for this COVID. So we're all suiting up. I have a picture of that as well, just to show that we're just taking all of the right precautions, from head to toe. I ask all of my workers if they need anything that's going to make them feel more secure, just to let me know. We go in these houses with 3-4 pairs of gloves. And so we don't contaminate. We take off the first set after we move. Then the second set, we just go along that way. The only reason I went up on my bid, just for the record, is because now they want us to supply our own body bags. But my plan this whole time was just to stay where I was. So, but when they threw this upon us about the body bags, I had no choice but to go up. There's a lot of stuff that I'm supplying on my own. Like, I'm paying triple for Lysol. And also, when I came up for the contract the first time, or the second time, which was 2 years ago, they put in the contract that I had to get a cooler. So I bought a cooler, and I'm still making payments on it, and they've never used it one time. I mean, but that comes with it, and that's okay, because I can still use it for the future. So that's okay with me. We're adding in our own plastic. We're getting 8-foot plastic just to put on the stretcher, so when we get the body bag on top with the person, we cover them up with the plastic. We mark it COVID so everybody knows, so when we do get to the medical examiner's office, they're safer. We have Lysol in the vans, we have bleach, we have sanitizer, we have everything. And like I said, I am paying double, triple for all of these supplies because they're hard to find. And all the prices went up, and I'm okay with that. And the main reason I went up on my prices was because of the body bags. And those are expensive too, so.
Yeah, they are.
But we have whatever you need. I'm always trying to make the job easier for my people. We have stair stretchers that go downstairs. We have whatever you can think of we have respirators. We have nose filters that go in the nose so everybody breathes a little cleaner. We got boxes of gloves and biohazard suits, and I'm just constantly ordering almost every single week
Yes, I want to just thank you for all you do, for the extra work that you do. And I remember you being here 2 years ago when the deciding factor was that walk-in cooler, or that cooler. You know, and I'm really sad that you haven't used it or haven't asked you to use it, because that was one of the deciding factors at that time. You know, because in case they needed one, that they were gonna, you were the backup, you know? So, I don't know, might make me, you know, why are we not using it? I mean, they don't have no use for it. I mean, we got a truck now, I mean, but why not use the cooler if it's available, you know? I don't know, I mean, that's one thing we need to look at too, so. But, you know, thank you for everything, and I remember
Oh, yes, sir.
so I understand your price is going up, everything goes up.
Yeah, and to me, it's not even that much that it's
Yeah.
going up. I'm still gonna be losing out on these body bags, that's for sure. So, and I really didn't want to go up, but I just had to,
Thank you.
so.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Is there anything else? I mean, I don't want to cut you off. You're doing great.
No, just that, this job is very important to me, like I said, and we do make sure everybody is trained to just, if that's your family member, how would you want them treated? So that's how we do it, and and I don't expect anything less. We have nothing but respect for everybody. All of my people are very respectful. I walk a straight line, so I don't, you know, I play by the rules.
Well,
I do everything I'm supposed to do, that's for sure.
I'm going to say this, I've never met you before, but my line of sight has been on you all day long, because you've been sitting right there in that chair. And I kind of have a rule, if you really believe in something and you want something, you ought to be here. And
And you
I'm
wait.
just very, very impressed with you. I mean, my heart is almost fluttering, because all week long, all I've done is give interviews about body bags and morgue trailers. And all week long, all I've done is talk about people dying. And honestly, I guess I've proven to myself that I'm human. And I have had a terrible week. And listening to you gives me a lot of hope that there's so many good people out there that believe like I do in the dignity of human life. And also when we pass, there should be the equal dignity.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And I just want to thank you for representing Nueces County so well. And for staying here all day to tell your story. I would not have known your story had you not been here all day long. It's 4:05, and I just think you should be, that should be noted. Commissioner Modas has a question for you, ma'am.
Okay.
I also want to thank you. I think it's important that anyone that has a bid come. I mean, staff can easily come and present it, but I think it goes a long way to say your commitment to the contract that you have with us, and you educate us and you remind us. So even though it may be another year or 2 years or however many that we have till the next time the bid comes up, that we remember the conversation that we've had and the goodwill, like Commissioner Gonzalez mentioned, with you providing the cooler. That was one of the stipulations that we had asked as a court, and I remember that. It was within my first year or two here on the court. And so I thank you just for that spirit of cooperation for us. And like the judge said, the dignity you bring to the families that you're dealing with in their times of sorrow. And so I just wanted to thank you for that. And I'm going to go to Michael now for a question I have for him.
Okay.
Or more of a statement. My concern is, and it's just a general statement about the process. I had been contacted by a vendor within the 3 years I've been here. I can't remember when exactly that it was, but that vendor mentioned to me that they had sent in a bid. It had gotten sent through FedEx, so I guess maybe it was coming from out of town, maybe.
Right.
And because the FedEx driver got pulled up, because, you know, their deliveries are a certain span of day, and that driver got held up at the security checkpoint, they were 2 or 3 minutes late based on the bid time, and it was not allowed in. And so there's rules, because we have to have the rules no matter whether they're saving us money or not. And I think that bid, from what I heard after the fact, since they didn't bid, it seemed like it would have been a very competitive scoring. But you have to cross your I's and dot your T's and all that, and do double check. And so I don't have a problem with that, even though, yes, the dollar amount may save us, but then we get to hear that there's extra cost because we're putting that cost on to the providers as far as their bids. So
Right.
I just wanted to share that. I mean, I feel for the company that maybe, that just didn't get a chance to bid, because I would always want to see at least two people side by side, two bids side by side, but there's rules, so.
I have a comment as well. I think that we need to review this because just like the FedEx being late, that was not the company's fault. To me, that's an extenuating circumstance, and I don't think that we need to be so hard in our stance that we can't bend a little bit. On the signature, I get it, that you have to have rules, and in the oil industry, you send in a bid, and if you have one thing wrong, they kick it out. And it's happened. And they kick it out, and you're messed up, even though your bid was less. So I just think we need to look at it, because sometimes I can see if there was an amount wrong in the amount that it was bid, but a signature, and Michael, I know you're following the rules, that's all you're doing. But I just think that sometimes that we need to maybe bend a little.
Right, so my charge in the
I know.
office that you guys elected me to is to hold the folks
Sure.
accountable to these rules
And I
and
get
provide
that.
a fair opportunity for all the bidders that are trying to come in. And it is, I have seen bids come in minutes late because of whatever reason. But also what could be said is, a little prior planning, you can submit bids a day early. You don't have to wait until the last minute to bring it to us.
Yeah, but FedEx, it was their fault.
So, but in any case, on this particular bid, I did receive also some letters of recommendation from folks at the medical examiner's office, including former Dr. Fernandez, expressing their pleasure with working with Archangel Mortuary Transport and the work that Veronica is doing. So I feel like circumstances be as they are, we have a very good vendor who's doing right by the county here.
And it's always good to change sometimes and see what else is out there, that's for sure,
Right.
so
And that
congratulations.
was, part of the reason the bid came out on the street was this change in who's providing the body bags. That's what drove the change.
Judge, in closing, I'm just really concerned. What was your name, sorry? Veronica. Concerned that one of the stipulations we made 2 years ago, that she buy a cooler. And I know, I've heard many times that they don't have room, they don't have space. Well, she's got a cooler, so I don't know why we're not calling her, So in all fairness to her, and she bought it because it was one of the requirements back then, so. I don't know, can we contact the medical examiner, see why, if they can use her, if they need her, or whatever, or Michael, I don't know how, I can call him myself too, I guess I can talk to him, but.
I'll definitely bring it up on my EOC meeting that we have in the morning at 10 o'clock,
Yeah.
just to let them know that that is available resource, and for them to contact Ms. Weiss about how that would be utilized.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you,
Jeff,
ma'am.
can I say one more thing?
Yes, sir?
Thank you. And what I would love to come out of this, it would be that we do look at the policy. I mean, certainly I 100% agree. Your job is to do whatever the policies are. And I think you've done that. And certainly this lady's done apparently a good job doing what we should do. I think you can easily remedy something like this with a policy change that says if it's and you can define it, if it's a small technical right to cure, then, those kind of things can be very easily to put in place. So what I would like to see, Michael, or somebody, whoever would be in charge of that, is to bring back a policy that has, at least for the court's consideration, that says if it's a technical, and technical could be specifically defined, someone forgets to sign something or whatever, we don't want to give anybody an unfair advantage or a look-see or anything like that. But something like this, and you're right, you can always submit early, but very few people do. Most people wait till the bid deadlines, and because they're working on it right up until the last minute. So that would be all I would like to see come out of this, is that we at least look at that policy, because I still feel like that's a little harsh. And again, that's not a critique of Michael or a critique of the nice lady there who has apparently done a very nice job. So if we could come back with something like that, that would be great.
Sure, we can do that. So at this point, I recommend award of IFB 3134. Did you have another question?
Don't move.
Okay.
Not seconded.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same side. Okay, and then, Thank you, Ms. Valles. So we did approve your contract.
Yeah, so we'll send you a
Chesney,
letter.
did you
We'll
vote
send you a
yes
letter.
or no,
We might have voted, skipped 4.
Commissioner?
Yeah, I voted yes. I voted yes.
Yes? And,
Oh, we did.
Yes.
Michael, you'll have to go back to
Yeah, I
number
gotta go back to
4.
4.
Thank you,
I
Ms.
went one tab too
Okay,
far.
thank you. Go back to number 4, the
Ms.
asphalt
Weiss.
concrete award.
You're good, we'll send you a letter.
Thank you.
Okay, item 3C4 is discuss award IFB number 3135-20 hot mix asphaltic concrete type D, PG 64-22. We conducted a bid opening on June 23rd at 3 p.m. We received one bid, and I met with Juan on this. Due to receiving only one bid and the price that's bid being higher than what we're currently paying, he recommends that we reject all bids and rebid this item at a later date. The current provider.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
All those, they're not letting you finish, Michael.
That's
but
all right.
I appreciate it.
I got all the details
I'm
here.
gonna have a new rule too, and that is he has to finish it because we're carrying a record. And that's what's important, that if you go back to the record, that he get to finish. But in the interest of time, Michael, you got the hook on that one. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, go to number 6.
Okay, number 6 is discuss and consider execution of renewals for employee health plan medical benefits. And this includes the cafeteria plans, group term life insurance, third-party administration, disease management, pre-certification utilization program, COBRA HIPAA administration, pharmacy benefit management program, and the national network and/or local network and secondary wrap network or other network services. The renewals that we provided are exact same services as what we approved last summer, or last towards the end of the summer, with no change in price. The only and no change in cost to the employee, importantly. The only item that did have an increase is the national network, which is under RFP 3108-19. And per our agreement, in year 2, cost was, per employee per month rate was going to go up from $11.70 in year 1 to $12.16 in year 2. And per their renewal proposal that they sent to us, they did adhere to that increase.
So there's no a big effect on the budget for this, that?
There should be little to no effect with these items that you see before you. Now, what's conspicuously not on here is RFP number 3109-19, which is the aggregate and specific reinsurance. We'll be bringing that back probably in about a month and a half. It's going to be towards the end of, actually towards the middle to the end of September, when we'll have the information for that one. That's the big policy that's around the usually 1.5 to 2 million range.
Dale, what do you think?
Yeah, you want to speak to that, Dale? The reason we don't want to, that I was advised from Tomas Duran about why we don't want to seek that renewal quote at this particular time it's based on how the county is running at this point, and we want to have an opportunity to get the best price quote, and we feel that waiting a little bit longer, because if we ask for it now, they're going to have a really fat estimate for us, is what was explained to me.
I want to make sure it doesn't affect our budget.
Like Michael was saying, they said the additional cost that they're talking about is not a significant increase of our budget for this department. The biggest expenses are our claims, and those are until we figure out what the claims are. So for what we're saying with Michael, with the increases, we have the funding for this particular increase, which is very minimal.
Okay. Thank you, Dale.
So this includes all the good things y'all did last time, the teledoc and those additional services that we received last time. Those are still in place.
Okay, so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same
Yeah,
sign.
6.
Okay, and then the iconic sign is part of our CDBG DR money that we received, and now we're ready to do something with it.
Okay, so I'm going to have to table this one.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Unfortunately.
How come?
That's my day today, is to table everything.
Okay.
I'm the dream crusher today.
All right,
On this one, we had received information that we were purchasing from Iconic Sign Group.
yeah,
But the quote that was provided was from Daktronics, and Daktronics is the company
Oh.
that's actually on the buy board. So
I
I'm
see.
gonna have to renotice it with Daktronics being listed as.
I see, you just had the wrong name.
Yes,
I see.
so we're gonna get that.
Well, we are marred with little things. Okay, look, and I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of things are happening very, very fast in our community, and I know our next meeting's the 29th, but if I have to call a special, I'll let you know, Michael, and you can scoop these up on that special. I wouldn't call the special for this. I'm just saying,
Sure.
if I have to call a special, I'll let you know, and I think there's gonna be reason probably to do so. So just wanna give you that heads up. Okay, we'll table it. Motion to table, please. And I've got a motion and a second. Motion and a second on the ends.
Oh, and if I can indulge the court, I just want to thank my wife for our recent 27th wedding anniversary. She provided me with something that I earned 28 years and 7 months ago, which was my graduation ring from Texas Tech University. And I just got it this week, so.
Hook 'em horns. Oh,
Yes, that's
wrong one.
awesome.
Wrong one, sorry.
That is awesome.
Congratulations, man. You put a word
All
in
those
there.
in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, thank you for that. We'll table it to the 29th. And we've got one budget change order, Dale. It's number 17.
Yes, sir, Your Honor, thank you. This is a very small change order for where we are in the fiscal year. There's not very many large numbers, so I'll go with the two larger numbers is Department 1500 mechanical maintenance, which covers our courthouse and jail, and 1600, which is our precinct 3 yard. All those to repair or replace or upgrade our fire extinguishers, and that funds are needed. That happens every few years that these come up, but there's an issue there. On page 2, you'll see Justice of the Peace Precinct 2-1 has some additional costs for all the supplies, and they were saying they need it for cleaning and maintaining their offices, but I'm gonna be working with Michael to make sure if these expenses are for COVID-related expense, that they're not charged to this particular department, they're gonna be charged to our COVID department. But we still need to make sure they have the funds there in case it's for something else. The rest of the change orders have been justified, and the funds are available for this request. So I submit budget change order number 17 for your approval.
So moved.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose
Aye.
same sign. Okay, thank you, Dale. And just want to thank Dale because he's giving up his Saturday where we're going to work budget again. So if you all have any thoughts or issues that you want us to think about this weekend, email me and I'll bring it up to Dale. It's all, I mean, we've got lots more time. I just want you to know that we started in our office, I guess, a week or so ago, and Dale provided us a notebook, and we started it yesterday, going through the general fund, which is like Q1 through like Q100 or something, and I got up to Q65, and I had to rest, Dale. But we're almost
It's a
there.
very, real in-depth reading. What we're gonna do is that's the book you and I will be working with, Judge. It doesn't have all the information that we'll have for the commissioners.
Right.
Until we get the tax rate information and some other information, we'll finalize the books, and we should have that to you within a week or so before
Right.
you have the book that you'll have for our budget.
Right. I just wanted everyone to know, I mean, you don't get enough praise, and there's just a lot of work that goes in. I mean, I keep thinking to myself every morning, can you believe we're in COVID-19 crisis and we're in budget? I mean, just budget would be enough to be in crisis. And then, you know, to have COVID-19 on top. So I just want to say thank you to Dale and to Teresa and Ernest Garza. We've spent tons of hours on budget already to get ready for you guys. And then, but you know, it's start thinking now. If there's something you're concerned about or want to talk about, I don't mind it coming across my desk. But anyway, Dale, thank you. Let's go to Julie.
But we
at
are gonna
Human
have the
Resources.
workshops, right, budget workshops?
Oh, of course. This is the preliminary.
Okay.
This is the stuff that we do before we get there. Human Resources, E1. Is she coming, or are you going to take it, Tyner?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody just joined the meeting that may be Julie. Julie, are you on?
I think I can do it with Laura. I mean, this is more of a legal thing.
That's correct.
This is excluding healthcare providers and other emergency responders, and that includes all the people you would normally think, our sheriff's, constable's office, and certain, certain first responders, like our health district workers. And this is, you're excluding them from the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, FFCRA. And this is basically gives you the exceptions of when you don't have to come to work. And here's the situation. I give it to you for your consideration, and Laura's here to help me. We have a situation where we have some first responders and some healthcare workers that are entitled under the law to be home. And this would give us the opportunity to work with that employee and say, we need you at work because only you, let's say, are in charge of the, molecular biological lab, and, we're down one person and we need you in. And it was explained to me that this has come up, and our policy doesn't allow us to say to them, we'd really need you back at work, because they have this ability under this particular act to not go in. Now, I'll be honest with you, the way I approached this particular item, it came up last week, was I asked Julie and the particular department head to work with that employee to make sure that that was the measure of last resort, right? If there was a child care issue, which is what this really addresses, child care, and there was no other way to care for that child, then it would seem like a Sophie's choice, if you will, asking them to leave their child or to come to work. But the idea is we need flexibility. That's the bottom line. We need flexibility to work with the employees, and this is brought to your consideration. I personally have mixed feelings, but you know what? Feelings went out the door a long time ago on this pandemic. We're all asked to do extraordinary things, and first responders and healthcare workers are in this category. And it goes back to the court of equity, I think, Commissioner Chesney, you said. Let me just tell you what I figured out. Life is not fair, and it's showing itself to be very unfair in Nueces County in the month of July. And that's why this is before you. And it's very, very difficult for me. And so I'd like for Laura to weigh in here, but that at least gets you to understand. So when we did have the situation, the act did apply. We were not able to call in this worker that was absolutely critical. And the request is, would you consider changing the policy? And I would like to pledge that if you change the policy, it would be used and only used as a measure of last resort, because I'm not interested in making childcare an issue for any of our employees. It's just, it's not, I don't want to be in there, but I also know that if we're short police officers or sheriff's officers or healthcare workers, I don't know what to tell you. People are dying, and we just need everybody, we need all hands on deck.
Yes, the bottom line is that you're saying that they're exempt. Basically, you're saying they're exempt. In other words, they don't have those protections like others, that you would have to stay home if you had to stay home or whatever. And this gives you that flexibility, especially when there's emergency situations like this pandemic. And that's all we're saying here, is that you have the right, as a Commissioner's Court with policy-making authority, to exclude them in your policies. And that's what we're asking you to do, to exclude them from those protections. So if you need them, you call them, they have to come in.
Well, I support it because I think there are certain jobs that you take and you know what the risks are when you take them and what you might be called upon to do. So I agree with the judge. I think this needs to be put in there.
I have,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I have concern. I appreciate that this is being said, that this is going to be last resort. I want that shown or said somewhere. I don't want this to be misinterpreted down the line of chain of command to where someone's direct supervisor puts their own spin on it, because it can happen intentionally or unintentionally, and that worker feels that they have no other choice.
That's a good
I
point.
think the spirit of this is that we recognize some positions do require you to be there. And where, the whole county is essential in this situation, really. But I don't want it to be misinterpreted or abused. That would be my only concern, is it somehow can be included in the language or included in this motion, in this discussion and consideration, so that there's no question what our true intent is, and recognizing, like what the judge said, that it being last resort. If we can put that in there, I have no problem supporting it.
Maybe you could put it in the motion.
That's a great point,
That would be
though.
my
He's
motion
right.
then, that we can add that, just as an amendment, that this is considered a last resort, and that all supervisors should, consider the situation and try to work in good faith with their employee. That would be the motion, I guess, in some sort of condensed fashion, but also, just in addition, just that the employees understand that, right? That they could easily just see that this is passed and think, gosh, I'm giving no recourse, they don't care about me, they don't care about, my situation. We do. We all do, but there are positions, they need to be there, law enforcement and others, but like I said, there's almost every position now can be considered essential, especially when you lose staff and there's not any other staff to carry out those job duties because they're out sick or what have you. So I just, if we can do that, just to give them that we get it, right, that we understand, and there's some protection there, and of course, always seek recourse of HR and, of course, legal if they ever have any questions on if they're being forced to work. Even though, I guess that's what our motion is taking care of, that it kind of excludes them, but they still can be able to talk to someone about it. They can still try to talk it out and work it out. That's my concern.
And John, that's a good point, because there could be a specific circumstance that comes up, and you would hope that the department head would consider that, so you're right.
Like a child with special needs,
Something like that.
or a child that became sick, but that wasn't sick earlier in the year. And trust me, because I have a special situation at home, I'm super sensitive to it. But I'm trying to figure out how to balance all these needs. Everyone thinks that, that these decisions are easy. They're painful. They're truly painful. So I'm glad we can move that, Laura, to make some language like that. Can I take John's motion, or would that be a motion?
Yes, that was a
You know,
motion. I don't know if there was a second to it or what. but-
I kind of have an issue with it because it's almost like the overtime, and we're making some exceptions now, so then people going, okay, wait a minute, why you being hard on me now? Why are you singling me out now? You did it with the overtime, the other people took the overtime, and, we're in the middle of this thing, there's a borderline here, man, that, if they fall under this thing by law, I guess it's the law, right? But it's just a policy, or is it the law?
Well, it's based upon law, but it gives you the authority to exempt them.
Well, same thing with but it's same thing with the overtime, it gave us the authority to do it, and it didn't work, so, so what do we, right? We had the same thing with the overtime, but we didn't work, so why are we gonna punish these people for that?
Judge, I've got Julie standing by on my phone. Would you like? Okay, she's in the Zoom meeting. Julie, can you hear us? You're going to have to unmute yourself. Okay, she can hear us, but we can't hear her. There's going to be something, Julie, that you're going to need to click. Okay, I've got her right here.
Can you hear me this way, Trainer?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, this is Julie Guerra, the Human Resources Director. I'm calling regarding that policy. That policy belongs to the Department of Labor. It's not the county's policy. And within that policy, it allows us to exclude certain emergency responders. And I understand what Commissioner Monterez was saying. And I'm not going to say the majority. I'm going to say everybody has been coming through me when it comes to their staff. So I've been handling them on a case-by-case basis on childcare and their own needs and needs of their parents and their families as well. So I have been working with all those department heads and employees as well. So all of those are being vetted through me, and I am taking into consideration people have needs, and I totally understand that. And I'm trying to work with both the employee and the department head to make sure we can come to some middle ground to get employees back to work and allow them at the same time to be able to care for themselves. So it's not our county policy, it's the Department of Labor's, and it allows us to exclude this group of people.
Correct. I mean, it's a Department of Labor Act. It's a federal law, but the opportunity to exempt becomes a policy. And so we clarified that before you got on, but we agree with you. It's a federal law, but we have the opportunity to act. You can call it a policy or just an action. We can take action to exempt these employees. And I think you understand by listening in what we're concerned about. And I also want to emphasize, although I know everybody's getting weary here, but anything to do with COVID-19 personnel-wise is reimbursable. It's a drop mic situation. Anybody wants to argue with me, you're going to lose that argument because that is 100% rock solid. So if we need to hire people, we need to hire them, period. Because it's reimbursable about 5 different ways. It's reimbursable in this new $1.4 million if they qualify for a particular skill in the biological testing. It's also reimbursable under CARES Act. It's also reimbursable under FEMA. And it's probably going to be qualified for any of the CESF funds. So it's covered. We need to stop acting like we can't help people. We need to help them. But I think this is a tool at your disposal for very extraordinary circumstances. And maybe that's the language.
Yeah.
Extraordinary circumstances.
There you go. That's what I want. Just in our part of the policy, what we control is that we understand the circumstance. You know, that's it. Because you just throw it out there, then you give employees who are in a tough situation the option of, you know, do I deal with this extreme circumstance or do I meet my job require me to go into a tough situation? You don't want anyone to balance that out, but I'm sure that employees may have to. And so I think if we just let them know that we understand and try to work it through, that they understand what our decision and what our understanding that they're going through, you know, is in play, and that we want to be a part of getting them to you, Julie, getting them to legal, and understanding, hey, we are required, but there's some ways to try to work through it if possible.
So what are you saying, if they don't do it, then they lose a job?
Exactly. That's what it is, isn't it?
I don't know, I mean, that's what I'm asking, because, I mean, if you tell them, you gotta come back Monday and say, I can't because I haven't made arrangements yet, so I'm gonna come back a week later, so what's gonna happen? I mean, it's COVID.
When you exempt them, you're basically saying you're not gonna be protected. I've exempted you from this
Well, you know,
particular statute.
we
I'm telling
exempt-
you to come to work.
We
If you
exempted,
don't come
we
to work,
exempted
then
the
you're
ones
fine.
from overtime, and we still protecting them. So what's the difference? I don't understand. I mean, we're playing games here with certain people, you know?
Well, I don't think they're playing games. I think they're trying to cover
Well, but I mean,
the work.
we
And,
gotta be fair all the way around. I mean, we're gonna do it for one, let's do it for all of them.
but there's a certain group that this applies to, isn't it, Laura? There's a certain group. It's not everybody.
So
And you're
does
not
the-
trying to pinpoint anybody. You're just saying that if
So
we can
does
have
the
some kind
overtime-
of policy in there that you could use
Because you
it.
need them. You need
Yes,
this
you need 'em.
category of employees.
They're valuable,
Yeah.
very valuable.
like the sheriff said earlier, I mean, the jail didn't close.
No.
They're still working.
Yeah.
And you have
Law
some other.
enforcement patrol are out there.
And you have some other employees that are having to work harder because they don't have enough staff.
And employees that don't want to get tested, they should maybe made to be tested, you know, because then
I disagree with that.
we're running a risk, you know?
America's free.
Uh-huh,
Our freedoms count for something.
yeah. I mean, I don't want to get sick, I'm gonna get the other employees sick. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard from Commissioner Chesney, you there?
I think he's asleep. I think that's why he went.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to follow this, to be honest with you. And now I was waiting for y'all to finish up. I need one more explanation on this, Lauren. I apologize. I'm trying to, I don't really, I thought I did. And
I'm confused
someone
too.
please do this one more time for me, because is it a mandatory policy? Is it a policy that we can put in place and use as a discretion? I'm a little confused, to be real honest.
Planner, can I speak to that?
Yes, you're still on.
Damn.
Commissioner Chesney, this is Julie. The Department of Labor has put out an act. It's called the Family First Coronavirus Response Act. And it has set some guidelines before all employers. And it allows certain employees to take time off to either care for themselves or care for other people with the virus, and also child care issues. And within that same policy put out by the Department of Labor, it allows for employers to exclude first responders. So we're not trying to change any policy here. All we're trying to do is let our employees know that they will now be excluded under this policy.
They will be excluded?
Will be excluded from being allowed time off for child care. And like the sheriff said earlier, it's because we're having so many employees out right now. So we can start calling those people back and asking them to make other arrangements for child care because we need them back at work. All the paperwork is coming through the HR office. So we are vetting those, and we're talking to the employees to see if they can make other arrangements. And at the same time, we'll be working with the department heads to let them know that the employees might need to have a day or two off during the week or something, just to make it work for both parties.
Okay, so what you're saying is this currently they're not excluded and they can't be called back, but this policy would allow them to be called back if we needed them?
That's correct.
And then if they're out, like what would be the reason they would be out for this? Because of them being sick or?
Under the Department of Labor, there's six reasons, and we're only excluding them from reasons number 4, 5, and 6, which is to care for another individual other than themselves that might have COVID, and for child care, and other circumstances under the Health and Human Services, but we haven't had anything under that one. So it's mainly for child care and then caring for somebody else that has COVID. Now, if they themselves had COVID or were exposed, we definitely will continue to allow them to be off for those reasons. And we will definitely allow them to quarantine if they've been exposed. Those are without a doubt.
So
just
this
mainly
would,
the child
so
care
this would
issue.
then allow them to, this would allow the county to say you're not excluded for 4, 5, and 6, and you have to come back in? Is that the bottom line?
Yes, yes. That's correct.
And the reason for it is that we think we need it is because as John was saying, it's a last ditch effort. We're trying to do something just in case we need it in an emergency type situation. Is that what John was saying, Matis?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Okay, what's an emergency?
When they're short on staff and they're overloaded, like the sheriff's department and the health department, those departments have already gotten there. that their staff is lacking, and they need them all hands on deck.
A hurricane, anything.
Okay, and so, but then would that be the
That's
the commissioners court would have to enact this policy? In other words, it wouldn't just be automatic where HR would call, no offense to HR, but it would be the commissioners court would say, we're gonna enact, we've got it in place and we want to go ahead and do it? Or how would it trigger?
Actually, it's from the Department of Labor, and the Department of Labor already says we can exclude those people. I just wanted to bring it to court so that our employees would know that they are going to be excluded.
That they are or aren't? I couldn't hear you.
That they will be excluded. Those certain groups of first responders will be excluded from being allowed to take time off for those policies, for that policy.
I got you. So this is more, okay, so everybody else.
The policy, we're not rewriting any policy. That policy belongs to the Department of Labor. We're just bringing it to court to allow county employees to know that they will now be excluded if we need them back ASAP.
Okay. But again, my question is, what would trigger it? Would we as the commissioners court, could we as the commissioners court put it in a motion that said only if okayed by the commissioners court, or is that not allowed?
That's not even part of the policy from the Department of Labor. It just says they'll be excluded.
Right. I'm just asking if we could do that. I'm just trying to, if we can or can't change anything like that. That's all I'm asking.
I would think that would be the department head's thing to do, not us.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what triggers it. I'm just trying to figure out
department heads are coming through me.
like, okay, it's in place.
So it's a case-by-case
So the
basis
sheriff
on
would
their
say, hey,
employees.
I've got to do this because I'm at this point, so come on back in? Or would commissioners court do that? Or what's the policy? What's the Department of Labor say? Did I lose somebody?
We don't get in with the employees. I would think that would be the department head that would make that decision.
Like I mentioned, the department heads are coming through HR and asking for help with these things. So at that time, if they were to tell me we're down 56 employees, like the sheriff mentioned earlier, then I would definitely know we need to start bringing in other jailers back. So then we could make sure that we're doing that.
Okay, but again, all I'm trying to get to is, I think I'm sort of okay with it, but I wouldn't want something to be triggering it, like the sheriff comes report to us, something. I want to make sure we're treating the employees as fairly as we can, just like everybody else does. And this is just a bit of an odd policy for me.
Yes, I have been treating everybody as fairly as possible, and I have it's not even a handful of employees that I'm dealing with regarding childcare issues right now. So it's a very small amount of people.
Okay.
And like I said, I'm meeting with department heads, and I'm talking to the employees as
Julian,
well.
I didn't mean to imply that, so please don't
I
take that
am
as
treating
that.
everybody fairly.
I didn't hear. What did you say?
I'll be treating
Okay, I've got my
everybody
questions answered. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna, oh my God,
That's what
I
I
just
say.
need to take a deep breath.
That's what I don't know, man.
So what I want to say about this is that I don't know how, but I believe that every issue that's this monumental does come across my desk. I really
Oh, yeah,
do.
I'm sure.
And that's how I know about this issue. And so I can assure you that I'm going to be working with HR because she's going to alert me as to when we have these issues. And I can only tell you that I think they need this flexibility. I think we've put in precautions, but I'm going to be monitoring it and I will bring it back to court if I think that it's somehow not working for us. Or if we get any complaint about it, I will bring it to court. I'm going to create a transparency here that protects the employee. But I definitely think that it would be, every once in a while, I want to like scream to the top of my lungs, we're in a pandemic. Everything we're doing is out of the ordinary. It's just, nothing makes sense. This should not be the way we do it. It's just, that's the only way to get it done. One of the things the sheriff didn't say, but if you did the numbers, you'd recognize that he's lost 50% of his workforce at one point in time. It's this serious. He's got to have resources. He didn't ask for this, by the way. But I think that whether it's his office or healthcare, or health department, or anybody else that's in the fray, we've got to be able to have some tools at our disposal without having a policy that's contradictory or a law. And so that's all I can tell you. With great reluctance, I'm going to go forward because I think that, or I'm going to recommend that we do this. But I will tell you that the minute that we can change it back, we will. But that day comes when the pandemic is over, or at least this crisis that we're experiencing is over. You're about to get the numbers, and you're not going to like them, okay? And I keep telling everybody this. It's not sinking into all the population. It's kind of like war in Afghanistan. You know, unless you have a son or daughter over there, you just keep on going to the movies and going to the beach and enjoying your life, and everything seems great, and America's beautiful. But if you're the family of the child that's in the war, it doesn't seem so beautiful. It seems scary, and there's fear, and there's danger, and that's what this war is here. And we've got to recognize that it is affecting us, and it's about as red, white, and blue as they come to do everything you can to protect your county. So again, with lots of reluctance, I do recommend it based upon a particular need. But Laura, can you help us protect the employee as well? I mean, I think that's the best I can do right now, guys. Can I get a motion? I mean, I'm going to recommend it, but I'd like to hear from the commission.
Motion to approve with language that y'all choose.
With the toughest language.
Yeah.
Laura, I'd like for you to draft that language for us. And I'd like to have the motion be that we ask the county attorney to draft the language in accordance with the law and also with the strictest, constraints. And Julie, that protects you too, to be able to have that as a backstop, And if you feel like there's a case that we need to know, I want to know about every case. But if there's something really extraordinary, you'll let us know. Like it's working.
Okay.
Okay. And so I've got a motion and I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
I've got a nay for the clerk on Commissioner Gonzalez. I have a question. Is it really important on the executive session,
No, you gonna table it, Judge?
the Camacho?
We can just, I provided the advisory, and all I'm saying is ratify the employment of Myra Morris and Brian Miller with Royston Razor.
Right.
Who represent the 3 jailers, and my office represents the county.
Yeah.
And the sheriff in his official capacity.
Okay. And I'm going.
The amount would be $350 per hour.
Okay, I'm going to recommend approval for that. This is a case that we
Second.
have, and these are the
Second.
lawyers that our county attorney recommends, and that's the amount that would be billed per hour.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, same sign. This way, we do not need to go into executive session, and I'll move straight to the adjournment.
You want to table, we tabled it earlier? and,
Correct.
and So it'll be tabled.
Correct. We can bring it back.
Yeah, right.
Okay, letter A, for those of you following along, is going to be brought back to court. And so therefore, I'm going to move to adjourn in memory of at this time. And I also, actually, before we move to adjourn in memory of, I want to tell you that sometimes in the day, you never know who is going to make your day. All these days are so hard. Sometimes I live for the unexpected moment. So can I read to you what made my day today? And I don't care what happens for the rest of the day. This will still make my day.
Okay.
Judge Joe, you made my day. I'll leave out but the part what you said about me. I'll get to the good stuff. You said, I'm still trying to get better. My lungs are weak, but everything else, I'm okay. You do your job, and you will be okay. then I'll skip a little bit. He says, I'm blessed to get out of here. Blessings to all of you. I'm behind you. And I just want you to know that Judge Joe Benavides has been in my thoughts and in my prayers. And I'm just so happy that, I can't even believe that he's texting us. I'm just so happy that he's not in ICU anymore, and that he's texting us, and he's saying he's getting stronger. And we've all been so worried, and it just makes me feel good that,
I talked to him like 3 times. I said, you need to get out because I'm tired of people calling me at nighttime.
Checking on you.
Checking on you. I said, I feel like I'm your answering service, man.
like his,
Get
yeah,
out.
you're like his,
Get out of
guardian
there.
angel. Well, listen, we just want to wish Judge Joe the best and all our county employees that are struggling with COVID-19, whether they're at home with one symptom or like Judge Joe, still trying to recover in the hospital. But I'm just really glad to hear from him, and it made me feel better today. So anyway, is there any adjournments in memory of?
Have one.
I think we've got a couple. Commissioner
I do have
Bond?
some too.
Okay, let's start. Commissioner Bond's got one, and then we'll move to Commissioner
Ladies
Gonzalez.
first.
Ladies first, go ahead.
I won't read all of this, just sections. Robert Bobby Edward Craig, art and basketball coach, loving husband, father, and friends, departed his earthly body in his sleep Monday, June the 29th, 2020. Since his sophomore year in high school, Bobby had no other professional desire except to coach. After graduating from Wharton Junior College in 72 and Angelo State in 75, Bobby began his career as an assistant basketball coach at Angelo State University, followed by a head coach position at Lockhart ISD, which led him to coaching for his alma mater, the El Campo Ricebirds. He began his career as head basketball coach at Tolosa Midway in 1982, a winsome and much celebrated career lasting 37 years. A number of those he also served as freshman football coach and was a head baseball coach in 94. He loved his coworkers from custodians to administrators, as well as the entire Annaville community. The district renamed the high school gymnasium after Coach Craig in 2012. He coached both of my boys, and he was just a super, super nice man and loved basketball. And one thing about him is he kept in contact with his players even after they left. So he's sorry for their loss. Thank you.
Absolutely. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes. Alonso G. Charles, grandfather of Ana Jimenez, RTA board member, passed away on June the 20th. Mr. Charles owned a successful construction company for 40 years, also coached softball for 15 years, winning many local and state championships as Charlie's Angels. Volunteered in his community, listened to anyone, and lent a helping hand when needed. He will be missed, and our condolences to the Jimenez family. Gloria P. Perez passed away on June 22nd. Gloria retired from the Corpus Christi Seaman Center after working 12 years and was also a volunteer at the Seaman Center several years before being hired. Our condolences go out to her sister, Nelly Morales, county employee at their Bishop tax office, and her family. Our prayers go to them and condolences, and I know it'll be missed by the family. Nellie also lost her father, same person from the county, from the tax office. They also lost her father, Pedro Garcia, April the 16th. Mr. Garcia was a long-time businessman who owned and operated a furniture store in Kingsville, Texas, called Garcia Furniture Store. He was a longtime resident of Corpus Christi and went to live with his daughter, Nellie. His last 3 years there in Bishop. He will be missed by all his family, and our prayers and condolences go out to the Garcia family. Agustin Victor Colin passed away on May 9, 2020. Agustin was married to Rosie Gonzalez Colin and was a devoted husband and father. A longtime businessman here in Corpus Christi. He was a Vietnam veteran, receiving a National Defense Medal, Vietnam Service Medal, and 1 star, and the Vietnam Campaign Medal with device. He will be missed by his family. Our prayers and condolences go out to the Colin family. I'd also like to mention about Officer Williams passed away yesterday. So Williams of CCPD passed away from long-time illnesses. And He will be missed by his family. Our condolences go out to the Sicily Police Department and his family. He will be missed by all of them, all of us. And I just wanted to say a little prayer for my good friend and one of my best friends. He always makes me look good when I go see him. It's Johnny Garcia, Hamlin Salon. He's very, very sick and with COVID. Now got pneumonia, so hopefully, seems like he's doing better, but hopefully, a little prayer and we'll light a little candle for Johnny and his family. That's it, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Chesney.
Thank you, Judge. The first one today that I have is, I know a man that you had a great deal of affection for, Dr. Norman. Lowell Norman was the principal at Ray High School for many, many years. I don't think he was still there probably when young John Matas was there, but he was a great man. He died at the age of 95, and I will tell you, there aren't a lot of people that I remember from my high school days that had huge, huge impacts, but he was certainly one of those guys. And he was just quite a character and a Superman. And so condolences to his family. He lived a great and wonderful life. Also today, senior officer, police officer Charlie Chuck Williams. For those of you who knew Chuck, he was just, one of those guys that was all over Corpus Christi, all over the place, was a wonderful man. He was a dedicated public servant to this community for 35 years and was in the Directed Patrol Division. He unfortunately lost his life this week at a very early age, and unfortunately, I believe due to COVID. The third person today is Jane Bachman. Again, Judge, I'm not sure if you knew the Bachmans, but I think Betsy was your era. Her older sister, Donna, was in my era, and Mrs. Bachman was 83, passed away peacefully in her home on July 5th, 2020. A very, very nice lady, and certainly our condolences go to the Bachman family. You mentioned at the last meeting, Camille Galbraith, one of our employees, and wanted to kind of touch base on that one again. She was a loving mother, daughter, sister, granddaughter. She was only 40 years old and unfortunately passed away, leaving a daughter and a big hole in the Nueces County Coastal Parks Department. So we want to pass on our condolences to them. To the Herring family, who unfortunately lost two people very recently. Gary Herring, who was the father of the family, passed away, and 2 days later, unfortunately, their daughter, Betsy Kyle Herring, 41, passed away. Nancy was my son's first grade teacher at St. James, and a very good family, and our hearts are very heavy for the Herring family as today. Another one that I mentioned briefly but wanted to also bring back up today was Tommy Burke. Tommy Burke passed away. He was 93, went to be with his Lord and Savior in June of 2020, June 6th, and Tommy was the golf pro at the country club and taught many, many, many people in this community how to play the game of golf. He was just an unbelievable guy, and certainly condolences to them. And lastly, and I don't think this one has been mentioned before, and I apologize if it has, the Corpus Christi Police Department, the passing of Mike Gillis, John Mike Gillis, who's a valued member of our community and had served as the Director of Animal Care Services since May of 2018. So I wanted to pass on condolences to the Gillis family as well. And that's all I have today, Judge. That's far too many, and certainly wanted to also offer a moment of silence, I guess, or remembrance for all that we have lost during this COVID tragedy, and it's just been a devastating time.
Amen.
Well, I couldn't agree more. I'm going to announce that while we're here, the press briefing starting at City Hall, and we have 500 more cases today and 6 more deaths, which makes it the worst July ever. And that makes us have a total of 70. So 70 people that were mourning. And yesterday afternoon, I was heading home when Judge Madrid called me. And Judge Madrid and I have become close during this pandemic, sharing a lot of stories with each other. And he shared with me one that I sort of knew a little bit about, but the way he gave it to me, the way he relayed it, I decided that I would adjourn in memory of this couple that honestly I don't even know their names. but they were friends of Judge Madrid's. And they lived in Nueces, so they were marked as our Nueces deaths, but they were really hometown sweethearts of Kingsville, Texas. And they were in their 30s. And I mentioned this morning, that they were seeing a priest to get marriage classes like so many Catholics do. You have to have classes in order to get married in the church. And now that very priest performing their funerals. They both died from COVID-19. And, you know, they were not unhealthy. They were very much in love. They had been together for 7 years. And they were about to start their lives together. And she was at his bedside for as long as she could be until she contracted COVID-19. And now she, and then she went home while he was in the hospital. She died first, and then he never woke up, dying on her birthday, of all things. I just don't know a story that's more tragic or is more illustrative of what we're going through as a community, and people are so angry this afternoon. They're angry at me because I think we're going to have to make some more tough decisions this evening, and I think they're angry at COVID. They're angry at what's going on in the world. They're angry that their businesses are being hurt, that tourism is being struck because it's the middle of summer. They're angry that they don't understand the data or they don't like the way the data is presented. But all I can tell you is that all afternoon long, while we've been conducting court, field hospitals are being assembled in Austin, in Laredo, in Hidalgo. Field hospitals, like the kinds you see in war, in Houston. I just don't know if what's happening, that we're not able to recognize that something horrible is happening. And so I'm sorry if I don't understand why it's so important that you think that your vehicle needs to be on a beach when people are dying in your community. I'm going to ask you to make a sacrifice for 2 weeks so that we can get back to normal. Let's settle down, let's stabilize, so that we can have business for the rest of the year. Because what's at stake right now is your hospital's healthcare system will not be available for you or for anybody that you love. This is the ugly reality. So the death of all of these people is what I'm adjourning in memory of. And if you even have the inkling of being a Christian or a good neighbor or any faith that brings you to love humanity, I would ask you to direct your anger to COVID-19, and let's get rid of it in our community. Let's get rid of it in our state by shutting it out of our lives. Don't act like it's business as usual. There is no vacation right now from COVID-19. And whatever I do, I swear to God Almighty that I'm doing it in the name of saving lives. And that's it. And I've already wrestled with my God, and it's okay to hate me for it. But it's not okay to be irresponsible. It's not okay to hurt people. So whoever's listening to this, because I'm not going to make it to the press briefing, I give you permission. You can tell me I've ruined your life, your business, anything you want. But don't tell me that I'm not doing it for the right and the most honorable reason, which is to save lives, because that's exactly why I'm doing it. And it's why I'm going to join 5 other coastal judges today to restrict vehicular access on our beaches. It does not mean the beach is closed. For God's sakes, how would you even close Mother Nature? But it does mean that you have to make a sacrifice. And if you love this flag, then just try for 1 second to be an American and do what we need you to do, which is to make a small sacrifice. This is a small sacrifice. Washing your hands is good for you. And being able to limit our gatherings is good for us right now. You'll have to forgive me, but now I'm going to have to gavel us out so I can go figure out how to get a field hospital in our community. I got to go figure out how to buy body bags. I got to go figure out how to get medicine so people won't die. And if you think you're angry, well, you know what? I'm a hell of a lot more angry than you are, because I know the names of all those 70 people, and most likely you don't. So I'm sorry that you're mad, because I'm mad too. And I'll be a lot happier, and so will you, when we kick COVID in the butt and get it out of Nueces County. But right now, you and me and that beach are number one in the nation. And that's got to go away. Otherwise, you're never going to get back to business. You're never going to make the prosperity that you want for you and your family. And quite frankly, it's about to cause major havoc everywhere. It's going to have a ripple effect from our justice system to our small businesses. And I didn't do that. But by God, the things that we can do, we're going to do together. And I'm not acting alone. I'm going to act with Clayburgh County. I'm going to act with Cameron County. I'm going to act with Jefferson County. And I'm going to hopefully act with Padre Island National Seashore, the city of Corpus Christi, the city of Port Aransas, and also the possibly Galveston. I've been here, so I haven't heard. But all I know is that when we act together, we can act consistently. And there won't be one beach that's better than another beach to flock to. But it might just be nice if we lived up to the true meaning of what a Texan really means. Do you know that Texan in Texas comes from the word Tejas, which is supposed to mean friendship? Like we give a hoot about each other. So I'm really very sorry, but we actually had to, I'm sorry for my staff who's had to field all of this anger this afternoon for something that I haven't even picked up a pen for yet. But I promise you that what we do is in the business of saving lives, and I'm sorry you don't see it. But I'm going to ask for a camera crew to go into Krista Spahn so that you can see the ugliness, because apparently that's the only thing we care about. Apparently it makes CNN if you talk about a morgue trailer, but it doesn't make CNN if we talk about how important it is to save lives. So anyway, that's it for the day. It's been a hell of a day. It's 5:10. I'm going to gavel us out. And let's pray that, we lose no more lives in the next 24 hours.
Still praying to close the beach. Might not